Su Ming paused for a moment before he suddenly spoke. "Possess me." His words were shocking, and they stunned He-Feng completely. His jaw fell slack, and he only regained his senses after a moment. Nervousness and terror immediately appeared on his face, and he quickly explained, Master, I didn't do anything wrong. I even helped you in your fight before I fell unconscious. I'm telling you to possess me. Stop talking so much." Su Ming cast a cold glance at He-Feng. His gaze may have seemed aloof, but he was in truth subtly observing He-Feng's reaction. He-Feng was still baffled. He smiled wanly as he looked at Su Ming. After a moment of hesitation, he knelt down on the ground. There may have been no tears in his eyes, but they still glistened moistly. "Master, I've done wrong, I truly did. Please forgive me this time. I won't dare do it again." Su Ming's eyes shone brightly. From the small connection he had with He-Feng through their souls, he could sense He-Feng's nervousness and fear. There was no joy within him. "Master, I can't possess you. If I did, then it'd be the same as erasing your existence. If I erase you, then I won't be able to survive either. It's the same as killing myself." He-Feng had temporarily lost his tongue. He did not know how to explain himself. "I'm not asking you to perform a complete possession. When I tell you to stop, then you can stop," Su Ming said languidly. This was incredibly important to him. It was a deciding factor on whether he should go in and meet Han Mountain's ancestor. He must first become accustomed to the possession process and see whether he can find a way out, and whether he can obtain a certain amount of certainty to remain safe before he could take the risk. He had chosen He-Feng for this after carefully thinking things through. "Master, I've never possessed anyone before. I only know the method. Are you sure you want to try it?" He-Feng hesitated for a moment. When he saw Su Ming nodding, he gritted his teeth and did not dare oppose him. His spirit body turned into a dim light that charged straight towards the center of Su Ming's brows. The instant it touched Su Ming's forehead, the dim light flickered as if it had fused into the body. A shudder ran through Su Ming's body and he slowly closed his eyes. "Master! Master!" A voice called out to him repeatedly in Su Ming's head. He opened his eyes and a world shrouded in fog appeared in his sight. Only the area 100 feet around him was empty. The other parts were all covered in rolling fog, and muffled booming sounds reverberated from within it. "This is your mind. It's also the first place that will appear during the act of possession." He-Feng's careful voice traveled into his ears. Su Ming turned his head around and saw He-Feng's spirit body by his side. There was an intimidating force coming from his spirit body that made Su Ming uncomfortable. He lowered his head and looked at his body, becoming stunned as he did so. At that moment, he no longer had a body. He was only a weak ball of dim light. Yet there was an even dimmer thread coming from the deeper parts of his light which connected him to He-Feng's spirit body. It gave Su Ming a feeling that, with just one thought, He-Feng would immediately die. Besides this thread, Su Ming also saw something else. There was something that was muddled in his own light. Even he himself had to pay full attention to sense it before he could notice its presence. "This is..." Su Ming turned his attention towards it. Once he did so, he immediately felt as if his divine sense was being absorbed into the dim light, to where the muddled object was. That thing was a black stone piece. It was hidden away by the dim light around it, which was why it was difficult for people to see it clearly from outside. "It's that stone." The moment Su Ming saw that stone piece, he felt shaken to the core, causing the dim light to flicker greatly, which also made He-Feng, who maintained by his side, jump in fright. He-Feng was incredibly terrified. He was afraid that Su Ming would accidentally touch that thread in his spirit sphere and he would die, because if he did die here, it would only end up as a huge tragedy on his part. Su Ming observed the stone debris. This item had been with him for many years and he always kept it around his neck. He did not expect to see that thing here. After a moment of hesitation, Su Ming tried getting closer to it, yet the moment his touched the stone debris. Brother, I can feel you, brother." That familiar feminine voice echoed strongly within Su Ming's divine sense, causing him to tremble. That voice seemed to have been buried in his heart for a long time. It could not be wiped off and would not disappear. In the past, when it appeared in his dreams, he would feel as if it was muddled and coming from somewhere far away. but now the voice was incredibly loud, as if it was right before him. Some time passed before Su Ming regained consciousness. He left the stone debris hidden in the dim light and fell into a long period of silence. Master! Feng was already shaking in his boots as he spoke in a cautious tone. Let's start, Su Ming said coolly. Yes, Master. This is also the first time I entered someone else's mind. But Master, your mind seems to be a little different from mine. Why is there so much fog? Feng looked around him, afraid that Su Ming would misunderstand him. He hesitated for a moment before he looked at Su Ming. Master, possession is actually very simple. All I need to do is to devour the spirit sphere of the person I want to possess. But don't worry, I won't dare to devour it. Coalescence will create the same effects. All right. Su Ming nodded. Pardon me. Feng gritted his teeth and his spirit body charged towards Su Ming. But that respectful look on his face made it seem as if he was not here to possess Su Ming. The moment Feng's spirit body approached Su Ming, they touched each other swiftly. Feng trembled, while Su Ming's divine sense shuddered. He felt as if there was thunder rumbling in his mind, and that was quickly followed by the fog around him suddenly tumbling backwards violently. The booming sounds echoing within were so loud they shook the heavens and earth. As the fog tumbled backwards, Su Ming and Feng's spirit bodies quickly fused together. This was not an act of devouring, but coalescence. Their minds would fuse together and become one. If this continued, then there would eventually be an entity that was neither Feng nor Su Ming, but one that had both of their divine senses merged together. Su Ming could feel himself weakening during the coalescence, as if he was going to disappear at any moment. Yet he paid no mind to any of these. He only stared at the fog outside. He could clearly see the fog outside tumbling backwards ceaselessly. Some part of it began thinning out, and gradually, a large portion of the thin fog dissipated, revealing memories in the form of moving pictures that were previously hidden under the fog. He saw himself walking into the secret tunnel with Nan Tian and the others. He saw himself walking up the mountain of tranquil East Tribe. He saw himself falling asleep on the desolate mountain with the blood moon in the sky. His memories moved like flowing water as they flowed in reverse before Su Ming bit by bit. He saw himself transforming Feng into the medicinal cauldron. He saw himself fighting against Han Feizi. He saw himself noticing Feng and Xian Luan closing in as they fought against each other while he was meditating in peace. He saw Han Mountain City along with the chains of Han Mountain. He saw Feng Mu delivering herbs to him. He saw himself kidnapping Feng Mu once he recovered from his injuries. His memories continued playing out in reverse until some of those moving pictures eventually had Su Ming sitting still in the mountain cave recovering from his injuries, then they stopped moving. Master, I can't hold on anymore. If we continue like this, we'll really merge together into one. Feng's distressed voice echoed within Su Ming's mind. Also, Master, what's in your spirit sphere? The more I fuse together with it, the more it rejects me. What? What is this? Sucking me in. Ah! Terror suddenly appeared in Feng's voice, as if he had just encountered something unbelievable and shocking. Tremors started in Su Ming's mind. He could feel Feng's terror. This was also the first time he realized that an increasingly stronger absorption force was coming from the stone debris in his spirit sphere, and it was not trying to absorb him, but Feng who was trying to fuse with him. He separated a part of his divine sense to suppress the absorption force coming from the stone debris. Then his faint but determined voice was sent into Feng's spirit body. Continue. Master. This is. Continue. Feng no longer spoke. Instead, in the midst of his terror, he continued with the coalescence, trembling. He was feeling incredibly regretful at the moment, and also incredibly terrified. He did not know what was within Su Ming's spirit sphere, but the thing within made him feel a wave of terror that he had never experienced before. He had a feeling that if he continued with this, he would completely lose everything without Su Ming even needing to kill him. Su Ming looked at the fog outside. The memories that appeared once the fog thinned out started changing once again, and the scenes where he meditated were replaced by something new. It was daytime. The sky was covered by lightning and rain. Several vultures circled in the air. There was a person lying on the mountainside as if he was dead. The vultures hesitated for a long moment before one of them dove down and landed on the person. When all the other vultures landed on him, that seemingly dead person suddenly grabbed a vulture's throat. He opened his eyes. The scene changed once again. This time, the sky was still covered by lightning and rain, but it was no longer day. It was night. Bolts of lightning struck in the sky. Suddenly, a gigantic crack appeared in midair. The crack was like a wide-opened mouth that exuded a ghastly presence. Its appearance made the rain falling from the sky freeze midair in an instant. Even the bolts of lightning flashing in the sky came to a still, and they hung in the sky unmoving. Su Ming grew nervous. He had forgotten about everything around him. The only thing that mattered was the scene before him. A person struggled out from within the dark crack. He was covered in blood. The moment he appeared, Su Ming saw this person clearly with the light from the bolts of lightning that had frozen up in the sky. The person had his eyes wide opened, and the light in his eyes revealed his sadness. He was laughing hollowly before he fell from the sky and rolled down the mountaintop until he was stopped by a big rock on the mountainside. He fell to the side, unmoving. That person was Su Ming. Master, I can't last any longer. The scenes in the fog changed once again. This time it was completely black, as if it was showing neither earth nor sky. Yet at that moment, Feng let out a shrill cry, and the thin fog before Su Ming's eyes instantly thickened. The scenes disappeared. The empty space of 100 feet had expanded to an area of 150 feet. Feng was curled up by the side, incredibly weakened. He looked at Su Ming in a pitiful state, terror shining from his eyes. If I continued on, then I'd have died. Thank goodness I was only performing coalescence, not devouring him, or else. Feng thought and shuddered. He looked at Su Ming and did not know what to say to him. Su Ming fell into momentary pensive silence before he nodded towards Feng. Thank you. Let's go out. Beside the sword ship that led to the isolation grounds of Han Mountain's ancestor was a tunnel. At the end of it was an entrance, and Su Ming sat there as he opened his eyes. There was a bewildered look in his eyes. Feng did not appear. He was submerged in Su Ming's body, not his mind. He was very weak. This time he had to enter into deep sleep once more, or else he would disappear. My memories stopped and began at the moment I woke up to catch the vultures. I don't remember the crack that appeared during the rainy night, neither do I remember myself laughing so hollowly. When I woke up, I was already lying by the mountainside. Perhaps the memories I'm missing are those within the crack. Su Ming looked at the entrance by his side and resolution appeared in his eyes. Feng didn't seem to be faking his actions. The stone debris in my spirit sphere. Su Ming touched the mysterious black stone debris hanging on his neck. I'll risk it. Su Ming took in a deep breath. He stood up without hesitation and moved towards the entrance. He had already lingered around this place for quite some time. Now that he made his decision, he could not afford to waste his time any longer. He had a strong feeling that perhaps he truly had a connection with Han Mountain's ancestor. He would be able to obtain an answer to all the things that baffled him here. Come here. The aged voice was laden with anxiety. It was much clearer and stronger than when he was outside. The voice echoed in his mind. The moment he set foot through the entrance, his vision became clouded. Once everything became clear, he saw a piece of sky with stars shimmering in it before him. The end of the sky could not be seen and the stars let out dazzling light. Where is this place? Su Ming was momentarily stunned. This place was covered in deathly silence, and he was the only one here. This is the third-dimensional layer. Come here. Let me through. The aged voice became clearer as it echoed in Su Ming's mind. At the same time, the stars in the sky began moving rapidly before his eyes. Gradually, a floating piece of land appeared before him once the stars finished moving. Su Ming had never seen any of these before. His eyes became even more clouded with bewilderment, but he soon calmed down. He moved forward silently. He did not know how long he had walked. Neither did he know whether he was walking towards the floating piece of land, or whether the floating piece of land was moving towards him. As he got closer and the floating piece of land rose before him, Su Ming stepped on it and looked around him. The mountain ranges rose and fell around him with sounds of flowing water coming from the rivers. The ground was covered in green grass and there was a sweet fragrance coming from them. Sitting on the grass meadow was a person wearing gray robes. This was a person whose age could not be estimated. His entire body was dried up, and there were only a few strands of hair left on his head. His clothes had almost entirely disintegrated. He sat on the ground with his eyes closed as if he was dead. "You've finally come." A hoarse voice echoed through the land. "Are you Han Mountain's ancestor?" Su Ming took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down before he looked at the person who seemed to be dead. "You can call me Hong Kong." The aged voice echoed in the air, and the direction which it came from could not be determined. When the voice fell in his ears, Su Ming felt shaken. "Why did you call me here?" Su Ming was silent for a moment before he asked. "I did not summon you here. You were the one who summoned yourself here." This time, the voice did not appear from all around him, but from the dried-up person before him. As the words tumbled out of his mouth, this person opened his eyes. They were a pair of eyes that were incredibly dim, but there was a profound look within them that seemed like stars. But inside there was also excitement, longing, and anticipation. "Take me away." The hoarse voice came out from Hong Kong's mouth. His voice sounded like two dried-up twigs rubbing against each other, which made all those who heard it incredibly uncomfortable. Su Ming looked at the skeletal Han Mountain's ancestor and fell silent. "According to the promise, I've completed my duties. I've waited for you for a long time. Take me away." Hong Kong looked as if it had been a long time since he spoke. He had a hard time forming his words since he bit out each syllable. An expectant look appeared on his calm face. "I've left my home for 8,000 years. I want to go home." Han Mountain's ancestor shivered slightly as he mumbled towards Su Ming. As Hong Kong spoke, the entire sky suddenly shook. The stars in the distance let out a huge rumbling sound, and the stars began fading out one by one rapidly. "They're here, quickly." Hong Kong's breathing became rapid. Su Ming remained silent. There were too many things he did not understand from Hong Kong's words. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he spoke languidly. "How can I take you away? You?" Hong Kong was stunned, and he stared at Su Ming. Uncertainty and disbelief gradually appeared in his eyes. It was as if that simple sentence from Su Ming was out of his expectations. "Who are you?" Hong Kong immediately became sharp. A great pressure spread out with a boom. Under this pressure, Su Ming felt as if he was an ant caught in a rainstorm. He felt as if he was suffocating. Su Ming took a few steps backwards. His face was pale. He looked at Hong Kong, and after remaining silent for a moment, when the booming sounds from afar came nearer, he spoke softly. "I am Su Ming. Destiny Superscript 1. That's right, it's you." Hong Kong let out a sigh of relief. The pressure disappeared, and the sharp gaze in his eyes turned into expectation. He did not know that he had misheard Su Ming's name as Destiny. "You are Destiny. You know how to take me away from this place." Hong Kong spoke with difficulty. At that moment, the last star in the sky outside faded out. At the same time, as muffled booming sounds appeared where they were, the land also trembled furiously. It was as if there was someone outside using an unseen method to attack the place. "Damn it! They're here too soon." Hong Kong's face twisted. He struggled up and took a step towards the sky. "They won't be able to see you here. Neither will they bother you while you cast your art. I'll stall them. You are Destiny. You will send me back. You must send me back. You have to send me back." Hong Kong suddenly turned back, and a ferocious look appeared for the first time in his eyes. He cast a look at Su Ming before he charged into the sky. Outside the floating piece of land, the night sky that had fallen into darkness once it lost all its starlight started twisting. As Hong Kong walked out, a large amount of ripples spread through the twisting sky. A loud bang resounded, and the old man in red robes from Freezing Sky Clan walked out of the ripples. Hong Kong! With a low growl that echoed in the air, the face of the old man in red robes became grave and filled with a mighty presence. He lifted his right hand abruptly. The dark sky around them was suddenly filled with colors. As they spun around, they formed a large vortex. Rumbling sounds filled the air, and the vortex circled around Hong Kong with him acting as its center. It spun around him quickly, turning into a shocking power. Hong Kong let out a shrill and mournful howl. He swung his right hand before him, and instantly red light appeared underneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, that red light turned into the red meadow. As he swung his hand forward, the meadow spread out through the surroundings rapidly, and in an instant it covered an area of 100 li. Hong Kong panted harshly, as if he was a wild beast that had been pushed into a corner. His eyes were fiercely lit with aversion, and he pressed his right hand towards the ground below him. The moment he did so, the 100 li meadow tumbled about and sounds akin to roars rang out. A bundle of red mist appeared from the place where Hong Kong had his right palm pressed down. That mist quickly condensed and gathered together before it turned into a three-headed giant python. With a hiss, it charged towards the old man in red robes. Hong Kong pressed his left hand on the meadow right after that, and immediately a battle cry reverberated through the air. Red mist rose from the meadow once again and turned into a man in red armor. That man held a blood sword. Once he appeared, his eyes were lit with fighting spirit, and he charged at the old man. Hong Kong's enchantment had not ended. He bit his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His blood splattered on the red meadow, and the meadow seemed to go into frenzy immediately. It started rapidly squirming and growing at a shocking pace, spreading outwards like hair at lightning speed. "Berserkers! How dare you oppose us immortals?" Hong Kong raised his arms into the air swiftly while standing on the rapidly growing red meadow. He might have looked dried up and shriveled at the moment, but there was a presence spreading out from him that was hard to describe. When Su Ming saw the scene, his heart pounded against his chest. This was the most intense battle he had seen besides the Battle of Dark Mountain executed by the Shadow in the starry sky. Hong Kong's arts made him feel shaken to the core. The face of the old man in red robes was calm. He lifted his right hand and pointed not towards Hong Kong, but at the center of his brows. Then from there, his finger trailed down to the tip of his nose, carving out a trail of blood. The moment the trail appeared, a roar rose from the space behind the old man in red robes. A gigantic apparition seemed to have torn through the space, and a spirit that was entirely red and was about 10,000 feet tall came forth. It looked like a giant, but was more like a monster turned from a statue of the god of berserkers. It wore beast skins and was half naked. The moment it appeared, it let out a shocking roar. At the same moment, the red gourd slung over the back of the old man in red robes floated up. The cork popped out and many black shadows flew out. These black shadows were the souls of wild beasts. They howled as the giant monster seized them and devoured them. When that three-headed giant python and the man with the fighting spirit and the red armor charged towards him, the giant monster lifted its head swiftly. There was a fierce light in its eyes. With a howl, it charged towards the giant python, and once it grabbed it with its claws, it brought it to its mouth and bit down before throwing it aside and charging towards the man in armor. Booming sounds echoed in the air. As the giant monster continued with its slaughter, Hong Kong's red meadow was still spreading out, practically covering all the space before it suddenly shrank and let out a shocking boom. Su Ming took in a deep breath. He had not even managed to recover from the battle before the space before him twisted and Hong Kong walked out from within. The moment he did so, Hong Kong's legs shattered and turned into nothingness. His face was filled death, but he still flew up and seized Su Ming before he charged forward and disappeared with him. All of these happened too quickly. Su Ming did not even have time to dodge before he was caught by Hong Kong. The moment he disappeared with Hong Kong from the place, he saw the red meadow spreading out like hair and covering the sky around the floating piece of land. Amidst the booming sounds, Hong Kong flew up once more. He coughed out blood, but continued charging into the distance. Behind him, the old man in red gave chase. How would the berserkers understand the runes of us immortals? This has long since not been a four-dimensional layer seal. There's another half a layer left. Su Ming's vision was clouded. Once it became clear, he appeared in a dark place. It was a mountain cave. There was no light around him. He only had minimum vision. "Hurry, send me back. I was heavily injured in the past and could not recover. I've given up on my real body and only have this replica left. I won't be able to last long. Once my real body dies and I haven't left this place, I will die as well. Only if my replica leaves the Berserker's domain and I cut ties with my main body using a different law amongst the immortals can I continue living. Harsh pants came from beside Su Ming as Hong Kong tightened his grip on his shoulder. His face was only 7 inches away from Su Ming's. He stared into his eyes with madness and anxiety. At that moment he was already nearing despair and no longer had the calmness he possessed previously. Su Ming stayed silent for a moment before he spoke slowly. I don't have any way to send you back. I'll say it once more. Send me back. Hong Kong roared and grabbed Su Ming's shoulders. Killing intent appeared on his face. If you don't believe me, you can use possession on me and look through my memories to see whether I am lying to you. Su Ming's expression was calm as he looked at Hong Kong. This was his goal. When he was at the end of the tunnel outside the entrance, he understood many things. He became uncertain about whether he had truly lost some memories, so he could not ignore it. He wanted to understand everything about this. Yet Su Ming knew that with his power it was impossible for him to know what had happened to him. That was why he thought about Han Mountain's ancestor and what He Feng had talked about. Possession. There was one thing about possession. During the process, he could forcefully look through his memories. He Feng could not do this, but Su Ming believed that Han Mountain's ancestor could. I want to know why there was pity in Han Zhangzi's eyes. I want to know why Nintian didn't mention the genocide of the fire berserkers in the hands of the god of berserkers. I want to know about the aloof gaze and the words that reached me when I was walking on the red path. Why did it make me nervous and afraid? I want to know whether I truly lost some memories, and if so, when did that happen? I want to know what happened in those lost memories. I want to know whether everything about the Elder and Dark Mountain is just a dream. Su Ming closed his eyes, then reopened them. He stared at the harshly panting Hong Kong. Help me. Tell me what I've lost in my memories, and you can also see for yourself the reason why I can't send you back to your home. You'll also see that I'm not lying to you. Help me. Tell me who I am. Su Ming whispered, and determination appeared in his eyes. Hong Kong stared at him. He did not know why, but under Su Ming's gaze, a hint of fear that he could not describe boiled in his heart. He was afraid of Su Ming's calmness. He was afraid because he had never met someone who asked him to possess their bodies in his life. A simple possession and soul seek won't allow us to see complete memories, only fragments. If you won't send me back but offer yourself to be possessed, then I will help you. This replica of mine was refined from a berserker's body. This person had already obtained the power of the bone sacrifice realm while he was alive. If you truly want me to help you, then I will have to refine your body into my replica. If I die, then you will die with me. If you don't die, then this will become your serendipity. I will fulfill your wish. Hong Kong had lived for many years. There was no way he would be unable to see through Su Ming's ploys, but he no longer had any time. A hint of maliciousness appeared in his eyes. He had waited for 8,000 years, and yet this was the outcome he obtained. He could not go home, could not go back to his birthplace. He might even die at any moment. Once his real body was located outside this world died, he would also die. Instead of dying like that, he would rather refine the body of this destiny who gave him hope and crushed it at the same time. He would have them die together. Still, no matter what, he could indeed see all his memories. He did not wait for Su Ming to agree. Hong Kong lifted his right hand swiftly and pressed it against his abdomen. His body started trembling viciously, and with a bang, he turned into a bundle of blood mist right before Su Ming's eyes. The blood mist dyed Su Ming's body, then let out a golden glow. A small golden person about the size of a palm charged out of the mist towards the center of Su Ming's brows. That person was Hong Kong, but his power was not something He Feng could compare. The small person had already materialized and was not a spirit body, but the origin spirit that was even stronger than spirit infant. There was a golden spine in his body. The spine may have been dark, but there was a savage and wild presence coming from it. This was the first piece of bone that would be reverted by a powerful berserker in the bone sacrifice realm. This was slightly different from what Su Ming predicted, but the final result would be the same. Anyway, so he did not resist. He looked at Hong Kong's origin spirit descending upon him and closed his eyes. There are few plans in the world that could be made where all things are taken into consideration and attended to. Only when there are mistakes will there be chances of being right as well. I'll take the risk. The moment he closed his eyes, Hong Kong's origin spirit touched the center of his brows and slipped in, disappearing in an instant. The moment he was gone, Su Ming started trembling violently. Pain appeared on his face, which was hidden underneath the mask. The pain was much stronger than when Feng had used possession on him. The two levels of pain could not even begin to compare. They were like the difference between the sky and earth. Not only was his body aching like millions of bone needles had pierced into every single pore, he also felt as if there was a mountain range pressing on his mind, and it made him feel as if he was about to be crushed to pieces. Under the great pain, drops of blood started seeping out from his face under the mask. That blood came from his bleeding nose, eyes, ears, and mouth. It was difficult to describe the pain he felt, but Su Ming did not make a sound. Neither did he fall into madness. He sat there with calmness in his eyes that seemed like still water in a well. He endured the pain silently and quietly experienced Hong Kong's act of either possession or refining his body into a replica. He simply endured everything silently. His vision became clouded and he once again arrived in the place he had came to before, the world shrouded by a magnificent layer of fog, the place where there was only an empty space of hundreds of feet. Su Ming was still that weak spirit sphere. As he floated in midair, the familiar sensation and his determination allowed him to not tremble and sink into fear. He turned his gaze towards Hong Kong's origin spirit, which was letting out such a piercing golden light he felt it going to melt him. The origin spirit was several feet tall. Compared to Su Ming, he was like a giant that stretched to the sky and earth. When he descended, the empty space of hundreds of feet trembled as if it could not withstand the force and was about to crumble. That piercing golden light and the gigantic person made Su Ming feel as if he was caught in a rainstorm and that he was going to shatter at any moment, and that was before the giant even got close to him. What is with this mind? Why is there so much fog here? Once Hong Kong saw his surroundings clearly, a shocked look appeared on the face of his origin spirit. He seemed to have understood what it meant since he swiftly turned to look towards Su Ming with a complicated look in his eyes. I will fulfill your request. The moment Hong Kong's words left his mouth, the giant origin spirit opened his mouth wide and sucked in a breath in Su Ming's direction. Immediately, the spirit sphere that was Su Ming flew towards Hong Kong. Even if he was going to be possessed, this was still Su Ming's mind. He could still see the fog before him thinning rapidly, and the memories of his time in the land of South Morning quickly rushing by. This time will I be able to see it? He mumbled. The mist had thinned out and the memories flowed out like a river. As they changed, familiar scenes flashed before Su Ming's eyes. These memories would become his most precious treasures, because these memories appeared before his eyes when he was caught in between a situation of life and death, and they were flashing brilliantly between the one possessing and the one being possessed. Su Ming started falling into a daze, but he continued looking in front. He wanted to know what was in the memories he had lost. Hong Kong was also looking at Su Ming's memories. As he devoured Su Ming's divine sense, he would also refine his body into his replica. Within those memories, Su Ming saw the scenes he had seen before when he first came to this place. They showed up once again as time traveled back, and he went to the moment 4 years ago when lightning thundered and rain fell from the sky. The giant crack that caused the sky and earth to change appeared. It made lightning stop and rain freeze. This is it. Su Ming instinctively trembled. Feng's ability had only lasted until this scene before he could no longer withstand the terrifying absorption power coming from the stone debris in Su Ming's body. The endeavor had to be given up then. However, Hong Kong had taken over, and his origin spirit was stronger than Feng's spirit body by several fold. Su Ming hoped that he could see something different. Huh? What's inside your spirit sphere? What is this? Hong Kong's voice suddenly reached him. There was surprise and bewilderment in his voice, even hints of alarm and disbelief. This is impossible. The moment Hong Kong's voice came, the mist before Su Ming dissipated and the scene changed abruptly. This time he saw what was within the crack that appeared during the stormy night, and time flowed forward instead of backwards in the crack. The scene changed, An endless darkness appeared before Su Ming's eyes. Yet strangely, even though everything within sight was dark, Su Ming could still sense a body floating in this darkness. The body was unmoving, his eyes closed as he floated inside. Su Ming could feel a familiar sensation coming from this person. He knew that this person was himself. I finally saw what's in there, but I was unconscious at that time. That's why I don't have any memories of this place. This isn't considered as losing my memories. Su Ming mumbled. The sight before him seemed to have frozen up and did not change for a long time. When this happened, Su Ming felt as if something bad was about to occur. He became extremely nervous and had a feeling that he seemed to have understood something. My memories have been stuck here for a long time. Just how much time passed in this place? Damn it all. Just what is that thing? Even if you asked me, how am I supposed to possess you with this around? Hong Kong's alarmed voice echoed within Su Ming's mind. At that moment, Hong Kong's gigantic origin spirit was shrinking at an incredible speed. It was as if there was a black hole within his body that was rapidly absorbing everything inside him. Su Ming did not take notice of any of these. He looked at the scene behind the mist with a dazed expression on his face. He stared at the still and unmoving darkness and could not fathom just how much time had passed in that place. He did not know how much time had passed. When Hong Kong's angry roars became weaker, for the first time since a long while, Su Ming saw a change in the darkness. This time, the change came from a hoarse voice speaking calmly. Why? The moment he heard the voice, Su Ming's mind trembled so strongly he felt as if he was about to crumble and dissipate. The dazed look in his eyes was instantly replaced by shock. He knew this voice well. It belonged to himself. When did I ever say this? He mumbled. And then he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. In that scene, he saw himself. He saw himself standing in the darkness. 5 gigantic chains pierced through his arms, legs, and head, stringing him up in the void. Those 5 chains then expanded into nothingness, and it was unknown where they led to. His eyes were closed. He might have been hanging and his body might have been covered in blood, but there was no hint of him being unable to withstand that pain on his face. Is that me? Su Ming had never felt so shaken before. He realized that the scar that was carved on his face when he was in Dark Mountain was not on the strung-up Su Ming's face. He saw himself hanging in nothingness, and right before him was an enormous head. This head was about the size of hundreds of Su Ming added together. He had red hair and the imposing look on his face exuded ferociousness. That head wore earrings made of snake bones. On his forehead was a mark of lightning. There were also a great number of markings on his face. It looked as if he was born with it, and those markings exuded a savage and wild presence. The eyes of the head were open. They may have been dull and lifeless, but even though those eyes were dead, Su Ming still felt as if the sky was rendered apart and the earth opened up when he saw the head. There was an indescribable power in it that looked down upon all that lived. All that lived had to lower their heads and worship in trembling fear before the head. However, it was still dead. A shocking red sword was stuck in the skull. It penetrated the entire head and half of the blade had come out from the other side. Su Ming also saw more than 9 red needles stuck on the head. With a stunned and blank look on his face, Su Ming looked at the head and at the strung-up Su Ming hanging in the air. He shifted his gaze towards the direction that the strung-up Su Ming was looking and saw a person sitting on the hilt of the sword in the head. That person wore wide robes and his face could not be seen clearly. But the moment Su Ming saw this person, he felt a freezing chill fill his entire mind, which soon turned into anxiety and fear. This is your destiny. You cannot deny it. A cold voice that seemed to travel from a place far away fell into his ears. It echoed in the void as if it was a law, and it was forced onto him. That voice stayed for a long time, and all those who opposed the will of the law would be punished. Tian. Hong Kong's trembling and weak voice carried with it respect and fear as it echoed in Su Ming's divine sense. He had divided up most of the power from his origin spirit to counterbalance the increasingly stronger absorption force. Whatever remained of the power in his origin spirit saw what Su Ming saw. When Hong Kong saw the giant head, he became afraid. Then when he saw the person on the sword hilt above the head and heard the voice, that fear became so strong it was as if he was looking at a demon in his nightmare. one that made him extremely terrified but full of respect at the same time. I refuse. Su Ming saw the strung-up Su Ming open his eyes. They were deadly still and so quiet it was frightening. The moment the strung-up him opened his eyes, Su Ming saw a line of blood appear underneath his eyes. That line of blood seemed to have appeared out of thin air and soon revealed itself entirely. It was the wound left on his face when he was in Dark Mountain. The one scar he did not want to lose. You truly disappoint me, but you cannot refuse my will. The person sitting atop the hilt of the sword lifted his head. His face still could not be seen, but the merciless and aloof look in his eyes could be. When Su Ming saw his gaze, a thunderous roar ran through his mind and a sharp pain as if he was being torn apart burst forth, causing everything before him to shatter abruptly and turn into countless shards. Di Tian, you lied to me. You lied to me. At the same time, a shrill cry reverberated through the air. That voice belonged to Hong Kong. His screams rapidly weakened until they eventually disappeared. Everything vanished. That roar continued echoing in Su Ming's mind as if there were hundreds upon thousands of thunderbolts rumbling incessantly in his mind. It made all what he saw disappear. The fog before him rapidly thickened until it looked as if all of those things had never happened before. Only that aloof gaze seemed to penetrate through the fog of memories, landing on Su Ming's body. You truly disappoint me. A shudder ran through Su Ming and he opened his eyes. His entire body was drenched in sweat. The moment he opened his eyes, blood flowed out of the corner of his lips and he could not help but cough out a mouthful of blood. Even his mask fell to the side when he coughed out blood, revealing his pale and baffled face underneath. On his face, the scar underneath his eyes that was left behind from the time in Dark Mountain became red. Sounds of rapid breathing came from Su Ming. He panted harshly. His eyes were bloodshot, and as he placed both of his hands on the ground, his body trembled. Is this part of the memories I lost? After a long while, Su Ming wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and mumbled as he looked around the Dark Mountain cave. Some of my memories have truly been wiped away. Is the person who erased my memories that Ditian Hong Kong spoke about? Who is he? Where did he come from? What is he to me? What was I refusing in the memories I lost? That head underneath that person obviously belongs to a berserker. Who is he? Su Ming trembled. He remembered Nan Tian talking about the second god of berserkers who lost his head. It's just a head. And it alone gave me the feeling as if I was looking at a deity. Could that head belong to the second god of berserkers? Ditian. Hong Kong was screaming that Ditian lied to him before he died. Who is this Ditian? The bewilderment on his face was like a flood that drowned out all other emotions. Who am I? Destiny. Su Ming asked himself quietly. He lifted his head but did not roar or growl. He simply mumbled in a voice that only he could hear. Who am I? He laughed brokenly in his bewilderment. He felt lost. He was like an injured beast that had to survive alone. Like a person who had lost his memories and refused to believe what he was seeing. Like a grown-up tree that forgot how old it was. Like water in a palm that would be lost the moment it was flung out. Su Ming knelt on the ground as if he had lost himself. He originally thought he could obtain an answer, but that answer only made him sink into deeper confusion. Is this destiny? It's just like a ball of hair. The head cannot be found and neither can the end. Su Ming closed his eyes. He could not wrap his head around it. He did not want to go out, preferring to sit alone in the darkness to find the answer quietly. His mind had already overlooked the fact that Hong Kong had died inside him. Besides some parts of his broken origin spirit that was absorbed by the piece of stone debris in his body, the rest had turned into glittering spots of light that encircled Su Ming's spirit sphere before they were slowly absorbed. He also overlooked the reverted berserker bone of the berserker soul realm that was brought in by Hong Kong and was left within his body. Due to Hong Kong's death, it was slowly being assimilated into Su Ming's body. As it melted, Su Ming's blood was also circulating and absorbing it at a shocking speed. It was just as Hong Kong had said, if he did not die, then it would become his serendipity. In the blink of an eye, another month passed by. Since a month ago, the hidden grounds underneath Han Mountain City became a thing of the past. It was no longer hidden and anyone could go in as they pleased without having to face any limitations anymore. The secret that had surrounded Han Mountain City for years disappeared. Besides the leaders of the 3 tribes and some limited amount of tribe members, very few people knew that an incredible change had happened in this place during the past month. The rest only knew what they saw, that during a night 1 month ago, as a shocking boom reverberated through the sky, the figure of a person rushed out from the deep canyons underneath Han Mountain City. Behind that person was a gigantic monster roaring as it chased after him. At the same time as the person flew out from the canyon, one person flew out from both Tranquil East Tribe and Puqiang Tribe. They intercepted him and fought against him. This battle did not last long. The person finally died and was beheaded. Those not involved did not know who that person was, but the leaders of the 3 tribes knew that this person was Han Mountain's ancestor. The death of Han Mountain's ancestor allowed the 3 tribes to no longer be slaves. They finally obtained their long-awaited freedom, which allowed them to be free from the chains binding them forever to Han Mountain. They could finally expand and make their tribes bigger. Lake of Colors tribe obtained all the legacy of Han Mountain's ancestor left behind in the swordship. Freezing Sky Clan did not demand from them any of it. The old man in red robes took away the swordship with him before he left with his people. As Lake of Colors tribe had understood the secret behind the 4-dimensional layer relocation art, they were considered to have made a great contribution. Lake of Colors tribe decided to migrate before the silent Tranquil East and Puqiang. They willingly gave up on the control of Han Mountain City and gave out a notice to dismiss all their guests. They would use a year to move their entire tribe away. Lake of Colors tribe also gave all the herbs in the originally hidden land under Han Mountain City to Puqiang and Tranquil East. The 2 tribes did not take away too many herbs but left behind most of them to alleviate the tension between them. After all, the 3 tribes had worked together in developing the city for hundreds of years, and some form of alliance had been made between them. If it was destroyed because of this, it would not be worth it. When the people in Han Mountain City learned about this and explored the previously hidden grounds with their curiosity towards the unknown, some of them managed to find some herbs and obtain serendipity, but most of them came back empty-handed. Yet because outsiders could come to the place that was once shrouded in mystery and see with their own eyes the place that had bound the 3 tribes there, their curiosity with the mystery of the place was satisfied. During this month, the once mysterious place received a large amount of people, more than ever before. Most of the berserkers from Han Mountain City went there, causing the place to slowly lose its mysteriousness. Following the act of Lake of Colors tribe dismissing all their guests, Puqiang tribe did the same thing as they no longer possessed any desire for the hidden grounds. They also dismissed their guests because they no longer needed their help. Tranquil East tribe did the same thing. The 3 tribes closed their doors to outsiders, which caused certain changes in some state of affairs in Han Mountain City. Yet these changes were minuscule compared to the largely important event of Freezing Sky Clan coming to Han Mountain City to take in disciples, an event that only occurred once every couple years. The entire Han Mountain City became lively once again. Most of the time, the only thing talked about by the outsiders was Freezing Sky Clan coming to the city to take in disciples. It was a desire of almost every single berserker in the land of South Morning to either join Freezing Sky Clan or Western Sea Clan. It was also clear that those who came to Han Mountain City had chosen Freezing Sky Clan as their target. Freezing Sky Clan was incredibly strict when it came to taking in disciples. They had a unique system for those who wanted to join. Take, for example, Han Mountain City. If those not from the 3 tribes wanted to join, they would need to challenge the chains of Han Mountain to show their worth. Yet this was only to show their worth. It was still uncertain whether they would be taken in. At the same time, during this month, one name started circulating among a small group of people until it eventually grew into a discussion of the whole Han Mountain City. This name was uttered by Nan Tian's lips, was acknowledged silently by Shen Luan, was searched by Lake of Colors tribes Han Fei Zi, and gradually, no one in Han Mountain City did not know of that name. That name was Mo Su. Due to the numerous discussions about that name, the people of Han Mountain City gradually became familiar with it, and from that familiarity they sensed this person's strength and mysteriousness. He was a new guest of Tranquil East Tribe, and his level of cultivation could not be estimated. Yen Guang from Lake of Colors Tribe had died at his hands, but Lake of Colors Tribe was not holding him accountable for it. Tranquil East Tribe had dismissed all their guests but one, and that person was the mysterious Mo Su. It was rumored that this person had already transcended. 1 month ago, when he was in the hidden grounds of Han Mountain, he was on equal standing to Nan Tian and had managed to stun Xianluan. He had also fought against Han Feizi. That battle had not ended in either participant's death. But once Han Feizi returned to Lake of Colors tribe, she started searching for this person frequently, which made all those watching get an inkling of what had happened. Each appearance of a powerful berserker in the Transcendence realm would cause a ruckus in Han Mountain City. Besides the 3 tribes, there were originally only 5 people who had transcended. Besides Xianluan and Nan Tian, there was also Ku Jiuxi from Lake of Colors tribe. The other 2 people did not join any tribes. Their goal in going to Han Mountain City was clear. They wanted to join Freezing Sky Clan. These 5 people were like the brilliant sun during noon. If any one of them joined any tribe, they would all become chief guests. Yet the 6th transcended berserker appeared, causing the discussions revolving around him to grow. The cause of this was largely related to this person still refusing to appear. It seemed like the mysteriousness surrounding Mo Su increased because this person had yet to appear. The people only knew that he dressed in a black robe and that the most obvious characteristic on his person was the black mask he wore. No one knew what his face looked like underneath the mask. Nan Tian had even once casually said one sentence. Mo Su is someone I can't compare to, neither can Xianluan, nor any of the transcended berserkers in Han Mountain City. The meaning behind the words itself was astonishing. But when he said it and Xianluan agreed to it silently, along with Ku Jiuxi, who nodded, it caused a ruckus within Han Mountain City. This mysterious 6th transcended berserker in Han Mountain was the most discussed topic besides the event of Freezing Sky Clan coming to take in disciples. Perhaps this obviously instigated discussion caused all of those within Han Mountain City to pay attention to everyone beside them. They were all subconsciously searching for that mysterious Mo Su. Han Feizi sat quietly in a chamber on the mountain belonging to Lake of Colors tribe. Sitting before her was a middle-aged man with a pleasant demeanor. This man wore a green robe. He looked at Han Feizi and chuckled lightly before he spoke. I've already done as you wished and pushed this person to the teeth of the storm, even though I don't know why you'd want to do that. Thank you, Senior Jiuxi, Han Feizi said calmly. It's fine. I'm just curious. Just how good is this person? Not only are you looking for him, but even Tranquil East Tribe is working with you to cause a storm, all for the purpose of finding him as well. It's a good thing that Puqiang Tribe has closed off their tribe once they've dismissed the guests and no longer has any connection to the outside world, or else if they joined in as well, I'd be even more taken aback by this Mo Su. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. Han Feizi fell silent and did not speak. After a long while, the middle-aged man let out a chuckle he could not stifle before he stood up and left. A short moment went by after he left, and a strange glow appeared in Han Feizi's eyes as she mumbled, Mo Su, I won't believe that you died. You still owe me a promise. Tranquil East Tribe was also searching for Su Ming. Under the persistence of the tribe leader of Tranquil East Tribe and his little sister, Han Songzi, the entire Tranquil East Tribe was called into action and started searching on a large scale, which included searching the area where Su Ming had disappeared, the once hidden grounds of Han Mountain. Yet no one managed to find him even as another month passed by, and so Mo Su became increasingly more mysterious. In the deep canyons hundreds upon thousands of feet under Han Mountain City, the silhouettes of people could often be seen running among the valleys underneath the ground. During these past 2 months, there were plenty of people who came searching, but no one knew that a strange mountain cave existed within a certain valley. No one would be able to notice this cave. Right then, a mumble could be heard echoing within this cave. Who am I? Su Ming was sitting inside the cave with his eyes open. His eyes were filled with red and his gaze was dazed and blank. He had forgotten about time and forgotten where he was. All he could think about was the question that had no answer. The mountain cave was not dark. During these 2 months, red light gradually filled the cave. The red light came from Su Ming's body. Many blood veins covered his body densely and let out flickering light as they continued increasing. The berserker bone within him had melted and was absorbed by his qi as it circulated in his body, causing Su Ming's blood veins to have increased to 926. His blood veins were still increasing, but Su Ming did not notice any of it. His whole mind was submerged in one single thought. This was the first time in his memories where he pondered about his destiny and who he was with such a strange state of mind. During these 2 months, he lived in a muddled state as if he was lost. As he continued thinking in this condition, his presence changed. This change was faint and difficult to discover, but it was there. It was just like how he had changed when he treaded through the red path and came to an understanding. People seldom sank into a train of thought where they thought about their own identity. They would naturally speak out words such as "I am who I am," yet these words were spoken without prior thought. It was simply a false affirmation that the person himself could not ascertain was true because he did not know the answer himself. "If I am who I am, then who am I?" Su-Ming muttered. He could not wrap his head around it. He wanted to know the answer. The answer seemed vague and distant. Perhaps no one could explain it to him. At that moment, it was as if he was in the midst of a crowd of people who had their eyes closed, and only he had managed to force open his eyes, a slit that would close up at any moment, the second he could no longer withstand it any longer. It was as if he was struggling to climb up an abyss, and as he was faced with the danger of falling back at any moment, he fought hard to lift his head and look at the world outside the canyon. He did not know what he saw. He could only struggle to try and see it more clearly. In his muddled state, he remembered a sentence left behind by someone in the beast skin scrolls that the elder had given him. It was also the sentence that he could not understand the most. "You cannot see the world that I see." Su-Ming could not describe what he saw. Perhaps he did not even see anything. Yet he was still struggling to see clearly, even though he did not even know himself just what he wanted to see. The world before him was black. There was no light. "Do I desire to see light?" Su-Ming mumbled a question that no one cared to answer. There was no answer to this. Neither did he think that he required an answer any longer. Because he suddenly understood. What he needed was neither light nor darkness. "What I want to see is clarity. I want to see the naked truth." Su-Ming closed his eyes, but not just his physical eyes. He also shut down his thoughts, his mind, and his soul. It was as if that slit that had been forcibly opened could no longer withstand the pressure and finally chose to close up once again, as if he had just struggled up to the edges of the abyss and lifted his head to see the world outside before he fell back inside. Even so, he still managed to see something. "If the day comes and I finally understand who I am, only then will I be me. Right now I am Su-Ming. I am Mo-Su." Su-Ming opened his eyes. There was still bewilderment in them. But that bewilderment was already hidden away deep within his heart and his thoughts. He suddenly felt extremely lonely. That loneliness stemmed from his heart, as if he had been abandoned by the entire world and the entire universe. He felt as if he had just lost his soul and could not find it. He was like a lost child that could not find his way back, like a wanderer that left his home and forgot the smell of his home in this vast world. "Wherefore doth thou cry, O blue sky?" Su-Ming had once been ignorant about these words and had even mulled over them. Right now, they appeared in his heart and he gradually began to understand them somewhat. He fell silent. The calmness in his eyes exuded an air of loneliness as he sat quietly in the silent mountain cave. However, while his calm and silence this time may have seemed similar to how he was previously, it was in truth completely different from before. In his memories, after he experienced everything in Dark Mountain and woke up in the strange and unfamiliar land of South Morning, he learned how to be silent, how to be calm, and how to be alone. Yet he had learned all these to hide. It was used to hide the true emotions in his heart. It was simply a childish disguise. Right now, as Su-Ming lifted his right hand and touched the scar on his face, there was no longer any need for his silence and calmness to hide anything. It came straight from his heart, and instead of a cover, it became something that stemmed from his soul. Su-Ming lowered his head and mumbled to himself, "Have I grown up?" In his memories, the brilliantly smiling boy who had spoke naively and had the elder hold his hand like a child still remained in his heart. The childhood friend who had asked him in the snow whether they would remain together until they became old and her hair that had a slight fragrance still remained in Su-Ming's heart. "I grew up." Su-Ming lifted his head. The moment he did so, booming sounds instantly burst forth from within his body and reverberated around him. It turned into a large number of echoes in the mountain cave, sounding as if they had turned into low roars and howls that did not disappear even after a long time had passed. Amidst these booming sounds, red light shone from Su-Ming's body. This red light instantly illuminated the dark mountain cave in a shade of red, causing everything inside to sink into a world where everything was red. Brilliant red. It signified power and a person's level of cultivation. This here was a shade of red that pierced into the eyes of all those who looked at it. With Su Ming acting as the center, that red light shone strongly outward into its surroundings. Under Su Ming's silence and calmness, the robes he wore were shredded into pieces and disappeared into nothingness. Only the storage bag and other items remained, falling by his feet. Once his robes disappeared, an innumerable amount of dense blood veins could be seen covering Su Ming's body. It was difficult for a normal person to tell just how many of them there were with just one glance. Only Su Ming himself knew. As of then, there were 937 blood veins on his body. If I don't die, then this will become my serendipity. Hong Kong. Thank you. Su Ming was not surprised by the change in his body. Hong Kong's words rose up in his heart. He could also clearly feel the presence of the berserker bone that had assimilated into his body. He could still feel it slowly melting within him. It should not have been so easy for Su Ming to absorb the berserker bone, but due to the doings of fate, the body of the original owner of this berserker bone had been refined into Hong Kong's replica. Hong Kong himself might not have had the time to train and increase the power of the replica, but it still had experienced a silent transformation due to the berserker's influence over the years. As the bone melted, the power that spilled out from it was the prime reason why Su Ming's power was increasing by leaps and bounds. He sat down and melted away all his confusion into his heart. He did not want to show it. He did not know where his path led to, but he knew one thing: only when he was powerful could he find the answers to his questions. Only then could he have the chance and time to find his own answers. I don't care whether this is destiny or whether my memories have been wiped out. Someday I will find the answer, and when I find that answer, I will obtain the right to decide my own fate. Su Ming took in a deep breath. The blood veins in his body let out a loud bang and increased once again. 941, 943, and they continued increasing until they reached 952. 950 blood veins was a rare sight in the land of berserkers. This state was known as the completion of the blood solidification realm. Those who managed to manifest 980 blood veins would be known to have attained great completion of the blood solidification realm. Those who could arrive at this state in the blood solidification realm were incredibly rare. Even if there was someone who used the same method as Su Ming and absorbed a berserker bone from the bone sacrifice realm, without Hong Kong's influence on that bone over the thousands of years, they would not be able to obtain the same results. It was not as easy as it sounded either. The berserker blood within the person's body was also an important factor. At the moment the 952nd blood vein appeared on Su Ming's body, there were nearly 100 people in the once hidden grounds of Han Mountain. These people were either in groups of 3 or 5 or were moving alone. They were all spread out as they searched around the hidden grounds. This place was originally quiet, but at the moment, although the ground did not move, all the berserkers in the place suddenly felt the blood veins in their bodies going into disarray as if they had just lost control over them. This sudden change immediately shocked them. What happened? A middle-aged man came out of a valley, which was one of the spots where the herbs were planted. His expression changed. His blood veins were all gathering together automatically in his body, causing his entire body to let out red light. It made the middle-aged man momentarily stunned before an alarmed look appeared on his face. All the people who were gathered in the hidden grounds had the same reaction at this moment. They were enveloped by the light spreading out from the blood veins in their bodies. That blood light was not stable, as if there was an incredibly powerful absorption force dragging that light, trying to separate it from their bodies. What is this? What's going on here? I can't control my blood veins anymore. Damn it. This only happens if I run into a transcended berserker. Is there a berserker in the transcendence realm here? That's not right. This is difficult even for berserkers in the transcendence realm. There aren't even 100 people in this place right now. Look at the red light around us. It's clear that everyone lost control of their blood veins. The people in the hidden grounds burst into a commotion, and it stirred up a wave of panic and alarm within them. If they were in another place, perhaps this panic would not appear. After all the berserkers who came to this place were not weaklings. Yet this place was the most mysterious place in Han Mountain City just 2 months ago. Even though it was now open to the public and 2 months had gone by, some degree of mysteriousness still remained to it. If such a drastic change happened in a place like this, how could they not be alarmed? There must be a secret here that the three tribes had not discovered. It might have just been activated, and it already made me feel as if my blood veins are going to fall apart and fly out from my body. I cannot stay here. A white-haired old man quickly left the place to return to Han Mountain with a grave expression on his pale and ashen face. In his mind, this place was incredibly dangerous. It was not a place that he could explore. However, he had only just started running and had not even managed to cover a distance of 1,000 feet when a rumble that shook the earth suddenly came upon the numerous valleys in the hidden grounds. Once the tremors started, the earth moved and mountains shook, causing the wind and clouds to change. It made all the people in the hidden grounds let out cries of surprise. That old man did not even turn back to look. His heart pounded against his chest, and his determination to leave this place as soon as possible became stronger. Quite a few people harbored the same thoughts. There were dozens of berserkers around the area, and they were all dashing from different locations towards the exit. However, right after the tremor, a strong wave of intimidating pressure suddenly swept through the place like a typhoon, instantly covering the entire hidden grounds. The pressure came too suddenly, catching everyone off guard. Booming sounds reverberated through the air, the intimidating pressure so great it shook the sky. All those who wanted to leave trembled. They could not help but stop under the pressure to immediately sit down and circulate the blood in their blood veins to resist the pressure on their bodies. The starry sky that originally existed in above had disappeared as the seal was broken. What they saw then was a clear blue sky that stretched far into the distance. This piece of sky belonged to the berserkers and to the land of South Morning. At that moment, clouds tumbled in the sky. As they gathered together, a golden light surrounded them. This strange change immediately attracted the attention of all the people in Han Mountain City. Even those from the three tribes cast their eyes towards that scene. What happened? Why did the sky suddenly change? Are the people from Freezing Sky Clan here already? That can't be right. They should only be here several months later according to their schedule. What strong pressure! My blood veins are already going slightly out of control. Just what is the meaning of this strange phenomenon? What's the meaning of this sight? The clouds are gathering, golden light is surrounding them. Could it be? Could it be that a treasure has just appeared? Almost every single person in Han Mountain City put aside whatever they were doing and lifted their heads to look at the sky, and sounds of discussions started buzzing in the air. The people's faces were filled with astonishment and perplexity. Some of them were even showing hints of fear towards the unknown. This is the... Within Han Mountain City was an old man who was trembling slightly. This old man stood in the crowd with a cane supporting him as he looked dumbly at the sky. In his eyes was not bewilderment but disbelief and astonishment. This is the god of berserkers' blessing that will only appear when a person who has attained great completion of the blood solidification realm reaches the transcendence realm. This is the old man cried out instinctively. His words were overheard by the people around him. After a short period of silence, cries of surprise that grew increasingly stronger burst forth from among them. There were few who could recognize that strange phenomenon in the sky, but that did not mean that none existed. There were already some who recognized this in Han Mountain City. Their words shocked the entire city, causing discussing voices to fill the air. Nan Tian sat on a stone chair situated in the courtyard of an elegant house in the second layer of Han Mountain City. Beside him was a middle-aged man. That man had a pleasant demeanor, as if expressions of happiness and anger seldom appeared on his face. He was holding a cup of wine and was currently drinking with Nan Tian. That was the moment when the phenomenon in the sky appeared. Faint sounds of commotion wafted into their ears. Nan Tian lifted his head, and when he saw the sight, a shudder ran through his body. The middle-aged man with the pleasant demeanor also looked over. His eyes remained calm and his expression did not change, but the hand holding the wine cup trembled, and some of the wine spilled out. The transcendence of a berserker who reached the great completion of the blood solidification realm. It doesn't seem like it's a berserker who reached great completion. I once encountered a prodigy who transcended with 982 blood veins. The atmosphere at that time was even grander compared to this time. The middle-aged man was the former chief guest of Lake of Colors tribe, Kujiosi. But it's still a berserker who has reached completion of the blood solidification realm. Once a person like this transcends, even if he has just arrived to the transcendence realm, he can easily outmatch most of those in the initial stage of the transcendence realm and become one of the top. Since when did someone like this appear in Han Mountain City? Nantian took a deep breath. He might be acting as he usually was, but due to the strange phenomenon, mixed feelings coupled with shock grew in his heart. This presence is coming out from the hidden grounds under Han Mountain. Should we take a look? A glint appeared briefly in Kujosi's eyes. No need. If this person is transcending in such a grand manner, then he must have made ample preparations to defend himself. It's not worth it if we go and he is mistaken about our intentions. It's better if we go and greet him once he succeeds. It's impossible for him to fail transcending like this. Nantian stated languidly. Say, could this person be the mysterious Mo-Su that has become famous lately? Kujosi suddenly asked. Nantian narrowed his eyes and looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky for a while. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head. I've observed that Mo-Su before. He didn't seem like he'd never transcended. In fact, he seemed like he had originally transcended, but due to an accident, his level of cultivation had fallen. Shouldn't be him. Kujosi fell silent. Amidst his uncertainty, Nantian looked at the strange sight in the sky and found that he could not make up his mind. As these two people fell silent, Xianluan was standing in a corner at the third layer of Han Mountain City with a dark expression on his face. As he stared at the strange phenomenon in the sky, his expressions was constantly changing. Who is this person? If he's choosing to transcend now, then it must be because he's preparing to enter Freezing Sky Clan. Completion in the blood solidification realm. Completion in the blood solidification realm. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't bother you, but if you block my path, then I'll test whether the transcended berserkers who had reached the completion in the blood solidification realm are truly as strong as they are said to be. When the strange phenomenon in the sky appeared, those within Han Mountain City were not the only ones shocked and moved into flurried discussion. The change in the sky also attracted the attention of the three tribes. Yanluan's expression was grave as she stood at the top of the mountain of Lake of Colors tribe and looked at the sky. Her black hair swayed in the wind. She wore a red robe and looked stunningly beautiful. Transcending in Han Mountain City? I wouldn't have minded if it was just a normal berserker transcending. But you're one of those rare berserkers who reached completion in the blood solidification realm. Didn't you know that people like you are not allowed to transcend at will at other people's turfs? Who are you? Yanluan hesitated for a moment before she lowered her head and looked at the canyons underneath Han Mountain City. She could feel that the person who was transcending was there. However, she did not go forward recklessly. She had come to the same conclusion as Nantian. Those who had attained completion in the blood solidification realm were definitely extraordinary people. It was impossible for a powerful berserker like that to not have made any preparations for his transcendence. Unless they had some sort of scorching hate between them, very few people would go and seek these people when they were transcending, much less Yanluan, who was the tribe leader of Lake of Colors tribe. There were a lot more things she had to take into deep consideration. Similarly, besides the other people from Lake of Colors tribe watching the bizarre sight in the sky from the mountain of Lake of Colors tribe, Han Feizi was also looking at the sky calmly. There was uncertainty in her eyes, but no envy or shock. If I transcended, this will also happen to me. But who is this? Could it be him? Han Feizi frowned as she fell into contemplative silence. There was a small crowd standing quietly at the mountain of Puqiang tribe. They were also looking at the sky, but no one was talking. No one knew what they were thinking amidst the silence. The elder of Tranquil East tribe sat at the top of the mountain. Behind him was the tribe leader, Fengshen, the head of the guards, the chief of war, and others. All of them were looking at the sky, the expressions on their faces constantly changing between shock, envy, and uncertainty. Interesting. The elder of Tranquil East smiled faintly. Besides Han Feizi from Lake of Colors tribe, this is the second person who has attained completion in the blood solidification realm, but he's not one of our Tranquil East. Su Ming did not know that the transcended presence triggered by the increase of his blood veins had caused a change in the sky, which forced all the people who were in the hidden grounds to sit down cross-legged and meditate to resist their rampaging qi and the intimidating pressure that fell upon them. Neither did he know that the change in this place had attracted the attention of the world outside. As of now, Su Ming was simply sitting cross-legged in the cave as his blood veins continued increasing. It had now gone from 952 blood veins to 963. They were still increasing. 963 blood veins. That amount had already surpassed Han Feizi's. The blood veins shone with a shocking blood-red light on Su Ming's body, as if it did not want to just stop at dyeing the cave red. It wanted to turn the cave into a sea of blood. As his blood veins increased, a faint feeling of transcendence appeared at the bottom of Su Ming's heart. This feeling gradually became clearer. An urge that seemed irresistible slowly formed, making him want to lift his arms and draw out his very own berserker mark. At the same moment as the blood veins in Su Ming's body continued increasing, the people who were near the mountain cave in the hidden grounds and could not leave turned pale. Their expressions were overcome with terror. They were nearing their limits. Once they could not resist it any longer, what awaited them was their bodies exploding and the blood veins being sucked out. This is a berserker who attained completion of the blood solidification realm transcending. Some of the people had already guessed the answer. Yet once they did, they lost their courage to continue resisting. Deep despair rose within their hearts. A normal berserker transcending would not cause such a change in the weather and would usually quietly choose a safe place to transcend. Only those who had attained completion in the transcendence realm would evoke such a change in their surroundings. At the same time, anyone who got too close and did not have a similar amount of blood veins as that person would crumble and break down, like how a sword shatters when it strikes a piece of jade, the moment he successfully transcended. Every single person had their eyes trained on the place, but that would not save the nearly 100 people who were dragged into this. Su Ming's breathing grew rapid. His right hand rose up slowly. The feeling of transcendence became even stronger and more distinct. He was even certain that if he wanted to, he could transcend at that very moment. However, I haven't found the materials suitable for me to synthesize my origin transcended berserker vessel. If I transcend now, I can only use the item left behind by Hifeng. Also, I have a feeling that if I suppress the urge to transcend, my blood veins will still increase. Su Ming's right hand was trembling. He needed an incredible amount of willpower to suppress the urge to transcend. A brilliant shine appeared in his eyes. Within that shine was resolve and ambition. 963 blood veins only allows me to attain completion for the blood solidification realm. I don't want to transcend to completion. If I'm going to transcend, then I'll try and manifest more than 980 blood veins to attain great completion for the blood solidification realm. If I don't want to transcend, then I'll leave it at that, but if I transcend, then I will make sure I have no regrets. I only lack Sky Flute Branch for Spirit Plunder now. Tranquil East Tribe is searching for it for me. The isolation grounds for Han Mountain's ancestors might be in disarray now, but if they want to get it, it shouldn't be a problem for them. If I transcend, I wonder if the Spirit Plunder can serve as my origin berserker vessel. I can't rush into this. I can't rush. Su Ming's eyes flashed and veins popped out on his face as he suppressed his urge to transcend. He forced his right hand down. The instant he forced his right hand down, his body suddenly started trembling violently. Booming sounds reverberated through the air. Suppressing that urge was akin to forcefully quelling lava that was originally going to erupt. Yet by doing so, it naturally made the explosive power that was stored in his body become stronger. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air, and Su Ming immediately felt as if his body was going to be torn apart. Going against the urge to transcend and reversing the process of transcendence to gain more blood veins was an act that was clearly not allowed. As the rumbling sounds started in his body, Su Ming's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth started bleeding, but his eyes just became brighter. I will decide when I want to transcend, not nature and not any deity, Su Ming muttered, and the moment he did so, his blood veins increased instantly by 10. They went from 963 straight to 973. It only continued from there, 974, 975, 976. As his blood veins increased, that feeling as if he was being torn apart became stronger. But Su Ming could sense that with each additional blood vein, his strength once he transcended would increase. Once the blood veins in his body increased to 979 and he only needed one more vein before he attained great completion of the blood solidification realm, that urge calling him to transcend came crashing into his will like a wave, making him instinctively lift his right hand once again. At that moment in the world outside, the strange phenomenon in the sky grew in size. The clouds tumbled out in all directions and let out rumbling sounds. The golden light was so bright it was piercing, and it looked as if it was going to turn into the statue of a deity. The nearly 100 people who sat cross-legged in the hidden grounds located in the canyons and were resisting the pressure were bleeding out of their mouths. Their eyes were filled with despair. In the mountain cave, Su Ming stared at his raised right hand with a cold look and said slowly, "So, this is transcendence? It's like some sort of summoning. But today, I will not transcend. This is my will." Su Ming lifted his head and stared above as if he saw through the mountain cave the faint statue of a deity slowly materializing in the sky. Fine control. Su Ming closed his eyes. His blood veins stopped increasing abruptly at 979 and with fine control they started quelling down from their irritable state, going into hiding one after another. I will decide my own fate. I rarely hanker after things, but that's not because I don't have any desires. If I'm going to go for something, then I'll definitely aim high. Su Ming wiped away the blood at the corners of his mouth, then a cold smirk appeared on his lips. 979, 943, 912, 887. The blood veins in Su Ming's body were hidden away at a shocking speed under his will using fine control. As they were hidden away, the urge to transcend was also forcefully quelled within him. If I can't even control when I transcend, then how can I decide my own fate? The light in Su Ming's eyes flickered. Most of the blood veins in his body were hidden away once again under fine control. As the blood veins in his body were concealed and the urge to transcend was forcefully quelled by his will, so that he could decide the time to do it himself, the people in the hidden grounds of Han Mountain near the mountain cave who were in despair as they continued resisting the pressure were already without hope. Almost all of them had blood flowing out from the corners of their mouths. They could even already feel death approaching them, see their bodies exploding and the devastating sight of their blood veins rushing out of their bodies. The will to survive made them continue resisting even though they knew that it was useless. They still wanted to search for that perhaps non-existent way to survive. Yet when Su Ming made all his blood veins scatter, suppressing the urge to transcend, the near 100 berserkers immediately discovered that their rampaging blood veins were calming down, and that intimidating pressure disappeared even more quickly. The sudden discovery made all of those people who were originally bound to die to be overwhelmed by ecstasy. Most of them were taken aback for a moment before they started running without any hesitation. They ran for their lives in a mad dash as their hearts pounded with nervousness and fear. But there were some who understood the situation. They may have also been fleeing quickly, but before they ran out or after they took a few steps and hesitated for a moment, they bowed towards the valley that made them so terrified. Thank you for showing mercy. Thank you for not killing us. They did not mumble out these words. They were all shouted out with the power of their chi and echoed in the surroundings. As these voices grew in number, those who were running for their lives hesitated and stopped before they wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed towards the valleys, shouting out similar words. At some point, these voices rose and fell, turning into echoes in the air that spread out through the hidden grounds of Han Mountain. These people had escaped death, but fear lingered in their hearts. Every single one of them who was running away from the hidden grounds of Han Mountain had the same thought. Once they showed their gratitude, they immediately broke off into full speed and fled the place. The clouds in the sky were gathering together and golden light pierced through the clouds, covering most of the sky in its glow. The people could even distinctly see a rapidly materializing deity statue within the clouds. Yet at that moment, when Su Ming suppressed the urge to transcend, a shocking boom resounded through the clouds in the sky, as if there was someone inside that was roaring out of anger. The golden light flickered and became dull. The rapidly materializing deity statue seemed to gain intelligence and looked as if it was lowering its head to gaze at where Su Ming was in the canyons that spanned hundreds upon thousands of feet under Han Mountain, which was situated in the vast land. I am the creation of the first god of berserkers, the deity statue of transcendence among berserkers. There was an incredibly great, imposing force coming from his voice. Booming sounds akin to thunder spread throughout the entire land. As his voice traveled forth, the land shook, and the mountain where Han Mountain City was located trembled. Many rocks fell from the mountain, and dust flew into the air, but the moment it appeared, it was suppressed by this force. Han Mountain City was not the only one affected. The mountains where the three tribes, Lake of Colors, Tranquil East, Puqiang, were located were also trembling. The might of the voice brought about astonishment and shock among the numerous onlookers down below. No one knew who was the first to kneel down, but after a moment almost everyone had knelt down on the ground to worship the faint deity statue. The crowd in Han Mountain City was like a black mass as they knelt on the ground. Their faces were filled with fanaticism and reverence as they looked at the figure in the sky. Their ears echoed with his imposing voice. Most of them had never seen the sight of a deity statue manifesting in the sky in their whole lives. I've once heard about the three great deity statues of the Berserker tribe. They were all created by the first god of berserkers, and each symbolizes the three great realms in the Berserker tribe: transcendence, bone sacrifice, berserker soul. I thought it was just a legend. How could I have known? Who would have known? This is real. The deity statue of transcendence. This is one of the three great deity statues of the Berserker tribe. The deity statue of transcendence. Nan Tian and Kujiosi could not remain calm. Both of them were kneeling down on one knee and were looking at the faint deity statue in the sky, feeling shaken to the core. This is the second time I've seen this deity statue. It's slightly more obscure than when I last saw it, but this is the first time I heard the deity statue speak. I may have known that the legends regarding the three deity statues were real, but this is the first time I saw it with my own eyes. It said in the legends that only those who had attained completion in the blood solidification realm could summon the deity statue that is enshrined within the Great Yu dynasty. This is the god of berserkers' blessing. Xianluan was also kneeling on one knee at a corner in Han Mountain City as he stared at the deity statue in the sky with a dumbfounded expression. The words it spoke echoed in Xianluan's ears. He clenched his fists. I was at my limit when I reached 913 blood veins. When I transcended, nothing happened. Compared to this person, Xianluan clenched his fists even tighter. Jealousy grew in his heart. This jealousy was not because of the person involved, but due to the situation. The members of the three tribes Lake of Colors, Tranquil East, and Puqiang were all kneeling on the ground, worshipping. Their eyes were filled with reverence as they looked at the deity statue in the sky. This deity statue was the embodiment of the entire Berserker tribe. It is said that during the age of the first god of berserkers, everyone was known as Berserk. There were no realms to speak of nor any ways to train. The first god of berserkers used his great strength and an innumerable amount of time to explore his body, creating the three deity statues, and from henceforth, created the realms that were suitable for berserkers to train: transcendence, bone sacrifice, and berserker soul. This isn't the first time I've seen the deity statue of transcendence, but it's the first time I heard him speak. Yan Luan's expression was respectful as she stood on the top of Lake of Colors Mountain. There was not a hint of that usual enchanting look on her face. At this moment, she looked as pure as a bamboo slip that had never been under the knife, clean and empty of words. As the imposing voice of the faint deity statue in the sky echoed in the air, its voice traveled into the ears of all those in the area and into Su Ming's mind. That voice was originally intended for him. If the onlookers could already feel its might just by hearing it, then Su Ming, who was at the center of it all, felt as if the voice was rumbling in his heart like millions of thunderbolts booming in the sky. His body felt as if it was about to break down. When he heard the rumbling voice that shook the sky and earth, a violent shudder ran through him. Blood flowed out from the corner of his lips, but he did not stop using fine control on his body. He had his head lifted upwards to look above him. Although he could not see what was outside, he could still feel one pair of eyes looking at him from where the voice had come from in the sky. That gaze was filled with an imposing might, but there was no life within it. It was merely a non-living object. The will endowed upon me is in accordance to the will of the first god of berserkers. I am to assist in the transcendence of the berserker tribe. All those whose blood is thicker than the ancients of berserkers shall take it the god of berserkers' blessing. As long as I exist, I will see that 'tis done. His voice was so mighty that it caused the land to shake once more. Wherefore, doth thou not transcend? A brilliant glow appeared in the eyes of the faint deity statue in the sky. That glow was an endless golden light that covered the entire land in an instant. As it covered the land, all those who looked would see that the earth had been dyed in gold. The final sentence caused all those who heard it tremble and turned into echoes in Su Ming's heart, as if there was a countless number of people howling that as if they were all interrogating him. Su Ming was trembling. The blood veins that he had hidden away with fine control had stormed out of his control and were showing signs of reappearing. The urge to transcend that he had suppressed also reappeared. It was as if there was a strong will coming from the deity statue that was forcing Su Ming to transcend right now. A part of my memories have been wiped off and I had no control over this. I came from Dark Mountain and was sucked into the void. I had no control over this either. I came to the land of South Morning and experienced a lot of things. I mostly just went along with the flow for everything that happened, and neither did I have any control over this. I searched for who I am. I wanted to open my eyes and see a world that other people might not have seen, but I still closed my eyes in the end. I had no control over this too. All my life as Su Ming and Mo Su, from what I remember, everything that happened to me seems to have been decided by other people. They wouldn't allow me to make my decisions. They would refuse to yield even an inch for me to change and master my own fate. I, who can't even walk my own path and control my own fate, will control it today. I want to walk my own path. I don't want to transcend now, and no one can change it. I will decide when I transcend. Su Ming stated calmly. He might be trembling due to that intimidating pressure in his mind, but the resolution in his voice symbolized the thoughts in his heart. You said you're the creation of the first god of berserkers and the deity statue that assists berserkers in transcending. Then how did the first god of berserkers transcend? Was there anyone who forced him to transcend? I don't need you to transcend. The instant Su Ming shouted out his will, he used fine control to take charge of his blood veins once again and hid them away once more. The faint deity statue in the sky fell into a short moment of silence before he cast a freezing look into Han Mountain's canyons. One who defies the will of the first god of berserkers has been found. As one who has committed the first offense, you will be given a warning. That voice was just as it had first appeared. There was not even a hint of his voice rising or falling. As his words traveled out, the faint deity statue gradually faded away as if it had fused into the air. The golden light disappeared and hid in the sky along with the tumbling clouds. The land was enveloped in silence. The bizarre phenomenon shocked all those who saw it. That shock was enough to make everyone choose to silently look at the canyons under Han Mountain City with mixed feelings. This was the first time all the onlookers here had seen someone who was originally supposed to transcend rejecting transcendence. Who is that? Why did he do that? I knew it, he's a berserker who attained completion in the blood solidification realm, but why did he refuse to transcend? I don't understand it. Defying the will of the first god of berserkers is something that has never been heard of before. When the deity statue in the sky and the clouds disappeared, long arcs charged from Han Mountain City, Lake of Colors Mountain, Tranquil East Mountain, and Pucheng Mountain towards the canyon. These people were all powerful berserkers from the three tribes and Han Mountain City. They wanted to know just who was the person who caused such a shocking sight to happen. Among these long arcs were Yen Luan, the elder of Tranquil East, the 5 transcended berserkers from Han Mountain City, and many other people from the 3 tribes. Han Songzi and Han Feizi were among these people. However, none would be able to find anything. Unless Su Ming wanted to go out of the mountain cave because of the half-layer within the 4-dimensional layer created by Hong Kong that not even Left Preceptor Show from Freezing Sky Clan had discovered, no one would be able to find him. They searched for him for several days before all of them left silently. They did not find any clues in the place. To them, the mysterious berserker who attained completion in the blood solidification realm had already left. During the month after the incident happened, everything about the identity of the mysterious person who had attained completion of the blood solidification realm gradually became the main topic among the people in Han Mountain City. All sorts of speculations rose up, and some were so ridiculous it was unbelievable. That unknown person became the same as the mysterious Mo Su, remembered by all those in Han Mountain City. Gradually, he became more and more talked about, and due to the mysteriousness surrounding him, his fame surpassed the original 5 transcended berserkers in Han Mountain City and was already as brilliant as the sun at noon. Some theorized that Mo Su and the mysterious person who attained completion of the blood solidification realm were one and the same, but it was only a theory. The leaders of the 3 tribes and the 5 transcended berserkers from Han Mountain City did not think so. Some among them had come into contact with Su Ming before, and once they compared notes, they dismissed this theory that appeared simply because it was far too easy to link both people together. It was 2 months since the appearance of the deity statue of transcendence in the sky. As nothing else had happened in the hidden grounds of Han Mountain City, some people grew bold and went to the place once more to search for possible serendipities or herbs that no one had discovered. However, these people were few and far in between. Nonetheless, people started appearing once again in the canyons hundreds upon thousands of feet beneath Han Mountain after it remained in deathly stillness for 2 months. Chao De was one of the few bold people. His hair might already be flecked in white, but he harbored great interest in searching for treasures. He had already visited the hidden grounds of Han Mountain many times in the past, and he was using the chance when there were few people in the place to come once again. This time he was not alone. He brought a boy with him. The boy was a little dense, but he listened to Chao Da's every word. These 2 people ran quickly in between the valleys. Sometimes they would stop to search a place carefully to see whether there were any secrets lying around that had not been discovered. "Uncle, there's nothing here." "Uncle, there's nothing here either." "Uncle, there's still nothing here." Every single time they searched through a valley, that dense boy would whisper out these words. "Uncle, there's—" The boy was about to speak at the entrance of a valley, but Chao De, who had not been able to find anything for several days, turned around and shouted at him. "What? Do you only know how to talk about nothing? Shut up." "Uncle, there's—" The boy scratched his head, but the moment he spoke, his words were cut off, just like before. "Stop talking. If I knew, I wouldn't have brought you here. If treasures lay at every corner of this place, would there even be a chance for us? This is an exploration. Exploration, do you get it? Boy, remember this. We're not searching for treasure. We're experiencing the journey," Chao De said sternly. The boy widened his eyes. That dense look on his face made Chao De think that he was talking to himself just now, and he could not help but rub the center of his brows. "That attitude of yours is wrong. Let me tell you this. Searching for treasure itself is an interesting thing. Don't keep thinking about the treasure. The process is very important. Did you think I came here to search for treasure? Then let me tell you, I came here to enjoy the process." Chao De decided to enlighten the younger member of his clan. "Do you understand? Uncle, there's—" The boy blinked, but the moment he opened his mouth, Chao De immediately laughed bitterly. He knew exactly what the boy wanted to say, so he shook his head, decided to ignore him, and walked forward. "Uncle, I understand. We're here for the process." When he saw that Chao De was ignoring him, the boy seemed to have understood his words, and he quickly ran after. On his way, he mumbled under his breath while twiddling with his fingers, "Even if I just saw a treasure just now, you're also uninterested in searching for it." "Okay, I get it now. We're here for the process." Chao De stroked his beard and nodded as he listened to the boy. "That's right. That's exactly it. Even if you found a treasure, I still—" As he continued onward, his footsteps suddenly faltered and he turned back in one swift motion, his eyes wide open. "What? What did you say? Treasure? You saw a treasure." The boy pointed at the valley they just left with a dense expression on his face. "It's over there. I wanted to tell you just now. There was a spot glowing over there." The moment he finished speaking, Chao De charged towards the valley incredibly quickly, leaving behind a whooshing sound. The boy scratched his head, unable to wrap his head around it. His uncle should have been uninterested in treasures. Why was he not enjoying the process now? He thought it was a very profound question and he could not understand it, but he still ran over quickly.
The moment he entered the valley, he saw Xiaoda looking all over the place incessantly.
Where is it? Where's the glowing spot? It's over there. That's the glowing spot I saw. The boy took a few brisk steps forward and pointed towards a spot on the wall of the valley. But the moment he touched it, his finger went right through. This scene immediately filled Xiao Da's face with ecstasy and excitement. He quickly looked around himself. Once he was certain that nobody was around, he charged towards the boy. He took a moment to observe the wall, and once he did so, he lifted a hand and placed it on the wall. Like the boy's, his hand went through. Haha! I've finally found a secret location. Xiao Da grabbed the dense boy excitedly and charged into the wall. His whole body went through. Cloud leaf grass. There are so many cloud leaf grass here. 1 cloud leaf grass can be sold for 100 stone coins. I'll be rich. Rich!
The moment Xiao Da came in, his eyes lit up. He stared at the spot where herbs grew located not too far ahead of him, and he rubbed his hands excitedly.
Uncle, there's... The boy's foolish voice traveled into his ears. I know. There are herbs here. These herbs are treasures. Xiao Da took a few brisk steps forward and arrived at the place where the herbs grew. He crouched down and grabbed the herbs happily. Uncle, there was a slight hitch in the boy's voice. I know you want to ask me why I'm not enjoying the process, right? Let me tell you, the process is important, but the treasure is more important. You must remember this well. All Xiao Da's impatience was forgotten in the face of his joy. As he explained himself, he quickly collected many herbs. Uncle, The boy's voice trembled even more, and there was even a hint of terror in it. It was a pity that Xiao Da's full attention was captured by the herbs, and he did not notice it. 8, 10, 13. I'll be rich. I'll definitely be rich this time. 14, 15. What did you just say? Didn't I just teach you?
Xiao Da licked his lips as he quickly gathered the herbs. He wants to say that there's someone here.
A cold voice suddenly reverberated through the air. That voice appeared too suddenly, causing Xiao Da's hand to stop picking that 16th shrub and his head to whip back with a look of shock. Standing beside the boy was a person. He was dressed entirely in black and had a clean and handsome face. There was a faint scar underneath his eyes. He was looking at Xiao Da coldly.
Uncle, he's right. I wanted to say that there's someone here. The boy let out a huge breath. Nervousness crept onto his face as well.
Xiao Da's heart pounded against his chest and killing intent appeared in his heart. The value of these herbs was too great and conflict was unavoidable between them. Yet the boy was right beside him, and this made Xiao Da hesitate. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly noticed that the chill in the man's eyes as he looked at him had seemed to turn physical, making Xiao Da's body tremble, as if it was instantly encased in ice, making him turn pale from head to toe. Say, Senior, please have mercy. Xiao Da shivered and fell to his knees, quickly begging for mercy. He might not know the man's level of cultivation, but the man could make him feel as if he had been encased in ice with just one glance. This was not something a person in the blood solidification realm could do. He had also just realized that he could not even manifest his blood veins before this person. This made him both shocked and terrified. That man was Su Ming. During these 2 months, Su Ming had gradually managed to suppress his blood veins. This was the day he came out of isolation. He had intended to find out how he could leave the hidden grounds of Han Mountain, but the moment he stepped out of the half-dimensional layer, he appeared in this mountain cave. He was about to leave when he discovered an old man and a boy entering the place. That old man did not see him. He went straight to the cloud leaf grass that Su Ming disregarded. Only the boy stood there looking at him dumbly. Su Ming stared at the old man with a contemplative look in his eyes. Did something happen after Hong Kong died? The old man's power is only around the 7th level of the blood solidification realm. How did he manage to take a child in here?
Xiao Da's heart raced even more quickly. He was feeling incredibly nervous. A large amount of sweat formed on his forehead as Su Ming stared at him.
Tell me all the major events that had happened in Han Mountain City in the recent years. If I'm satisfied, I'll let you have all the herbs here, Su Ming stated slowly. Xiaoda did not dare wipe away the sweat on his forehead. Neither did he try to guess why this person asked such a question. Once he heard it, he quickly spoke with a respectful tone, telling all that he knew of the past few years. When he said that the canyons were no longer sealed and people could come as they pleased, Su Ming's expression remained calm. Not a hint of change was seen on his face.
This Imosu still remains as a mystery. There's the even more mysterious berserker who attained the completion in the blood solidification realm. Xiaoda's voice quivered as he spoke about all the topics discussed in Han Mountain City, the berserker who had attained completion in the blood solidification realm and the strange phenomenon in the sky. Yet as he spoke, his body trembled even more harshly.
As he looked at Imosu, he began to form speculations in his head. Su Ming stood silently for a while before he cast his eyes on the boy by his side.
"What's your name?" "I'm Qiao Song." The boy still had a dense expression on his face.
"All the herbs here are yours." The moment Su Ming finished speaking, he cast a look at the boy before he turned around and walked out, disappearing without a trace.
Only then did Xiaoda dare to wipe away the sweat on his forehead with a look that said his heart was still pounding from lingering fear. He pointed at Qiao Song and started scolding him. "You! Why didn't you tell me that there was someone here sooner?" "I did say, but you wouldn't let me finish my sentence." There was a look as if he had just suffered injustice on the boy's face. You'll be the death of me."
"Remember this. I'm telling you now, next time when you speak, say everything that you need to say in one breath. Don't bother about other people breaking up your sentence. Say everything in one go and don't stop." Xiaoda wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead, once again looked at the herbs on the ground, delight resurfacing on his face. "I'm going to be rich."
"Rich?"
I remember that not at uncle that don't worry that won't care that about that other people interrupting that me so I have that say that without that stopping that in point one breath. The boy mumbled, and once he finished speaking, he gasped for breath. There was something out of ordinary about that Qiao Song. Su Ming walked out of the mountain cave hidden in the walls of the valley. When he turned back and looked, he found that it was indeed difficult to discover the place. Even if it was him, if he did not pay too much attention to it, he would still find it hard to discover anything wrong with the wall. If he did not activate the branding art and used his naked eye to look at it, everything would seem normal. Only with the brand could he see the dim light flashing on the wall within his mind's eye.
He averted his gaze. Su Ming did not continue wearing the mask. He used the black robe to cover his head and walked out of the valley unhurriedly. As he walked through the formerly hidden grounds of Han Mountain, he saw people who came searching for treasures like Xiaoda. These people would usually just cast one glance at him before turning away and not sparing him an extra glance.
No one knew that the Mo-Su, who had disappeared for several months, walked out of the canyons during dusk. Neither did anyone know that the mysterious berserker who had attained completion in the blood solidification realm and caused the change in the heavens and earth by making the deity statue of transcendence appear was walking out of the canyons. Everything was as usual during this day. Han Mountain City was bright with fire from lamps. As the day when freezing Sky Clan would arrive approached, the city became livelier than before. The three mountains of the three tribes around Han Mountain City were enveloped in silence. The three tribes had closed off their mountains and refused all visitors. Even if the person visiting was in the Transcendence realm, they still had to turn back before middle-sized tribes like the three tribes. The sun at dusk was red, yet it was not a burning shade of red. It was simply the red belonging to the sun before it died for the day. The land was dyed in the colors of dusk, a shade that was going to turn dark soon. When dusk gradually left and the sun could no longer be seen by those who stood at the foot of the mountains, Tranquil East Tribe welcomed its first guest since a long time. Su Ming placed the mask on his face once more and stood at the foot of Tranquil East Mountain. His black robes rustled in the wind as he stood there and stared silently ahead.
This was the second time he stood at this place. Compared to the first time, besides the difference in time, he also felt like a completely different man. The last time he was here, Su Ming had to present himself as if he had transcended. This time, he did not need to. No one could ignore him as he stood there. His presence could not be felt clearly by those in the blood solidification realm.
Only those in the transcendence realm could clearly feel the pressure formed by those who attained completion in the blood solidification realm coming from Su Ming. Su Ming walked calmly towards the stairs leading up the mountain. The instant his foot landed on the steps, a great pressure appeared. This was the power protecting the mountain that prevented all outsiders from entering since Tranquil East Tribe had decided to close off the mountain. Su Ming had come into contact with this power before, and it no longer caused any effect on him even as he experienced it once more. If he wanted to, he could completely ignore the existence of the pressure. I am Su. Greet the tribe leader of Tranquil East. Su Ming's calm voice traveled out languidly. This time, he did not infuse any qi in his voice to cause his voice to echo in the air. As of now, he was just speaking calmly, and his voice naturally reverberated through the mountain of Tranquil East Tribe. As Su Ming's voice traveled outwards, the quiet mountain of Tranquil East Tribe seemed to be jolted awake from its slumber. The pressure protecting the mountain disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a few long arcs could be seen whistling through the air towards him from the top of the mountain. Many tribe members from Tranquil East also quickly rushed down the mountain as if they had received an order. All of them stood by the side with respectful faces, forming a path to welcome him up the stairs. There were 7 to 8 people in the long arcs. The leader of them was the tribe leader of Tranquil East, Fengshen. Those who followed behind him were all his trusted followers and the Tranquil East's chief of war. These people rushed over and appeared before Su Ming. Kindred Mo, I've been waiting for you for months. This way, please. Fengshen first sized up Su Ming, and very soon, joy appeared on his face. He laughed out boisterously and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. He seemed calm, but when he first cast a glance at Su Ming, he felt his heart shake. The feeling he obtained from Mo Su now was completely different from when he had first met him. He could initially find some clues from Mo Su regarding his power, and it was due to them that he wanted to test him, being uncertain of his power. Yet now Mo Su was like an abyss before his eyes. He could not see through his power clearly, and neither could he get a gasp. If he tried to take a closer look, his qi would start showing signs of being unstable, and it shocked Fengshen. When he remembered the rumors regarding Mo Su, and even though some of them were leaked by Tranquil East Tribe themselves, most of them were still regarded with high importance by Tranquil East Tribe. You killed Yen Guang, forced Han Fei Zi to withdraw, earned Nantian's respect, and suppressed Xianluan. Kindred Mo, your name is well known all over Han Mountain now. Kindred Mo, this way, let's talk on the mountain. Fengshen's smile grew wider. Besides Fengshen, the chief of war who came along was also similarly shocked. The short man had already transcended. Hence the moment he saw Su Ming, his expression immediately changed. His footsteps faltered for an unnoticeable moment and he widened his eyes. Not being able to feel the blood veins in Su Ming's body was nothing compared to the indescribable pressure he felt from the other's body. The pressure that had not existed when he first met Su Ming. Kindred Mo, your return is a great event for Tranquil East. This way, the chief of war took a deep breath. His attitude immediately changed from how he had acted initially, and with a smile, he wrapped his fist in his palm to greet Su Ming. There's no need to go up the mountain. Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm to return the greeting towards Fengshen and the chief of war as he spoke calmly. I came here to return the guest plate and to ask of 3 things from you, Brother Feng. When Fengshen heard Su Ming's words, a serious expression appeared on his face. Brother Mo, you don't need to be in a hurry to forfeit the status of a guest. If you have anything to say, you can speak without worry. Thank you. Su Ming nodded. He did not mention the dangers he faced under Han Mountain. He had asked to enter the place himself. It had nothing to do with other people. 1. Due to the change in Han Mountain, I did not manage to find Sky Flute Branch, but I believe you should have found some. If you give those herbs to me, I will heal Feng Mu's injuries as quickly as possible once I've made all preparations. Fengshen did not hesitate and nodded towards Su Ming. I found Sky Flute Branch. They were originally prepared for Brother Mo to begin with. I'll have to trouble you about my son. I'll ask people to send it over now. Brother Mo, please talk about your other 2 requests. As Fengshen spoke, he turned around and cast a look at one of his tribe members who followed him. That tribe member immediately obeyed and quickly left for the top of the mountain. 2. I would like to take a look at the map of the land of South Morning in your tribe, Su Ming said unhurriedly. Fengshen fell silent and did not immediately answer. There was a frown on his face. After a long while, he hesitated before looking at Su Ming. Brother Mo, maps are very important to all tribes. A single map is usually the product of the blood, sweat, and tears of multiple generations of the tribe, drawn little by little through a long period of time. I'll have to talk to the elder about this. Su Ming did not speak. He simply looked at Fengshen calmly. His eyes were still, showing no signs of any spikes of emotions. He looked at Fengshen quietly. That gaze may not have held any deeper meaning, but Fengshen did not become the tribe leader of Tranquil East by acting as straightforward as his appearance would suggest. Su Ming had been planting hooks ever since he came into contact with Feng Mu. Besides being rather fond of Feng Mu, he mainly did so to come in contact with Tranquil East tribe with the intention of blending into Han Mountain City. But the source of it all was still for that map. Su Ming did not use Feng Mu's injuries to force Fengshen into agreeing to his request. Fengshen knew about it, and that was also precisely why there were certain things he could not refuse. Reciprocating goodwill was the most important principle for a person to get along with others. Su Ming healed Feng Mu, and Fengshen gathered herbs for Su Ming. It might sound like a trade, but deep down, Su Ming was really doing a favor for Fengshen. Fengshen knew that he owed Su Ming a favor. He also knew that the reasons why Mo Su brought up the second request were for him to return the favor, and because he was confident he could completely cure Feng Mu.
All right, I won't say more. Even if the elder doesn't agree to it, I will still bring the map to you. Fengshen suddenly said. Thank you. Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm to show gratitude towards Fengshen. When he lifted his head, he spoke unhurriedly. 3. I would like to see Han Songzi. I can promise you the first 2 things, but as for the third, I cannot decide on my own, but I will tell my sister and let her decide, Fengshen said languidly as he looked at Su Ming.
Of course. No one could see Su Ming's expression due to the mask on his face. They could only see that his eyes remained still and calm as water throughout the exchange. He brought out the guest plate from Tranquil East and handed it to Fengshen. Once he did so, Su Ming nodded towards the chief of war standing nearby and walked down the stairs before he sat down cross-legged and waited silently.
Fengshen briefly hesitated before he asked, How long will it take before you can heal my son? And how can I find you?
In 3 months. As for the method to find me, even if you can't find me, Han Songzi will be able to, Su Ming stated softly. Oh! A sparkle appeared in Fengshen's eyes, and he smiled as he wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. Brother Mo, since you're confident in it, then I will take my leave. As he spoke, he turned around and led his followers back to the top of the mountain. The chief of war took a glance at Su Ming and hesitated briefly. Once everyone had left, he still remained silent for a moment before turning around to leave as well.
Sir, if you have something to say, please do so. Su Ming opened his eyes and looked at the chief of war.
Brother Mo, do you know Sima Xian?
Sima Xian?
Who is that? Su Ming shook his head. The chief of war let out a light sigh and a hint of disappointment appeared briefly in his eyes. This person is very similar to you. Brother Mo, if you have the change to meet this person in the future, please tell him that Beseeched from Tranquil East tribe has transcended and thus am paying my respects to him. Thank you.
The chief of war bowed towards Su Ming and left. His back gave off a rather desolate air as he slowly disappeared from Su Ming's sights.
Sima Xian is very similar to me? Su Ming frowned. He did not wait long. Someone came from the summit of Tranquil East tribe. The person was a middle-aged man. He had a respectful expression on his face as he placed 2 embroidered boxes before Su Ming. Then he bowed and left. There was a hint of longing that was hidden deep within Su Ming's eyes. He lowered his head to look at the 2 embroidered boxes. He knew that one of them contained a map. Su Ming closed his eyes and calmed his emotions. He opened one of the embroidered boxes, and the moment the box was opened, a medicinal fragrance wafted into his nose. That fragrance was very light, but the moment he smelled it, he seemed to hear a song played by an unknown instrument. The melody of the song lingered in the air and sounded very musical. It made those who heard it think that this melody could only be played by a flute made in heaven. After a long while, Su Ming looked into the embroidered box and saw 3 herbs lying inside. These herbs looked odd. They looked like tree branches, but there were small little holes on them. The musical melody he heard was not an illusion, but was formed when wind blew past the many holes on the herb. Sky flute branch. Su Ming lifted his right hand and slapped it on the herbs. Immediately, the 3 sky flute branches, along with the embroidered box, disappeared from his hand as he put them away into his storage bag. He looked towards the second box and his breathing grew heavier. Even though he knew that the map inside the box may not be complete, it was still a ray of hope. He placed his hand slowly on the embroidered box, and just as he was about to open it, "If you open that box, then you must cure Fangmu." A delicate voice appeared by Su Ming's side. An elegant, dim fragrance also came along with that voice. That fragrance might have appeared after the medicinal fragrance brought by Sky Flute Branch, but the two gave people 2 distinctly different impressions. The medicinal fragrance was like oranges and the other was like a dream. Su Ming's expression remained passive. No changes could be seen on it. He had long since discovered Han Song-Zi's arrival and did not stop due to her words. He calmly opened the embroidered box and saw a folded beast's skin inside. A conflicted look appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he stared at the beast's skin. All of a sudden, he lost the courage to look at it. He was afraid that what he would see would be different from what he knew. He was afraid that there would be no dark mountain in the world. Han Song-Zi walked softly to stand before the man in the mask and sat down cross-legged to quietly look at him. She saw the conflict that was clear in his eyes. They did not speak. After remaining in silence for a while, Su Ming lifted the beast's skin from the embroidered box and focused his attention on it. Once he unfolded it. "Are you disappointed?" Han Song-Zi asked softly. Her voice was very gentle, arousing an indescribable feeling within those who heard it. Her voice was just like her. She was a delicate beauty, but the strength in her heart far surpassed many men. Su Ming looked at the map spread out before him. It was incredibly detailed. Not only did it include the topography of the area around Han Mountain, even the surrounding areas were drawn out in detail. From the map, it could be seen that the land of South Morning was a vast territory. However, while the map was detailed, it was not what Su Ming had wanted. He closed his eyes and fell silent. In truth, he himself knew that the map he wanted was not what a middle-sized tribe could provide. Yet his knowledge and expectations were 2 different matters. Somewhat. At that moment, his heart was as conflicted as how his eyes looked just now. He wanted to see the map he yearned to see, but deep down he did not want to. This mixed feeling stemmed from the bewilderment he had buried deep within his heart. "You can only look at the map. You cannot take it away." A pitying look appeared in Han Song-Zi's gaze as she looked at Su Ming and spoke softly. "I know." Su Ming opened his eyes. He did not look at Han Song-Zi, but looked at the sky that had darkened. He did not know that as of then, in Han Song-Zi's eyes, he looked lonely. "You once said that if someday I remember something, I can come to you," Su Ming mumbled. "Yes," Han Song-Zi whispered back. They fell into silence again. This time, the silence lasted for a tad longer. The moon appeared in the darkened sky and glittering stars surrounded it. The wind swept past the land and lifted Han Song-Zi's black hair. As her hair flew, it gave her another sort of beauty underneath the moonlight. "What did you see?" Su Ming broke the silence and asked. Han Song-Zi did not speak. She bit her lips instead and looked at Su Ming. There was an appealing light in her eyes. She looked at him for a long while before she came to a decision. "Can you promise me something?" The moment the word promise left her mouth and fell into Su Ming's ears, he felt shaken. This feeling could not be controlled by his calmness. It was a feeling that no matter how deeply he hid it and how hard he tried to bury it, it would still trigger his sadness because of certain things and certain words. At that moment, that wound of his was torn, and it turned into a sadness that flooded Su Ming's entire body and soul like a tidal wave. He looked as he usually was, but no one knew how his heart fared. However, even though Han Song-Zi did not know, her instincts of a woman made her immediately notice that besides the loneliness she felt coming from Mo Su beside her, she also felt grief, one that she could not describe. "You." Han Song-Zi was momentarily stunned. She was an intelligent woman. Almost in an instant, she could guess that perhaps one of her words was the source of Mo Su's grief. Could it be promise?
Han Songzi did not speak.
Promise.
Su Ming felt a stab of pain in his heart. His body did not tremble, but that grief still emerged without control. That word held a special meaning to him.
There was once a girl who stood in the snow and smiled as she looked at him.
If we continue walking in the snow, can we walk until our hair turns white?
There was once a girl who let him carry her on his back. Their hearts seemingly beat at the same pace, and the face buried in his back turned red. Can we walk in circles together? There was once a girl who stood in the snow and bit her lips as she swept away the snow on his clothes with beautiful eyes that shone with a wild charm. Su Ming, this is a promise. I'll wait for you.
That was a promise, and Su Ming was a person who did not fulfill that promise. It's almost been 5 years. Perhaps it's more than 5 years.
The pain in Su Ming's heart grew, along with bitterness.
There were a lot of types of grief in the world. Perhaps his was not the deepest, but if the deepest grief was the separation between the living and the dead and the separation due to time,
then Su Ming's wound was one where it was unknown whether the separation between the living and the dead and the separation of time existed. This was a pain stemmed from a wound that was coupled with bewilderment. I'm sorry. Han Songzi bit her lips and spoke softly. She could not understand Su Ming's pain, but she could feel the grief he felt at the moment. What promise? Su Ming's voice became hoarse. He looked at Han Songzi standing before him and at the face that did not belong to the one he was familiar with, covered by the black strands of hair lifted by the wind. For a brief moment he thought he saw Bai Ling. They were from different periods of time, from different places and different people, but they said the same word, promise.
Help me kill Sima Xian. Kill him and I will tell you everything I saw. Han Songzi said softly. The moment she said Sima Xian's name, her breathing instantly quickened and she clenched her right hand instinctively. Who's Sima Xian?
Those subtle movements did not escape Su Ming's eyes. He's revered as the one person with the highest amount of potential in the history of Freezing Sky Clan. He heard the roar from the soul of the second god of Berserkers during the day of eternal creation, and is known as one of the people with the highest chance to become the fourth god of Berserkers. He's my senior fellow disciple. He's also the one who injured Feng Mu. Han Songzi lowered her head and whispered. Su Ming looked at Han Songzi calmly. He did not speak.
I know you must be dubious. With Sima Xian's identity and his power, why should he harm a child like Feng Mu?
Han Songzi lifted her head. Under the moon, though she might not be extraordinarily beautiful, but she could make people's hearts pound. However, Su Ming was not one of them. Continue. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the moon in the sky. Have you ever heard of the great art of heartless berserker seed?
This art was created by the second god of berserkers and Sima Xian is practicing it. Ever since the second god of berserkers created this art, no berserker had ever been able to perfect this art and could not use it to its full potential.
They could not become heartless, that's why they could not use it to their full potential.
Once this art is perfected, all the power from the berserker seeds the caster chose will be offered to him. The second god of berserkers used this art in other worlds and attained his status as a god of berserkers.
Sima Xian does indeed have shocking potential. He was originally a passionate person, so he approached this art using another way. He could plant love in another person's heart. So he separated the berserker seed into seed and love, because if he had no love, then he would be heartless.
The elder once observed Feng Mu's potential when he was born and recognized him as the future hope of Tranquil East Tribe, and Sima Xian also came to Han Mountain City with Freezing Sky Clan to choose disciples.
Feng Mu became his berserker seed, and he planted love in me. Han Songzi spoke calmly, as if she was not talking about herself. Yet the calmer she presented herself, the more Su Ming could feel the hatred in her heart. Feng Mu isn't injured. He's Sima Xian's berserker seed. If you heal him, then you'll offend Sima Xian.
Su Ming remained silent and looked at Han Songzi. He did not fully believe in her words. If Feng Mu is the future of Tranquil East Tribe, then why didn't Tranquil East Tribe do anything when this happened?
How can we do anything? Even my brother, who's the tribe leader, doesn't know about this. He thinks that Feng Mu is injured by someone. The only ones who know about this in the entire Tranquil East Tribe are the elder and me. He won't do anything about this. Even if my brother knows about this, he will choose to remain silent. Xianxia has a lot of berserker seeds.
Becoming his berserker seed and offering their power to help with the birth of the fourth god of berserkers is seen as a glorious thing in the eyes of many people.
I don't even know whether Feng Mu would treat this as a glory if he knew about the truth. But I don't agree to this. Han Songzi lifted her head and she looked at Su Ming with her beautiful eyes. Don't you think so? Su Ming did not reply. Not only do the berserker seeds think of this as a glorious thing, even those who were planted with love like me treat this as a glory. But we are no longer the berserker tribe led by the first or second god of berserkers.
This is a sick berserker tribe, a berserker tribe where everyone is asleep, a berserker tribe that treats sacrifice and slavery as something glorious.
Han Fei Zi won't be able to escape from this fate either. Han Songzi's words started coming out rapidly. Su Ming looked at her. Her words made him think that there was something different about this woman.
How can I trust you? After a long while, Su Ming asked languidly.
Han Songzi fell silent for a moment and a red flush appeared on her face. She took a look at Su Ming before she gritted her teeth. Come with me. Han Songzi retrieved Tranquil East Tribe's map and stood up. The flush on her beautiful face darkened. Even her ears turned red, arousing a strange feeling within all those who saw her. Su Ming was taken aback. He did not understand what was going on with this woman. Han Songzi's heart was pounding as she moved up the mountain of Tranquil East Tribe from another direction. She looked graceful from the back, and as she walked, her elegance could be seen from her movements.
Su Ming lifted his hand to rub his nose instinctively, but he only touched the mask. He laughed bitterly and stood up to follow Han Songzi. He still could not understand why she would show such an expression.
Han Songzi did not say a word, and neither did Su Ming. The two of them moved along another path to the top of the mountain. Before long, a mountain cave appeared in the forest before him.
The mountain cave was well hidden. Unless someone was familiar with the area, they would be hard-pressed to find the cave. No one will come here. I treated this place as my playground when I found it accidentally when I was young. When I grew up, I still came here often alone. I placed some Freezing Sky clan shields here. It's very safe. Han Songzi did not turn her head back outside the cave. She had her back towards Su Ming as she spoke quietly. Su Ming frowned. He looked around the area and spread out the branding art as he stared at Han Songzi silently.
Come in.
Han Songzi gritted her teeth once again and moved into the cave. Su Ming hesitated for a moment. Once he was certain there was nothing out of place around the area, he walked in.
The cave was not big. It was about the size of a room, but was a little on the dark side. Yet Su Ming could still see what was inside clearly, albeit not as clear as he could during the day. Did you bring me here to? Su Ming frowned and spoke, but his words suddenly faltered. He instinctively took a few steps back and stared at Han Songzi dumbly, unable to say another word. Han Songzi still had her back turned towards him, but as he spoke, she lifted her hands and removed her robes, showing off her beautiful back. During the moment Su Ming was stunned, Han Songzi took off all her clothes with a shiver, revealing a perfect woman's back. The curves, the exquisite skin tone, the thin hair which Su Ming could see rising up on her skin due to her trembling, and the curve on her back that took a breathtaking dip on her waist which later rose in a wide arc at her posterior, all drew out a picture that left Su Ming with his jaw falling slack. You! Su Ming took a few more steps back, staring at Han Songzi, not knowing what to say. This is my proof.
Han Songzi trembled and turned around with her arms covering her chest. Tears fell from her eyes, but she looked at Su Ming resolutely.
You saw the berserker seed in Feng Mu. I didn't lie about what happened to him. As for me, Xianxia planted love in me, but only in my heart. I can give you my body, although it won't break the love he planted in me. It's the only way for me to make you trust me. Su Ming remained silent. He swept his gaze across Han Songzi's body and did not speak even after a long time. Han Songzi stood in the cave quietly as tears fell from her eyes and she waited.
After a moment, Su Ming asked calmly, "Why did you choose me?"
Because I saw some things that I shouldn't have seen in your memories. I believe that you can do it. Even if you can't do it now, you will be able to do it in the future. Han Songzi looked at Su Ming resolutely. She may have been crying, but there was a determination in her beautiful face that made Su Ming respect her. How can I trust that you saw my memories? Su Ming fell silent for a moment to calm the shock brought by Han Songzi's sudden actions and regain his cool. Void. For years. Chains. Refusal. The head of the second god of berserkers. Han Songzi said softly. She did not know whether Su Ming had remembered something, but she believed that he would know some of the things she just said. Su Ming took a deep breath to quell the shock in his heart. He looked at Han Songzi for a long time before walking towards the trembling woman standing before him. As he got closer, Han Songzi closed her eyes and waited for what would happen next. She was already prepared for it. For the hatred that she had yet to fully disclose, she was willing to give up everything. Su Ming stood before Han Songzi, and an elegant, light fragrance wafted into his nose as if it was fusing into his body. He looked at this woman who was completely different from Bai Ling, and the promise she asked of him echoed in his ears. He lifted his right hand and pressed it against the center of her brows. Han Songzi shuddered. She gritted her teeth and remained still. After a long while, Su Ming crouched down silently and picked up the clothes she removed so that he could drape them around her shoulders and cover her alluring body. There's no need for this. I've seen the love Sima Xian planted in your heart. It came from the same person who planted the berserker seed in Fang Mu. I promise you. Su Ming whispered in Han Songzi's ear. The moment he finished speaking, he turned around and moved towards the entrance of the cave. Han Songzi trembled and opened her eyes, staring at Su Ming leaving with a dumbfounded expression. More tears gathered in her eyes. She did not expect Su Ming to leave at this moment. Freezing Sky Clan has the map you want. I can't get it, but I know it exists, she said instinctively, and her words made Su Ming's footsteps falter. Thank you. Let's meet in Freezing Sky Clan. Su Ming did not turn back and walked out of the cave. Freezing Sky Clan will only take in Han Feizi as their disciple this time. They won't consider anyone else. Even if you challenge the chains of Han Mountain, it'll be difficult for you to join you. Han Songzi did not know why she said those words. She should not have, but she still said them. I know. Su Ming walked out of the cave. He looked at the stars and the moon in the sky before he left tranquil East Mountain. After a long while, Han Songzi also walked out of the cave. Her expression showed how conflicted she felt, and she stood there stunned for a moment. I should be the one thanking you. Thank you. Han Songzi mumbled. On that night, Su Ming sat on the mountain from which he had first seen Han Mountain City. From there, he could see the contours of it. The mountain breeze was strong. As it blew past him, the wind lifted Su Ming's hair. During the night, he sat silent and alone on the mountain. He did not look at Han Mountain City, but at the stars in the sky, though not even he himself knew what he was looking for in their glittering shine. Freezing Sky Clan has the map I need. I have to get into the school. Even if I'm afraid of the truth, I still need to find the map. I can't back down just because I'm afraid. I promised Fang Shen that I would heal Fang Mu's injuries, and it's also a chance encounter between me and that child during these years, even if I have to offend Sima Xian because of this. As for my promise with Han Songzi, this is a very special woman. She's not unique because of her appearance, but because of her thoughts. I broke my promise once. Let's hope that this time, I will keep my promise. Su Ming mumbled. I can't use the identity as Tranquil East Tribe's guest anymore, or else it'll cause trouble. Han Feizi will also search for me because of that. There's also the tribe leader of Lake of Colors tribe, Yen Luan. Han Songzi said that Freezing Sky Clan will only take in Han Feizi this time. Even if outsiders challenge the chains of Han Mountain, it'll still be difficult for them to join Freezing Sky Clan. As for this, I will have to make detailed preparations, and if that's the case, I'll have to use a new identity. Qualification. I will simply need to be qualified to enter Freezing Sky Clan. Even if that qualification has already been set, but if I use a different method to obtain it, I will also get different results. I will need to amaze them. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He stared at the mountain belonging to Puqiang tribe behind Han Mountain City and narrowed his eyes. I already have all the materials needed to create spirit plunder, and I've also planted sky flute branch. In a few days, I can start creating the medicine. All I lack now is the aura of death needed to create this pill. I need to quench the herbs using the aura of death. The moment this pill is created, the punishment for larceny will fall upon me, which I will use the aura to receive the punishment, and when it shatters, the pill will be created. I might be able to use this pill as the material for me to create my origin berserker vessel when I transcend. With a glow in his right hand, a black pearl instantly appeared in his palm. That pearl was the death essence pearl he had obtained from the Puqiang tribe member when he had woken up from the deep slumber induced by the burning of blood. He looked at the pearl for a moment before putting it away. If I challenge the chains of Han Mountain, I must challenge Puqiang tribe's chain. Besides obtaining the right to join Freezing Sky Clan, once I succeed, I can also ask of something from Puqiang tribe. If I use any other method, the closed-off Puqiang will definitely refuse to give me the aura of death for me to create this pill. Even if they agree to it, I'll have a lot of setbacks as well. Only by challenging the chains of Han Mountain will I be able to get all these in one go. Su Ming stared at the mountain that belonged to Puqiang tribe basking in the darkness. He could not see its top. There was a thick layer of fog covering the top. As he continued staring at it, resolution appeared in his eyes. On the morning 10 days later, the sky was covered in gray clouds and muffled sounds of thunder rumbling in the sky could be heard. Rain poured from the sky and crashed into the stones on the mountain before they fell to the ground. There were few people walking on the streets of Han Mountain City, and even these pedestrians were wearing bamboo hats and straw capes. Those who have stayed in the city for a long period of time knew that this sort of rainy weather would only pass after several months. Even the occasional sunny days would not last for long. The three tribes were quiet as usual during this rainy morning. The three colored layers of fog surrounding the three mountains still filled the air and enveloped the mountains, causing them to still remain as mysterious as ever. On this day, a person walked towards Han Mountain City from afar. He was the same as the other people. He wore a straw cape and a bamboo hat. His face could not be seen clearly. The only thing that could be seen on him was the black robes underneath his bamboo hat and straw cape. He quietly came forth and walked into the gates leading to Han Mountain City. He stepped on the puddles and welcomed the rain as he walked on the streets and along the mountain path until he reached the stone gate leading to the third layer of the city. It might be raining, but there were still people from the three tribes standing at the rain shelter outside the gate. They were yawning and, as usual, were selling the plates leading into the third layer of the city. Fong Lin was also there. He was the first to see that slightly unusual person walking forth from afar. With the lesson he had learned that one time, he had become much more cautious. He looked at the person walking forth unhurriedly. Before that person entered the door, he paused for a moment and looked at him. Fong Lin immediately put on a smile on his face. This was the smile he learned to have after what he experienced that year. Soon after, that person who wore the ordinary-looking straw cape walked into the stone door, and immediately, a shocking ripple appeared on the stone door. Transcendence. Fong Lin immediately perked up, but for some unknown reason, once he did so, the image of that person kept repeating in his head. He had a feeling that the person seemed rather familiar when he stopped just now. It might have been morning, but it was raining heavily. The sky could not be seen clearly. Dark clouds covered the sky so thickly it covered the originally bright sunlight. Albeit the land was not entirely dark, it was still marginally so. There were even fewer people walking on the streets in the third layer of Han Mountain City. Rain pattered on shop roofs and flowed down along the funnels on both sides of the roofs to eventually blend with the puddles on the ground, mixing the old water with the new. The shopkeepers were all either dozing off or sitting cross-legged to train. There were only some who stood at the entrance to their shops looking at the rain as various thoughts raced in their heads. Su Ming walked amidst the silence of the rain, breathing in the humid morning breeze as he traversed the streets of the third layer of Han Mountain City. No one could see his face. They could only see his slightly forlorn figure walking through the rain. He did not attract much attention as he walked past these shops. Sometimes, however, when he walked into the field of vision of those who were looking at the rain, he would attract their attention, though it was perhaps just that he broke their train of thought as they admired the scenery. Nonetheless, they only cast him a glance before paying no more attention.
No one could guess what that forlorn figure wanted to do and what sort of shock he would bring to Han Mountain City that morning.
Su Ming walked forth in silence along the path until he reached the entrance to the second layer. He looked around him and found that he was the only one there. There was no one else around him.
There was still a huge gate serving as the entrance to the second layer. Originally, only the transcended guests of the three tribes could enter, but now that the three tribes had dismissed all their guests, only those who had transcended could enter. Without accounting for the people from the three tribes, there were only 5 people who could enter the second layer in the entire Han Mountain City.
There was a huge bell about hundreds of feet tall to the right of the entrance. This ancient bell was entirely red-violet. There seemed to be rusted spots covering its surface, and it exuded an old and aged presence, as if it had been placed there for a very long time. There were 3 bizarre and ferocious-looking beasts carved on the surface of the ancient bell. One of them was the dragon clam, another the alpine dark turtle, and the picture of the last creature had already faded out due to time.
It could not be seen clearly, but the creature was clearly the leader of the 3 beasts. Based on their positions, it looked as if the dragon clam and the alpine dark turtle were beneath that last ferocious beast in an act of subservience.
The bell was covered in water. Raindrops produced a soft patter as they fell on the surface of the bell and flowed down along its edges.
Su Ming stood by the stone gate leading to the second layer as he looked at the gigantic ancient bell before him. His eyes, which were hidden under the bamboo hat, gradually lit up.
He had been walking unhurriedly, his footsteps slow, but every single step he took was steady and stable. He was also gathering up the qi in his body. He had been doing so since the foot of the mountain, and with each step he took since he stepped into the 4th layer of Han Mountain City. It was as if he was accumulating his energy, as if he was a sword being sharpened. Right then, that energy was ready to be used, the sword was sharpened. The energy was just waiting to burst out and amaze the world. The sword just waiting to let out a bright and chilling glare. Besides asking the people from the 3 tribes for help like how He Feng had done it when he asked Han Fei Zi for help to get to Han Mountain Summit, there's another way to challenge the chains of Han Mountain.
This method is for all the berserkers who came to Han Mountain City. We have to ring this bell.
We have to make the bell chimes spread all around the region to spread the news that we are going to challenge the chains of Han Mountain.
Su Ming looked at the bell silently and the light in his eyes grew brighter. He had asked He Feng about the chains of Han Mountain a long time ago and knew this bell would not sound for those with ordinary levels of cultivation.
This was also to prevent those who did not have enough power from dying when they challenged the chains of Han Mountain and wasting everyone's time, along with sullying the might of the chains of Han Mountain.
Only those who can make the bell chime 9 times have the right to challenge the chains of Han Mountain. Since my goal is to amaze these people so as to get into Freezing Sky Clan, then I must go rampant. Su Ming mumbled.
His quiet demeanor suddenly changed in the rain. A shocking presence erupted forth from within him like a sword that had left its scabbard, as if half his energy had been let loose.
As that presence rose up, coincidentally, a muffled roar of thunder rang in the sky. A bolt of lightning hidden in the sky let out a bright flash. As that bolt of lightning lit up the sky, Su Ming lifted his right hand. He looked at the gigantic ancient bell before him and took a deep breath before he slammed his right hand against it.
Dong!
The bell's chime was like a roaring wave. The sound was muffled and contained a feeling of ancientness as if it was a sound that came from a long time ago. A ripple that could barely be seen with the naked eye appeared abruptly from the bell, and along with the sound, it spread out in all directions. The ripple was invisible, but it touched Su Ming's clothes, causing him to feel as if a huge force had just impacted his body, trying to push him away from the ancient bell.
The instant the bell chime reverberated in the air and spread through the entire Han Mountain tribe and the 3 tribes, it startled countless people who were sitting and meditating in the quiet, rainy morning. Those are Han Mountain bell's chimes. Someone wants to challenge the chains of Han Mountain. Didn't I say it? The closer we get to the day Freezing Sky Clan comes, the livelier Han Mountain City will be. Humph, it's just one bell chime. You only have to the right to challenge the chains if the bell rings 9 times, or else you'll need the acknowledgement by the 3 tribes for them to send you straight to the summit to challenge it. Don't bother. That bell has been ringing for who knows how many times since the past few months, but no one has managed to make it past 6 chimes. And the bell's going to continue ringing for the foreseeable future. Joining Freezing Sky Clan is something that will make someone throw out everything they've got, after all.
Han Mountain City started getting lively. Quite a few people walked out into the streets and looked at the place where Han Mountain Bell was located at the third layer. However, as the rain was too heavy, these people only cast a glance at it before they hurried back into their houses.
The powerful transcended berserkers staying in the second layer of Han Mountain City, including Nantian and Kujiosi, heard the bell chimes, but they did not go out to look. Nantian smiled faintly and paid no heed to it.
Kujiosi did not even open his eyes. He sat in his house quietly as if he did not even hear the bell chimes.
Xianluan and the other two powerful transcended berserkers reacted mostly in the same manner. Even if the bell rang 6 or 7 times, it would still not catch their attention, much less one bell chime. As for the 3 tribes surrounding Han Mountain City, they remained in silence in the rain. It was as if they did not react to the bell chimes, and that was the truth. Most of the people from the 3 tribes did not pay further attention to the chime once they heard it. Among these people were the leaders of the 3 tribes, including Yen Luan. Even Feng Xin only broke off from his meditation and opened his eyes for a brief moment before he closed them once again and resumed meditating. Only Han Feizi stood at her window and looked at the rain that seemed to be connecting the sky and the earth, and at the obscured Han Mountain City. The light in her eyes flickered. There was another woman besides her who was also looking at Han Mountain in the rain silently. She was Han Congzi. The first bell chime was just like a small stone being thrown into water. It only induced a few ripples before the water returned to stillness. In fact, once half the day passed by, very few people would remember the bell chime they heard just now. Su Ming's expression remained passive. The ripple that was formed when the ancient bell before him trembled had dissipated the instant it fused into his body. It did not have any effect on him. The bell chime still lingered and echoed in the air. But besides this lingering chime and the sound of rain falling on the ground, there were no other sounds in the area. Not only did no one come out into the rain to see who rang the bell, even the shopkeepers whose shops in the third layer were close to the bell did not walk out to take a look. Everything remained silent. Su Ming lifted his right hand from the bell, and without any surge of emotions in his heart, he placed it down once more. Dong! The second chime reverberated in the air, and at the very moment it rang out, Su Ming's gaze became as sharp as a sword out of its scabbard. With a freezing glint in his eyes, he slammed his right hand onto the gigantic ancient bell once again. Dong, 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 dong. For consecutive chimes rang in the air. With the previous 2 chimes, it was now 6 chimes. The ancient sound that exuded a presence of age seemed to have joined together to turn into a sound that shook the hearts of all those who listened. It even replaced the rumbling thunder in the air, becoming the only sound that surrounded the entire Han Mountain City and the mountains of the 3 tribes at that moment. Han Mountain City was shocked. The expressions of those who had already returned to their houses changed immediately once they heard the bell chimes that were seemingly blended together. Even the shopkeepers in the third layer of Han Mountain City felt shaken to the cores. Some had walked out and cast their eyes towards the entrance leading to the second layer where the bell was located. Seriousness appeared even on Nan Tian and the others' faces in the second layer. The meaning of sounding the bell in sequence and sounding the bell multiple times in one go until the chimes seemed to blend together was completely different. There was also a huge contrast in the rebound that the person had to suffer. The 3 tribes in the mountains were also in an uproar when these bell chimes reverberated through the air. Yet at that moment, the 7th bell chime rang out, and at the very instant it emerged, the 8th and 9th bell chimes arose with the might of a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds in the sky and the force of a great flood from the ancient bell in Han Mountain City, echoing in the sky with a power that caused the sky to shake and the earth to tremble. The people in Han Mountain City only recovered from the shock after a moment. They burst into an uproar like a wild beast that was jolted awake from its slumber. 9 chimes? Was that really 9 chimes? It's too sudden. Those aren't just 9 chimes, but 9 chimes that were practically fused together when they appeared. This person is definitely not some common lightweight. We have to watch this person challenging the chains of Han Mountain. Who is it? Who could that person be? Could it be one of the 5 transcended berserkers? Most of the people from Han Mountain rushed out of their houses and were all looking towards the third layer in the rain. Some had even ran out to see who was the person who had made the bell sound 9 times. At the same time, Nantian and the others in the second layer of Han Mountain City stood up promptly. With one swift move, they left their houses and stared at the exit leading to the third layer. Behind that stone gate were the giant bell and the person who had sounded it. In the mountain belonging to Lake of Colors tribe, Yen Luan stood up. With a calm expression, she walked out of her house and looked at the city submerged in rain. With her power, she could vaguely see layers upon layers of ripples spreading out from Han Mountain City and pushing the rain. In that instant, Han Mountain was without rain. Finally, there's someone who's actually good challenging the chains of Han Mountain. Send orders for someone to send a plate allowing the challenger to the top of Han Mountain. Her tone was relaxed, as if there was nothing that could excite her, but also as if even if there was someone who managed to ring the bell 9 times, it would still not be able to make her amazed. However, that was the extent of her speech. Before she completed her sentence, for the first time, a sound that made her expression change rang out from Han Mountain City. Dong, dong, dong. 11. 12 chimes reverberated in the air suddenly. At the same time, the howl of a beast could be heard in the dark and cloudy sky above Han Mountain City. The sound shook the sky, and as the howl started, the apparition of a gigantic ferocious beast with the head of a dragon and body of a clam manifested before everyone's eyes. What is this person's level of cultivation? How did he manage to sound the bell 12 times and summon the shadow of Han Mountain's sealed beast? Yen Luan's breathing quickened and a bright glint appeared in her eyes. On the mountain where Lake of Colors tribe was located was Han Feizi, who stood in her house, looking as if she could see the person who was silently sounding the bell in the city. There was a bright glint in her eyes as she stared at Han Mountain. The person may have been hidden by the fog, but she could already vaguely guess that this person might be the Mo Su she had been looking for a long time. "Is it you?" Han Feizi mumbled. The elder of Tranquil East tribe remained calm as he sat at the top of the mountain. His expression was like the still water in an ancient well. His thoughts were unknown to others. Sitting by his side were the chief of war and Tranquil East's tribe leader, Fengshen. These 3 people were silent as the lingering bell chimes echoed in their ears. "Could it be our guest, Mo Su?" The elder of Tranquil East spoke unhurriedly with a slightly hoarse voice. "I can't be certain, but I've already sent people to take a look." Tranquil East's tribe leader replied in a low voice. "Elder, should we have someone give this person the plate?" The chief of war hesitated for a moment before he looked at Tranquil East's elder. The old man, whose face was covered in wrinkles, had his eyes closed. He did not refuse what the chief of war said, but neither did he agree to it. On the mountain shrouded in black fog was Puchang tribe. At that moment, there were dozens of obscured silhouettes of people standing in the fog looking in the direction of Han Mountain City. They did speak, but only looked into the distance indifferently. Compared to the silence in the 3 tribes, when the gigantic apparition of the dragon clam appeared in the dark, cloudy sky above Han Mountain City, the people in the city were completely shaken. Numerous people from Han Mountain City rushed out into the rain to see the dragon clam in the sky. All of them felt shaken to the core, and in their ears were the bell chimes that still refused to leave. 12 chimes. Han Mountain bell sounded 12 times. This person is really powerful. He already obtained the right to challenge the chains of Han Mountain. Right now, he just needs to wait for the 3 tribes to send their plates. Then he can go to the top of the mountain with the plates and challenge the chains of Han Mountain. I thought that one bell chime was just an accident, but now it's gone past 9 chimes and sounded 12 times. Who is that? By the looks of it, he's not going to stop just yet. Just how many times will he sound the bell? People ran through the 4th layer of Han Mountain towards the entrance to the 3rd layer. Fong Lin and the others who were waiting at the entrance to the 3rd layer were all shaken to the core when they heard the 12th chime. It was especially so for Fong Lin. He felt his mouth dry up and his heart race against his chest. He had a strong feeling that the person who had sounded the ancient bell 12 times could very well be the familiar figure he saw just now. The people arrived and rushed past Fong Lin, charging straight towards the stone gate before they disappeared inside. Those with the right to enter the 3rd layer went in that morning with only one purpose in their mind: They wanted to see who the person who sounded the bell was.
The shopkeepers in the third layer of Han Mountain City were the first batch of people who saw Su Ming standing under the bell wearing his bamboo hat and straw cape. The moment that sight of the unfamiliar person fell into their eyes, these people stopped 1,000 feet away from him.
At the second layer's exit were the residents of the second layer, Nan Tian, along with Shen Luan, Kujiosi, and the others. They knew that the person who sounded the ancient bell 12 times was behind the stone gate, but they did not go over.
Nantian's gaze fell upon the apparition of the dragon clam in the sky before he spoke unhurriedly. 12 chimes, eh? I heard that from among the people who finished walking through the chains of Han Mountain in the history of Han Mountain City, there were 3 who have been able to summon Han Mountain's sealed beasts after they went past 12 chimes.
Kujiosi, who was standing beside Nan Tian, suddenly said, "Brother Nan, you forgot one more person." The moment his words left his mouth, Nan Tian's expression immediately changed. He did not speak. Shen Luan also heard his words, since he was not standing too far away. His face turned slightly pale as he remembered something. There were 4 people in the second layer. There was a middle-aged man wearing a green robe standing by the side. This person's clothes were odd. The weather in Han Mountain City was hot. Even if it was the rainy season, the weather was still hot. However, this person's clothes were extremely thick. It was as if he still felt cold even in such sweltering heat. "Brother Ku, is the person you mentioned?" When the middle-aged man in green robes spoke, a white puff of air left his mouth, a clearly different sight from the others around him. If anyone else saw it, they would immediately recognize that this person had the same status as Nan Tian and the others. He was the 4th transcended berserker in Han Mountain City, Lang Ying. "Sima Xian?" Lang Ying asked slowly. "Brother Lung, Brother Yun, the both of you have only come to Han Mountain City recently, so you might not really know this person." Kujiosi cast a glance at Lang Ying and nodded. There was another person called Yun Zong among the 5 transcended berserkers in Han Mountain City. He was the brother Yun Kujiosi spoke of. This person had just left for isolation a month ago to make the final preparations to join Freezing Sky Clan. Sima Xian came to Han Mountain City along with Freezing Sky Clan in the past and sounded the ancient bell. Most outsiders don't know the details. Only the leaders of the 3 tribes and the 3 of us know about this.
The person who spoke was the pale-faced Xian Luan.
"Oh? Why is it that most outsiders don't know the details if he sounded the bell? The moment this bell chimes, everyone in Han Mountain should know. And if someone like Sima Xian sounds the bell, he'll definitely be remembered."
Lang Ying frowned and looked towards Xian Luan.
Xian Luan fell silent for a moment. He was about to speak when another chime rang in the air. Dong. Su Ming stood beside the ancient bell. His expression remained passive, but the light in his eyes, which were hidden underneath the bamboo hat, were flickering brightly. The rebound coming from the bell was running foul in his body. He saw the crowd gathering 1,000 feet away from him, and he also saw the people dashing towards him from further away. The gazes were all gathered on him through the sheet of rain.
12 chimes will only startle Han Mountain City. The 3 tribes aren't really reacting. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the dragon clam that appeared among the clouds in the sky. Besides the initial howl when the beast's apparition appeared, it remained like a being without life, floating in the air unmoving. However, there was still an imposing pressure coming from it.
"This doesn't fit into my plans. Looks like 12 chimes is not enough to create the shock I want." Then, Su Ming lifted his right hand. This time he did not slap his hand down. He punched the gigantic ancient bell instead.
The instant his fist fell, the 13th chime rang out mightily, turning into invisible ripples that spread out in all directions with a boom. That ripple could not be seen originally, but in the rain they could see the raindrops gathering together to form a gigantic ring that was spreading outwards swiftly. This ring was spreading out as if it contained the strength of a typhoon that led the wind and rain to turn into a howl that was hidden under the bell chime. All those who were touched by the ripple would find their clothes flapping and their hair dancing. As the sound of the 13th chime still lingered in the air, Su Ming's lifted his fist and brought it down once again. This time he struck the bell 4 times. "If this isn't enough, then I'll make it enough."
The straw cape on Su Ming's body was torn into pieces with a ripping sound. revealing the black robe underneath. The bamboo hat on his head did not move an inch and continued blocking his face. The bell chimes shook the sky and the earth. The 4 consecutive chimes formed 4 ring-shaped ripples that spread outwards towards the one ring that was located the furthest away from them and was still traveling out, causing the world to look as if it was a water surface, and Su Ming was the center of those ripples. Han Mountain was trembling and numerous rocks broke off from the mountain and fell. It felt as if the earth itself was shaking. As the ripples spread out, the crowd standing 1,000 feet away from him withdrew as their expressions changed. At that moment, a muffled roar came from the sky. Life appeared in the dragon clam's eyes. It started moving, and with Han Mountain City as its center, it took a few spins with its gigantic body, causing some of the dark clouds in the sky to dissipate. The roar that came from its mouth shook the ground, and it was so loud it was deafening. A bright sparkle appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he rammed his fist onto the bell once again. The moment his fist touched the bell, the 18th chime sounded with a loud crash. The instant the bell chimes resounded, the dragon clam also reached its limit as it roared. Its body shuddered, and right before the people's eyes, it disappeared without a trace. Yet the moment it dissipated, a piercing howl traveled out from the void in the sky. As the voice thundered, a mountain in the sky that could not be described appeared. The size of the mountain surpassed Han Mountain, and all of the other mountains in Su Ming's memories. This mountain covered the sky and the earth, appearing as an illusion in the air. The top of the mountain could not be seen. The only thing visible was the gigantic turtle underneath the bottom of the mountain. It was carrying the mountain that was as great as the sky on its back. The turtle looked incredibly ferocious. Its face was twisted, and there was the picture of a malicious spirit on it. The turtle was like an evil spirit. 1. It was Han Mountain's second sealed beast carved on Han Mountain Bell. All the people in Han Mountain City who saw this felt their breathing quicken. The things that happened this morning made them feel shaken. Could even be said that most of them had never seen something like this before. If anyone wanted to challenge the chains of Han Mountain, they would need to sound the bell. However, sounding the bell itself was a hurdle to many people. Making the bell chime 9 times was already the limit for them. However, they just heard 18 chimes with their own ears and saw Han Mountain's legendary sealed beasts appearing in the sky with their own eyes. Alpine Dark Turtle. It said that Han Mountain Bell didn't originally belong to Han Mountain Tribe. When the bell chimes, illusions will appear. I've been in Han Mountain City for many years, and I've heard other people talking about Han Mountain Bell before. There are 3 ferocious beasts carved on the bell, but only 2 can be seen clearly. The last one has faded out. Now, very few people know how that third beast looks like. This person looks unfamiliar, but judging from his power, he must have transcended, or else he wouldn't be able to sound the bell 18 times. 18 times. By his looks, he's clearly relaxed. Look, someone came from the 3 tribes. It's Lake of Colors tribe. The crowd burst into an uproar and they started discussing amongst themselves amidst their shock. Suddenly, someone let out a cry of surprise. A person charged towards the city from the mountain of Lake of Colors tribe. The person who came forth was an old man. This man walked in the air. His expression might have seemed calm, but the shock in his eyes was difficult to disguise. Who is the person who sounded Han Mountain Bell? Do you know what the consequences of sounding the bell are? The old man stood in the air and his voice traveled out like thunder. To challenge the chains of Han Mountain, Su Ming did not turn his head back. Instead, he lifted his right fist once again and punched the bell, causing the 19th chime to ring in the air. The moment the bell chime resounded, ripples reverberated through the air, gravel rolled down the mountains, and the alpine dark turtle in the sky let out a sharp howl once again. 19 times. Just how many times is he going to sound the bell? What is his limit? Does he still want to challenge the chains of Han Mountain? If he gets hurt when he rings the bell, then he'll definitely die when he challenges the chains. This person is running rampant. Look, Lake of Colors tribe has already sent someone here, but he still made the 19th chime when he answered. Sounds of discussions whirled up like a typhoon. As the sounds reverberated through the air, the old man from Lake of Colors tribe cast a deep look towards Su Ming before he took out a plate from his bosom and threw it to him.
By the orders of the tribe leader, we have acknowledged your right to challenge the chains of Han Mountain. Lake of Colors tribe awaits your arrival.
When he saw Su Ming accepting the plate, the old man turned around and turning into a long arc that charged towards Lake of Colors tribe to report back.
The people who had been silent in the three tribes found themselves unable to remain silent any longer. Right after Lake of Colors tribe, a long arc also whistled into the air from the mountain belonging to Tranquil East tribe. The person inside the arc was the chief of war. He came personally, and as he closed in on Han Mountain, the crowd gathered around the area immediately looked up.
Tranquil East tribe's chief of war. He came personally. Of course he would. This is the person who sounded the bell 19 times. As Tranquil East's chief of war approached, he did not stand in midair. He descended and stood 100 feet away from Su Ming. He looked at him and light flickered in his eyes. After a long while, he wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming.
By the orders of my elder, we acknowledge your right to challenge the chains of Han Mountain. Tranquil East tribe awaits your arrival. As he spoke, Tranquil East's chief of war brought out a plate and handed it to Su Ming respectfully. Once he did so, he gave Su Ming a profound look before he turned around and charged back.
He recognized this person before him. It was Mo Su.
However, he did not want to offend this person, especially since he sensed that there was a startling similarity in the presence between the current Mo Su and Sima Xian. A thought emerged in his head, and it made him even more reluctant to offend him.
There's only Puqiang left from the three tribes.
By right, Puqiang tribe should be sending someone here by now.
It's a pity that once Puqiang sends someone here, this mysterious challenger might stop ringing the bell, and we still won't be able to see the third beast on Han Mountain Bell. Su Ming stood by the bell and did not sound it again. He could feel that the rebound from the bell was becoming stronger. The 20th chime would definitely not be easy. Once he sounded the bell, that rebound would affect him. The time it takes to burn an incense stick passed by in the blink of an eye. During that time, more people gathered around the area. Eventually, most of those who could not enter the third layer clustered outside. Their gazes gathered on Su Ming and did not move for a long time. It was as if they wanted to see through the bamboo hat and the black robes to get a clear look of his face, and to see just who he was.
He sounded the bell 19 times. If he is successful in challenging the chains of Han Mountain, then this person's fame will definitely be as bright as the sun at noon. He might even be able to enter Freezing Sky Clan.
There's no need for that. He's already famous.
It's odd though, why hasn't Puqiang tribe sent anyone here? The sounds of discussions buzzed in the air. Many people cast their gazes towards the black fog-shrouded mountain belonging to Puqiang tribe.
Su Ming frowned slightly. He had waited for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, but Puqiang tribe still remained silent. I don't have much contact with Puqiang tribe, and I don't really understand this tribe, but I can feel that this tribe is very mysterious.
Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the mountain belonging to Puqiang tribe. The fog in the mountain was very thick and filled with the air of death. They waited for a little while longer, and gradually the crowd realized that something was wrong. They looked towards Puqiang Mountain. Even the leaders of Lake of Colors tribe and Tranquil East tribe cast their gazes towards Puqiang.
They're imposing their might using the situation. A freezing look appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he stared at Puqiang Mountain. He had a vague inkling of Puqiang tribe's goal. They wanted to use this chance by not giving him the plate to show off the tribe's mysteriousness and power. The more Puqiang remained silent, the more they would catch the people's attention. They would not refuse him the plate, but they would make Su Ming wait longer to elevate their own status. Puqiang tribe has gone overboard. Yen Luan averted her gaze from Puqiang Mountain and said calmly.
The same words were spoken by Tranquil East tribe's elder.
At that moment, the black fog surrounding the mountain of Puqiang tribe tumbled, and someone walked out from within. That person wore a black robe. He had an obstinate look on his face as he charged towards Han Mountain City. Then he stood in the air above Han Mountain and lowered his head to cast a glance at Su Ming standing beside the bell below him. The elder is still in isolation. Please wait for a little while longer.
Once he spoke, the crowd immediately fell silent and cast their gazes towards Su Ming. Su Ming did not speak. His face, which was hidden under the bamboo hat and the black robes, caused them to be unable to see his dark demeanor, but they could still feel a chilling air gathering around Su Ming.
Isolation? If that's the case, Then I'll just have to wake him up. Su Ming's hoarse voice echoed in the air. This was the first time he spoke since he came to the place. The moment his words left his mouth, Su Ming swiftly lifted his right fist and punched the bell. Dong! The 20th chime. The ancient bell trembled, and under that one punch from Su Ming, it swung to the back, and a strong sound that surpassed the volume of all the other previous chimes resounded in the air. The sound traveled in all directions, and the 21st chime followed soon with a sound that shook the sky and earth. Su Ming lifted his head swiftly with shock in his eyes. The force of the rebound crashed into his body, and he staggered a few steps back. The bamboo hat shattered into pieces with a bang, but his black robes continued hiding his face, and the people still could not see it. How could this be? Su Ming felt shaken. The two bell chimes fused together and spread out in the air above Han Mountain City like a roar. At the same moment the ripples rolled out horizontally. Not only did the rain still, even the alpine dark turtle in the sky trembled and howled as a strange glow appeared in its eyes. The direction in which it howled was Puqiang Mountain. As it howled and the two chimes blended together, the two sounds turned into one that came out of thin air, a vague existence that did not seem to belong to the world and seemed to come from a distant place. 9. That sound was like a bell chime, but also like the howl of the dark turtle. It sounded muffled, but the moment it spread out, a shocking boom came from within the black fog of Puqiang Mountain. The entire fog enveloping that mountain instantly burst apart when this sound resounded. It turned into countless black wisps that tumbled backwards, revealing most of Puqiang Mountain, which was usually hidden under the fog. The sudden change shook the hearts of the crowd. Amidst their shock, they fell into dead silence. They did not know what had happened. They did not know why the bell chime this time would hold such astonishing power. The fused sound contained a power that dissipated half of the power protecting the mountain of Puqiang tribe. The entire area was in silence. The Puqiang tribe member in black robes in midair was dumbstruck. There was disbelief on his face, even a hint of fear. Yen Luan widened her eyes on Lake of Colors Mountain. For the first time, she trembled. Her expressions changed rapidly and her breathing quickened as she stared at Han Mountain City. He activated Han Mountain Bell's power. Han Feizi's eyes were sparkling on the same mountain at the same time. She felt shaken when she felt that burst of power. Without any hesitation, her body swayed, and white clouds appeared under her feet, after which she charged towards Han Mountain from Lake of Colors Mountain. She wanted to see whether this person was the Mo she had been waiting for. On the mountain of Tranquil East tribe, the expression of Tranquil East's elder was originally calm, but at that moment, his pupils shrank. He stood up swiftly and stared at Han Mountain's summit as he took in a sharp breath. A brilliant light appeared in his eyes. I've always thought he was very similar to Sir Sima. Sir Sima managed to activate Han Mountain's power in the past and obtained his serendipity. Mo Su also managed to do the same thing. Han Mountain Bell, oh Han Mountain Bell. You've been in Han Mountain for numerous years, and even Han Mountain's ancestor had been unable to obtain your inheritance and your blessing. Many years passed, and only Sir Sima had been able to obtain part of your inheritance that year. And now this Mo Su. On Tranquil East Mountain, Han Songzi clenched her fists. A thrilled look appeared in her beautiful eyes. She knew that this time, she did not choose wrong. On their mountain, Puqiang tribe was also in a state of shock. Commotion erupted among the people in the mountain. As the protective mist dissipated, the elder of Puqiang tribe found himself unable to continue maintaining his cool. The skeletal old man in purple robes had an astonished look in his dull eyes. Give him the plate. Su Ming's heart raced against his chest. He looked at the lightly swaying Han Mountain Bell before him and took a deep breath. The moment he hurled his fist forward and his punch landed on the bell, he could clearly feel that some of the chi in his body was sucked into the bell in a mystifying manner. He had only sounded the bell once, but two bell chimes resounded instead. He also did not expect the two seemingly normal bell chimes would fuse together and burst forth with a force so powerful it dissipated the fog protecting the mountain of Puqiang tribe. This power was definitely not something an ordinary transcended berserker could do. An incredible and unthinkable amount of power would be needed to dissipate the power protecting the mountain of a middle-sized tribe in one go. Su Ming's heart raced even faster. This Han Mountain Bell. Could it be?
Could it be a priceless treasure? At that moment, when Han Mountain City was in a state of shock due to the bell chimes, there was a mountain shining with the 7 colors of the rainbow in a spot located far away from Han Mountain in the land of South Morning. The 7 colors constantly shone brilliantly no matter the time on the mountain. The light from the 7 colors had replaced the colors of the sky. At the foot of the mountain was a pavilion. Black and white chess pieces spread on the stone table in the pavilion like the stars in the sky. A man and a girl sat inside and were both looking at the chessboard. The man wore a green robe. His face was as fair as jade, his eyes like stars, and he had an extraordinarily handsome face. There was also an indescribable air around him, making him seem lonely, but it was also like an air of serenity. There was a red line about the length of half a finger at the center of his brows. He took a white piece and was just about to place it down when he suddenly frowned and looked towards the horizon in the distance. "Big brother Sima, what's wrong?" The girl's chin was resting on her hands. She lifted her he, revealing a face that was not exceedingly beautiful but had something wild about it. If Su Ming was there and saw the woman, he would definitely be so shocked he would seem like lightning had just struck his soul, and be filled with disbelief. The girl's eyes were big and sparkling with a charming light. There was a wild beauty in her eyes that made all those who looked into her eyes feel enchanted. "It's nothing. Someone touched something that belongs to me. But that person can't take it away." The man in green robes smiled faintly and no longer looked at the horizon. He lifted the chess piece and placed it down on the board instead. At the entrance to the second layer of Han Mountain City, Nan Tian and the others looked at the alpine dark turtle in the sky. Their expressions were grave, with a hint of amazement hidden within. They heard the sound just now and saw the fog protecting the mountain of Puqiang tribe dissipating because of that sound. After a long while, Nan Tian took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Brother Ling, you have your answer to your question now." Lang Ying was silent as he nodded. When Sir Sima came to Han Mountain City, he came for Han Mountain Bell. He observed the bell for several days and only sounded the bell 3 times. That's why if any people heard it, they forgot about it quickly. Very few people know that he sounded the bell before. Shen Luan said hoarsely from the side. 3 chimes. I was with the tribe leader of Lake of Colors tribe at that time, and I saw it with my own eyes, Kujio Si mumbled softly. Sir Sima fused 12 chimes together with the first chime. No matter how you hear it, it's just 1 chime. But if you saw it yourself, it'd be different. At that time, a sealed beast also appeared. But before that beast had completely manifested, it was shattered by Sir Sima's second bell chime. The alpine dark turtle was the same. Before it even manifested, it was shattered by the 3rd bell chime. As for the 3rd bell chime, Sir Sima bled a little, but no other sealed beast appeared. After that, he stayed by the bell for several days before he left. A strange light appeared in Lang Ying's eyes. He looked at the stone gate lying not too far away, and a frenzied look appeared in his eyes. Nantian cast Lang Ying a glance before he spoke coolly. "Unless you want to challenge the chains of Han Mountain, then don't try it. The 3 tribes know that this bell is a priceless treasure, but it belongs to Sir Sima." Lang Ying remained silent, but the frenzied look in his eyes gradually disappeared. Su Ming stood by the bell and looked at it. The scene just now made him feel shaken, causing him to form a new speculation regarding the bell. Han Mountain Bell is definitely a priceless treasure. Defeng might not even know about this, but it's been here for years, and no one took it. There's definitely something out of place about this. There's only one explanation to this. This bell has a spirit. Unless someone obtains its acknowledgement, then no one can take it away. Han Songzi once said that Sima Xian came to Han Mountain City in the past. I wonder if he realized the secret of this bell. The light in Su Ming's flickered. Right then, the sound from the bell was still echoing in his head. 9. The 2 bell chimes and the alpine dark turtle's howl had formed that word once they fused together as if it contained a great mystery. It surrounded Su Ming's heart and made the light in his eyes grow brighter. At that moment, another long arc traveled out from the mountain of Puqiang tribe that had most of its fog dissipated. There was an old man within that long arc. He had an incredibly respectful look on his face and was already in the transcendence realm. He approached the city quickly and did not dare stand in midair.
He descended on the ground 100 feet away from Su Ming and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming before he bowed deeply.
By the orders of the elder, we are to deliver the plate to you. We hope you will not mind what happened before.
As the old man spoke, he took out the plate and placed it on the ground before taking a few steps back with a conflicted look on his face and turning around to leave.
Su Ming did not look at the plate on the ground. His gaze was still fixed upon Han Mountain Bell. The light in his eyes flickered. He could already tell that the number of times the bell sounded was not the source of obtaining the acknowledgement from the tribes.
What they want is... A pensive look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had somewhat understood it, but the whole idea behind it was still a little obscure to him. I would suggest that you don't do it. As Su Ming was still mulling over it, light suddenly flashed on the stone gate that led to the second layer by his side. 4 people walked out from within. The appearance of these 4 people immediately made the crowd, who was originally silent, burst into commotion once again.
Nantian, Xianluan, Kujiosi, and Lang Ying. Besides Yunzong, all the transcended berserkers in Han Mountain City have appeared. This is the first time I saw the 4 of them together.
He's Sir Lang Ying. I heard about him before. Now that I see him, he's just like the rumors described him. As long as he's around, even sweltering lava will freeze in an instant.
Su Ming turned around and looked at the 4 people walking out of the stone gate. A faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips, which was hidden under the black robes. From the group, he had already met Nantian and Xianluan before. The one who spoke was Nantian. Nantian looked at the man in black robes who had his face covered. The man had his head lowered and he could not see his face, but he had a feeling that he had seen the outline of this person's body before.
Sir, what do you mean? Su Ming did not want to be recognized by others at this moment. This was not according to his plans to enter Freezing Sky Clan. That was why he asked in a hoarse voice. Nantian took a close look at Su Ming. After a while, he frowned and spoke slowly. It's nothing, just a reminder. Perhaps the owner of this bell won't like it. Su Ming fell silent for a moment before he lifted his right hand and seized the air. Puqiang tribe's plate instantly flew up into his hand from the ground. At that moment, he had the plates from the 3 tribes. He had obtained the right to go to Han Mountain summit. He could go there and challenge one of the 3 chains of Han Mountain that led to one of the 3 tribes.
Nantian smiled faintly and withdrew half a step. Kujiosi and the others did the same and opened up a path to the stone gate.
Su Ming looked at the stone gate. He knew that the gate led to the second layer. There would be no more roadblocks if he went further up. He could go straight to the summit. However, a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes and he looked at Han Mountain Bell.
It doesn't mean I can't snatch it even if it has an owner. Su Ming mumbled and jumped up. He lifted his right foot and spun around, landing a kick on the bell.
Su Ming's actions focused Nantian's attention on him. By his sides, Kujiosi and Lang Ying's eyes also became bright. Only Xianluan stared at Su Ming, as if he had just recalled something. The bell sounded again.
22, 23, 24. This person must have transcended, but that's odd. The bell chime this time doesn't have that shocking feel just now.
25, 26, 27. Just how many times is he going to sound the bell? The rebound is too strong. The crowd was in an uproar. Most of them had even instantly retreated. With Su Ming and the bell as the center, layers upon layers of invisible ripples spread out, causing the ground in Han Mountain to shake. It even made the leaders of the 3 tribes in the mountains around the city focus their eyes towards the place.
Su Ming stopped in midair. Just as he was about to land on the ground, he lifted his head swiftly as if he had finally found a vague sensation. He lifted his right fist and hurled it towards the bell. The instant his punch landed, a shocking rebound landed on his body, caused blood to trickle out of Su Ming's mouth. He fell to the ground, and once he took 7 to 8 steps back, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Dong! The 28th chime surpassed the previous chimes, even the fused sound that had dissipated the fog enveloping Puqiang Mountain. It turned into one single sound that replaced everything in the world and shook all hearts. It made all those who heard the sound tremble furiously.
No matter what level of cultivation a person had, the mighty sound appeared in their minds and made their heads blank.
The ringing of that sound made the alpine dark turtle in the sky howl towards the heavens. As it howled, its body shattered. Its body was not the only one that shattered, the mountain on its back also crumbled. The crumbling sounds caused a huge crash that fused with the bell chime, making all those who heard it to be unable to differentiate whether the bell chime was real, or that it was multiple bell chimes that had blended into one single sound that was difficult to tell apart. At that moment, the sounds mixed together and caused the sky and earth to change. That muffled voice that seemed to have come from the distant past rang out once again. 9-headed dragon. This was the only sound in the world. It reverberated, floated, and spread out, causing all those who heard the voice to feel dazed as if they had just lost their minds. It was as if, at that moment, their consciousness had been absorbed by that sound. Yen Luan fell into that state, the elder of Tranquil East fell into that state, everyone, without exception, fell into that state. Su Ming had the strongest sensation. A boom resounded through his head, and his mind was left in a blank state. A gigantic bell flared up gloriously in his mind. It was Han Mountain Bell. That booming sound was replaced by bell chimes that reverberated through Su Ming's mind, causing him to not know just how much time had passed until he slowly regained consciousness. The moment he woke up, his ears still rang with the lingering sounds of the bell chime. He could clearly see that the people around him were all still standing around him with dazed looks on their faces, still and unmoving. Su Ming breathed rapidly. Then, as if he sensed something, he lifted his head swiftly and saw the illusion of a ferocious beast in the sky that only he could see clearly. It was a gigantic beast. Its features were still obscured, but he could still tell that the beast had 9 heads. Each head had a different look. Some of them looked like they belonged to dragons, some to snakes, and some to humans. They were all incredibly bizarre, but what made Su Ming take in a sharp breath was this sight. Out of the 9 heads, he saw that 6 of them had their eyes closed, and only 3 of them had their eyes opened. Out of the 3 heads that had their eyes open, one of them was looking at him gently. Su Ming could see himself in its eyes. The other 2 heads were looking at him with an arrogant and cold air, and Su Ming saw an extraordinarily handsome person in green robes in their eyes. At that same moment, at the foot of the 7-colored mountain located far into the distance from Han Mountain City, the man in green robes placed the white piece in his hand down. "Big brother Sima, you lost this round." The girl by his side laughed happily. Her laughter sounded like tinkling silver bells and was very pleasant to the ears. She quickly placed the black piece in her hand down, and her petite face was filled with delight and happiness. "Lost?" The man in green robes smiled faintly. His smile looked very gentle, but the chill in his eyes could not be seen by the girl, neither could the voice in his heart be heard by her. That might not be the case. Su Ming looked at the illusionary gigantic 9-headed beast in the sky and saw the person in green robes in the eyes of 2 of the 3 heads. Their cold and arrogant gaze seemed to have connected with Su Ming's gaze for the first time, even though they were separated by a great distance. A faint smile appeared on the lips of the person in green robes. There was a hint of disdain in his smile. He gradually disappeared along with the 9-headed beast in the sky. As it disappeared, the dark clouds returned and rain fell once again. That might not be the case, might it? Su Ming's expression was calm. He suddenly understood the meaning of the gaze that belonged to the person in green robes. He did not know who that person was, but Su Ming knew that Han Mountain Bell was still without an owner. That person had not managed to completely obtain the bell either. He had only managed to obtain 2 of the 9 heads. When the illusionary beast in the sky completely faded out and disappeared into thin air, the people on the ground snapped out of their daze and opened their eyes, no matter how strong or weak they were. Even Yen Luan, the elder, and the others from the 3 tribes also opened their eyes at that moment. Very few knew what had happened. The sky was covered by dark clouds, as if nothing unusual had occurred. The crowd fell into a brief period of silence before they burst into an uproar. What happened just now? I felt my mind go blank, and I can only remember the bell chime echoing in my head. That's not right, something must have happened just now, or else it's impossible for all of us to react the same way. The sounds of discussions became louder. The crowd's gazes all turned to Su Ming under the bell. They only saw his back. Su Ming had his head lowered, and the black robes covered his head so neither his face nor expression could be seen clearly. The watchers could only feel an indescribable presence coming from his back as he walked towards the stone gate leading to the second layer. By the stone gate, Nantian and the others stood with shocked expressions on their faces. They looked at Su Ming walking over. Even if they were all-powerful transcended berserkers, their minds had been blank during the span of the few breaths. They did not know what had happened, but Kujosi still instinctively took a few steps back when Su Ming approached them. A respectful look appeared on his face. The others might not know what had happened, but Kujosi had seen Simi Xin sounding the bell in the past. It might have only been 3 chimes, but the same situation where all of their minds turned blank had happened. He still remembered it. That year, when he woke up, he saw Sima Xian's back as he looked at the bell quietly. That memory had just overlapped with the mysterious person before him. Nan Tian's breathing became rapid. He might not know as much as Kujosi, but he still knew that the bell belonged to Sima Xian. However, when the strange blank moment in his memories appeared, it still made him feel respectful towards the person walking towards him. He's fighting against Sir Sima for this bell. This person. Nantian lowered his head. Xianluan was silent. There was a conflicted look on his face. He had recognized Su Ming. At that moment, Su Ming had just become a tad more mysterious in his eyes. This mysteriousness was so thick it made Xianluan instinctively choose to move back. Mo Su's power is not as great as mine, but he still makes me feel dread. He dared to fight against Sir Sima for this treasure, and Mo Su seemed to have gained something. Just what other secret does this person hold? Is he really just challenging the chains of Han Mountain to obtain the right to enter Freezing Sky Clan? Thank goodness he's not the berserker who attained completion for the blood solidification realm a few months ago. Xianluan hesitated for a moment. He became slightly uncertain of his thoughts. Su Ming walked over calmly right under these people's gazes. He did not stop for even a moment at the stone gate leading to the second layer. With one step, he crossed over. The stone gate suddenly let out a bright flash. At the same time, the 3 plates Su Ming had on his body also let out bright lights. With a flash, he disappeared into the stone gate. When Su Ming stepped into the stone gate, an old woman appeared behind Yanluan on Lake of Colors Mountain. That old woman coughed as she walked. Her face was filled with wrinkles. As she coughed, a sickly red pallor appeared on her face. 2 girls supported the old woman on both of her sides. Their faces were filled with worry. Yanluan turned around, shifting her gaze to the old woman. She immediately took a few steps forward and personally held the old woman's arm. Tribe leader, the elder insisted on coming. One of the girls immediately said, "It's fine. You can both leave now." Yanluan nodded and carried the old woman to the edge of the mountain. That spot allowed them to have a better view of Han Mountain City. Luan Air. Someone obtained a part of Han Mountain Bell's inheritance just now, yes. There was a dull light in the old woman's eyes. Her voice was hoarse and held a hint of weakness. If she did not have Yanluan's support, she would surely fall. Yes. Yanluan was silent for a moment before she answered softly. That bell has been in Han Mountain for too long. Han Mountain tribe was even named after that bell. Han Mutin's ancestor was the one who gave the bell its name, Han Mountain Bell. But in truth, no one knows where it came from and what its true name is. It's better if it's taken away. If it continues staying here, then someday it'll bring about a catastrophe. It doesn't matter whether it's Sima Xian or that person just now. Let whoever can take it away do so. Don't interfere. But Fei Air still needs to enter Freezing Sky. Before Yanluan could finish speaking, the old woman turned her weak body around and looked at the beautiful woman before her. She did not speak, but only looked. After a long while, Yanluan lowered her head. Elder, I'll remember it. Luan Air, Lake of Colors tribe is only a small middle-sized tribe. Sima Xian is not someone we can provoke. But is the person who dared to fight against Sima Xian for the bell someone we can provoke? Elder, I'm worried about Freezing Sky Clan. Sima Xian is the disciple they value the most in Freezing Sky Clan. Fei Air still needs to join Freezing Sky Clan. If I don't do anything now, You're still too young. The old woman lifted a trembling hand and patted Yanluan's shoulder. The intelligence left behind by time could be seen in her dull eyes. You can say that Sima Xian is Freezing Sky Clan's disciple, but can you say that Sima Xian is the only disciple in Freezing Sky Clan? The old woman turned her head and looked at Han Mountain with a profound gaze. This? Yanluan was stunned. There was a slightly confused look on her face. The old woman sighed softly. She did not look at Yanluan as she whispered, "Let's change a perspective. You can say that Lake of Colors tribe is a tribe in the land of South Morning, but can you say that Lake of Colors tribe is the only tribe in the land of South Morning? Do you understand now?" Yanluan fell silent for a moment before she nodded. "I've already given up too much for Freezing Sky Clan. The 4-dimensional layer relocation art can protect our tribe from not dwindling for 1,000 years. Don't provoke this person. If he wants to challenge the chains of Han Mountain, then we will support him." As the old woman spoke, a tired look appeared on her face. At the same time, the eyes of Tranquil East's elder sparkled at the top of the mountain of Tranquil East tribe. His expressions changed repeatedly, as if he was uncertain. He would even occasionally cast a look at the Lake of Colors mountain. When he saw that Lake of Colors mountain remained still, resolution appeared in his eyes. "Among the 3 tribes in Han Mountain, I respect the elder of Lake of Colors the most. This old woman may not be incredibly calculative, but her intelligence can occasionally be very useful in major events. If she doesn't take action, neither will we. Han Mountain Bell will belong to whoever takes it away. This bell never belonged to the 3 tribes to begin with. Once we understand this, we can be at ease," the elder of Tranquil East said in a voice as if he was mumbling to himself, but he also seemed to be talking to the tribe leader of Tranquil East, the chief of war, and the others standing behind him. Puqiang tribe was also silent. The 3 tribes had adopted a strikingly similar attitude towards this. They chose to ignore it. There was only a little time left before the afternoon, but the rain was still heavy. It poured down mountain ranges and flowed down the rocks, causing the floor to be incredibly slippery. This was Su Ming's first time being in the 2nd layer of Han Mountain City. Behind him was the stone gate that blocked the path to the 3rd layer. Before him, the 1st layer of Han Mountain City was located high above. It was also the top of Han Mountain. That place was not too far from where he was. There was nothing above the 1st layer. Only the 3 chains stretched out and connected the mountains of the 3 tribes over there. The chains of Han Mountain. A brilliant glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He lifted his feet and moved through the quiet 2nd layer at a moderate pace. He walked along the winding mountain path, and after the times it takes to burn half an incense stick, he stood at the highest point of Han Mountain City. At this place, the mountain breeze whistled in the air and rushed madly at his face. It caused Su Ming's robes to dance in the air, but the wind did not manage to lift the robes covering his face. The 3 chains connected to the summit swayed in the wind. The canyons that spanned hundreds upon thousands of feet were right underneath them. The wind was piercing cold. There were even droplets of rain in it. Su Ming stood right there at the top and took a deep breath. He did not know whether powerful transcended berserkers would die once they failed the challenge and fell into the canyons. However, if the chains of Han Mountain had existed for so many years, then it would definitely not be easy to challenge them. Even if those who had transcended could walk in the sky, they would still only have a slim chance of surviving. Su Ming stood at the summit and looked into the distance. As far as he could see, it was filled with dark clouds. The sky and earth seemed to have connected together, and there was no difference between them. The rain was like a curtain that caused everything in sight to be blurred and indistinct. Sometimes, thunder would rumble in the sky. Bolts of lightning that could not be seen clearly would also flash. Sometimes, a part of the bolt of lightning would appear among the layers of clouds. If someone kept their eyes towards the sky for a long time, they would feel as if their eyes were flickering. He's going to start the challenge of the chains of Han Mountain. Which tribe's chain will this person choose? I think it's going to be Lake of Colors. No matter which tribe's chain he chooses, I just want to know whether he'll be successful. There are 9 sections to the chain. How many sections will he be able to walk? If he walks past the 7th section, then he can already be considered to have made it. In the past, the standard was for the challenger to walk up to the 8th section of the chain for Freezing Sky Clan to take that person in as a disciple. The criterion for each person is still different, but there are just too few who manage to walk up to the 9th section of the chain. The 9th section is nothing. From what I know, the 9 sections that are open to public now are only the first section of the true chains of Han Mountain.
The true chains of Han Mountain are connected to 8 mountains. Up till now, the complete chain had only appeared twice thousands of years ago. The rain may have been heavy, but it did not stop the people from paying attention to what was happening. Su Ming stood at the top of the mountain. Before him was the chain connecting to Lake of Colors tribe. The chain to his right was connected to the mountain belonging to Tranquil East tribe in the distance. To his left was the chain that connected to Puqiang Mountain, dripping wet with water as it bathed in the rain. 3 chains and 3 different mountains. Su Ming stood at the peak, and he could not help but recall the first time he came to Han Mountain City a few years ago. He had been standing at the 3rd layer and had his head lifted to look at Hefeng standing at the top of the mountain. That scene had remained in his head for a long time. A few years have passed since then. Time flies, Su Ming mumbled. He took a deep breath and looked towards the chain connecting to Puqiang Mountain. A bright glint appeared in his eyes, and he took 1 step towards the chain to his left. It's Puqiang tribe. He didn't choose Lake of Colors or Tranquil East, but Puqiang. Puqiang tribe has always been mysterious, and there are few who challenge the chain of this mountain. Why did he choose that mountain? Lake of Colors and Tranquil East had clearly shown their willingness to receive him just now. Only Puqiang remained indifferent, and they were even in conflict earlier. As Su Ming moved forward, the entire Han Mountain City burst into an uproar. Almost everyone talked about it. They could not understand his actions. By right, all the mountains that were connected to the chains of Han Mountain were the same. Freezing Sky Clan did not designate a certain mountain for the challengers for when they chose disciples. If it was anyone else, they would not choose Puqiang tribe over Tranquil East tribe, who sent their chief of war over, or Lake of Colors tribe, who had been the first to send their plate. The 2 of them were even in conflict just now, especially when the bell chime broke the fog protecting their mountain. Not only did the crowd not manage to wrap their heads around it, even Nantian and the other 3 transcended berserkers were baffled when they saw Su Ming's actions. Nantian looked at Su Ming's figure at the summit. He could not understand why he would make such a choice. Only Shen Luan's pupils shrank. He was a guest in Puqiang to begin with and was incredibly familiar with the tribe. So even though he might no longer be a guest, the friendship they had formed over the years was still around. When he saw Su Ming's decision, he had no idea why, but his heart lurched. He must have another plan. Shen Luan narrowed his eyes and stared at Su Ming standing at the summit without a word. Lake of Colors tribe and Tranquil East tribe were also puzzled. The elder and the rest of the people in Tranquil East tribe stood at the top of their mountains and looked at Han Mountain. When they saw Su Ming moving towards Puqiang's chain, the tribe leader of Tranquil East tribe, Fang Shen, frowned. A glint flashed through the elder's eyes before he spoke slowly. Kindred Mo seems to have another goal besides obtaining the right to enter Freezing Sky Clan. On Lake of Colors Mountain, a piercing glare came from the originally exhausted elder. She looked at Han Mountain with a pensive look on her face. Beside her, Yen Luan also frowned. We can give him everything that Puqiang can provide. But he still chose Puqiang. This person has a goal and has made preparations for it. He must have made his decision before he challenged the chains of Han Mountain. His goal is not Han Mountain Bell, but Puqiang, the old woman said in a hoarse voice. The light in her eyes became brighter. The old woman fell silent for a moment before she mumbled uncertainly. The only thing we can't provide is the aura of death that Puqiang gathers with their unique berserker art. Puqiang tribe was even more shocked by this compared to Tranquil East tribe and Lake of Colors tribe's bewilderment. Almost at the moment Su Ming chose the chain to Puqiang tribe, a strange glint appeared in the eyes of the skeletal old man sitting cross-legged at the summit of Puqiang Mountain. 7 to 8 people sat behind him. There were even people rushing to him quickly from below the summit. Elder. Someone spoke hesitantly in a low voice beside the old man who looked like a skeleton. No matter. I'd like to see whether this person can make it here. Puqiang tribe's elder said calmly, touching the bone bracelet on his right wrist with bright eyes as he stared at Han Mountain in the distance. Right at the moment Su Ming's right foot stepped on the swaying chain battered by the rain connecting to Puqiang Mountain. Muffled booms reverberated through the air and covered all voices from the people in Han Mountain like muffled rumbles of thunder. The earth also trembled as if it was shaking.
8 giant pillars of 100 feet thickness rose up from the canyon underneath the chain. The 8 giant stone pillars, decorated by cracks and numerous green plants, rose up from the canyons with rumbling sounds and immediately supported the swaying chain whilst dividing it into 9 sections. As the 8 stone pillars rose up, dust clouds soared up from within the canyon. But the moment they appeared, they were immediately washed away by the storm. Thunder rumbled in the sky like it was showing its might. Each of the 9 sections of the chain were very long. They connected with each other, forming a bridge-like chain path between Han Mountain and Puqiang Mountain. Rain continued washing down the chain, causing it to look incredibly drenched. If it was a normal person on top, they would perhaps not dare to take even a single step. Even if they did take that step, they would still fall to their deaths due to carelessness. The loose and swaying chain not only brought danger to a person's body, but also shock to the soul. People would feel as if the canyon was right before their eyes and they would retreat instinctively. Even if someone pushed them from behind, they would still struggle to move backwards. This sort of shock to the soul was hard to bear even for people who claimed to have strong willpower. Su Ming's right foot landed on the chain, but it did not stop swaying because his foot landed on it. It continued swinging in the storm, causing his right foot to sway along with it. Su Ming had an incredibly solemn look on his face. He had never underestimated the chains of Han Mountain. The slippery feel was even clearer when he stepped on the chain, and it was difficult for him to stand firmly. No wonder He Feng always took a few steps in one go at that time. Even if he stopped, he would wait until he was steady on his feet before he. Su Ming was not the only one serious. At that moment, almost all of the people in Han Mountain City were the same. They looked at the figure in the rain and looked at the swaying chain underneath his foot. They could not help the nervousness growing within them. Just how far can a person who struck the bell 20-something times go? He chose the wrong time. The chains of Han Mountain are much more difficult in the rain. It's not a problem of timing. It'll continue raining in this season. No matter which day he chooses, it'd still be the same. The sounds of discussions gradually grew louder as the people's breathing quickened. Su Ming could not hear any of it. He lifted his left foot, and the moment he steadied his right foot, he took a step forward. This step might have seemed small, but it meant that both Su Ming's feet had left the ground and left Han Mountain. At that moment, it could be said that his entire being was standing on the chains of Han Mountain. The mountain gust whistled in the air and blew past Su Ming's body, as if it wanted to push him off the chain. It caused Su Ming's robes to flutter and made the chain sway even more. Even breathing was difficult in this windstorm. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at Puqiang Mountain located in the distance. Even his vision started swaying as he stood on the chain. If that's the case, it's not really that difficult. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes and he stood straight before he moved forward. Each step he took landed squarely on the swaying chain. No matter how much the chain moved, it would seemingly move under his feet on its own to allow him to step on it. He moved forward steadily. Gradually, half of the first section of the chain was traversed. 2,000 feet away from him was a pillar of 100 feet that symbolized the end of the chain's first section. The people in Han Mountain City were all staring at Su Ming with utmost attention as he traversed half of the first section in midair, walking towards the first stone pillar. We might not be able to see his face, but his footsteps are very stable. The first section shouldn't be much of a problem for him. That's right, but there are 9 sections to the chains of Han Mountain. The farther you go, the stranger the chain will be, or else it wouldn't be so famous. Neither would it be used as the test for freezing Sky Clan to choose their disciples. I wonder how many sections this person will manage to conquer. The sounds of discussion gradually calmed down and numerous pairs of eyes focused on Su Ming's body up above. It was not just the people of Han Mountain. The tribe members and leaders of the 3 tribes were also looking at him. Due to Su Ming's appearance, the day where morning had passed by and the rain became different. Su Ming completed the first section of the chain with a nonplussed attitude. When he was at the end of the first section and was about to land on the first stone pillar, he suddenly trembled. The moment he trembled, his body started swaying. The sudden scene immediately made all the people gathered below cry out in surprise. This is just the first section, and he can no longer handle it. Impossible. He made the bell chime 20-something times. How could he not be able to handle the first section?
That's impossible unless... Cries of surprise rose and turned into an uproar in an instant.
Even the people from Lake of Colors tribe and Tranquil East tribe had their full attention immediately captured by what they just saw.
A glint appeared in Yen Luan's eyes and she spat out coldly, "Cur!" The old woman by her side did not speak. Instead, she looked towards Puqiang Mountain. On the summit of Tranquil East tribe, the elder of Tranquil East also cast a profound gaze towards Puqiang Mountain. He smiled faintly and did not speak. However, behind him, a piercing glare appeared in Fengshen's eyes. Since when did Puqiang become so petty?
There were dozens of people sitting on Puqiang Mountain. The elder sat at the top amongst those people and they were all silent. "Give me a reason," the elder of Puqiang tribe said languidly. Suming lifted his head swiftly. At the moment his foot landed, a strong wave of power instantly appeared from the chain and surged into his body from his right foot without warning. That power was filled with the aura of death as if it wanted to freeze his chi.
However, Su Ming had already obtained 979 blood veins. It would be difficult to freeze his chi even for a normal transcended berserker.
He let out a cold harumph. He did not lift his right foot, simply taking another step on the chain with his left foot.
At the same moment, the full force of all the chi from the 979 blood veins in his body spread out abruptly and fused into the chain, crashing into the incessant waves that kept charging towards from him hundreds of feet away. The first stone pillar was in between the two waves of power. The stone pillar shuddered and a large amount of debris fell off, but the pillar stood tall and did not fall. Su Ming noticed it before. There was a strange force on the pillar that strengthened it. This force was rather familiar to him. It was the presence of Han Mountain's ancestor. Even if the presence was faint, and even if Han Mountain's ancestor had died, but the presence that was left behind on the pillar could still make sure it did not shatter. The two forces of power crashed into each other and formed a muffled sound that was covered by the rumbling thunder, causing the other people to be unable to hear it clearly. On Puqiang Mountain, a middle-aged man shuddered among the dozens of people sitting on the summit. Blood flowed down the corners of his mouth and he looked at the elder of Puqiang tribe. He touched the treasure left behind by Sir Sima in this place. Sir Sima may not think it's worth it to be bothered by the likes of someone like him, but he has committed an offense and must be punished.
"You bit off more than you can chew," the elder of Puqiang tribe said calmly. "You're to be punished with 3 years isolation and you're not allowed to come out." The elder of Puqiang tribe did not even look at the middle-aged man as he spoke unhurriedly.
The middle-aged man fell silent. He wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and got up to bow towards the elder. He hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to say something, but chose to remain silent in the end and left respectfully. Yet at the very moment he walked to the edge of the mountain and was about to go down, the elder of Puqiang tribe looked at Su Ming standing on the chain of Han Mountain in the rain and spoke once again. "You acted too rashly, spoiled everything and achieved nothing. 3 years is too few. Go isolate yourself for 6 years and do not come out."
This time, the middle-aged man not only did not harbor any resentment, he became more respectful and bowed towards the elder once again.
"Thank you, elder." As the person left, Puqiang Mountain sank into silence once again.
Su Ming looked towards Puqiang Mountain. A cold glare appeared in his eyes. He could feel a chilling aura incessantly traveling forth.
He could already tell that once he walked past the first stone pillar, the chilling aura would seep into his body with each step he took and cause his feet to increasingly stiffen up more.
"The further I go, the difficulty of the chain will increase, and what happened just now is definitely not a coincidence." Su Ming's eyes grew colder and a chilling smirk appeared on his lips. He stood at the end of the first section of the chain and lifted his foot, landing right on the first stone pillar. An incredible force erupted from his body and turned into an impact that traveled down his right foot.
The moment that force landed on the stone pillar, a huge boom came from it. Cracking sounds resounded and rifts appeared beneath Su Ming's foot, which continued spreading down until they penetrated the entire pillar. The stone pillar had existed for many years. It had never shattered because no one dared to destroy it when they challenged the chains of Han Mountain. There was also another reason to it. Once it was destroyed, they would have no place to rest, and the challenge would become more difficult.
More importantly, there was a strange power within the pillars. This power made them nigh impossible to destroy for other people. However, Su Ming was not one of those people. That power belonged to Han Mountain's ancestor. It was a power that was similar to the power of the branding art, and since Su Ming possessed the power of the branding art, the power within the pillars was not a problem to him. It would not have worked if Han Mountain's ancestor was still alive, but since he was dead and most of the strengthening force in the pillars had already disappeared due to time, with Su Ming's brand, a crack immediately appeared in the force once he pushed the brand in, allowing the power of all 979 blood veins in his body to crash into the pillar. Tremors shook the stone pillar, and as everyone stared at it with their mouths agape, the stone pillar under that chain crumbled and shattered. When it shattered, the chain sank down, but Su Ming was not affected, albeit he was standing on it. The moment the stone pillar crumbled, he straightened on the chain and looked towards Puqiang Mountain located in the distance. Each time you attack me, I will destroy one of your stone pillars. Su Ming did not utter the words, but his cold gaze delivered his message. He did not use words to threaten them. Instead, Su Ming chose to use his actions to respond to Puqiang tribe's schemes. He was telling them outright that he had the power to destroy their stone pillars. When the crowd in Han Mountain City saw what happened, a great uproar immediately broke out among them. They had witnessed many challenges to chains of Han Mountain, but they had never seen or heard of anything like this, much less thought that the stone pillar that had existed for so long would crumble right before their eyes. One of the 8 stone pillars from Puqiang tribe has crumbled. It's said that the stone pillars were built by Han Mountain tribe in the past and are incredibly sturdy. They're very difficult to break. Just how did he do it? What just happened must be Puqiang tribe's doing. But that's just not worth it. If the stone pillar crumbles, it'll just be more difficult for the challengers. They won't have any place to rest. You're wrong. This doesn't really make things more difficult for him, but this is completely out of Puqiang tribe's expectations. Right now, the one who is panicking is not him, it's Puqiang tribe. Shattering the stone pillars is not against the rules for the challengers of the chains of Han Mountain. No one can say anything about it. But unless Puqiang tribe can build the stone pillar like how Han Mountain tribe had done, then this will be a permanent scar for Puqiang. This is a damage to their reputation. He's slapping them in the face, and they can't say anything about it. And this will also be remembered by other people. On Lake of Colors Mountain, a sharp glint appeared in the old woman's eyes. She cast a deep look at Su Ming, who was standing on the chain in the distance. By her side, Yen Luan smiled faintly. She did not speak. Tranquil East tribe was acting in a similar fashion. They were all looking at the silent Puqiang Mountain. At the very instant Su Ming destroyed the first stone pillar, besides the elder and 2 other people, the others all stood up on Puqiang Mountain. Their expressions were filled with animosity as they glared at Su Ming standing on the chain of Han Mountain. How dare he ruin Han Mountain's stone pillar? Elder, we must punish such an impudent person. Elder, tribe leader, our tribe's reputation is ruined because he destroyed our stone pillar. We can't take this lying down. Enough! The elder of Puqiang tribe frowned and spoke unhurriedly. The moment he spoke, the area immediately fell silent. It's just a stone pillar. If it's destroyed, let it be. We'll talk if he manages to come here. The elder's expression remained passive and his voice was calm, but there was a chill in his eyes. There was a plump middle-aged man sitting beside the elder. He looked like a mountain of flesh sitting on the summit. He smiled and narrowed his eyes as he spoke. It's not a bad thing that he destroyed the pillar. Compared to the other 2 tribes, Puqiang's chain will become more difficult for other challengers in the future, and it also sets us aside from the others. Su Ming could not hear the shock in the 3 tribes or the uproar of the crowd in the city. He stood on the chain that was missing the first stone pillar with a calm demeanor, not in a hurry to continue. Instead, he chose to recover his breathing. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, thunder rumbled in the sky and the rain became heavier. At that moment, it was as if there was a basin pouring water from the sky. Rain landed on Su Ming's body, causing his robes to stick to his skin. The wind also became stronger, but Su Ming was prepared. He did not want others to see his face. The robes covering his face were set in place firmly. He walked forth once again in the rain. This time he did not stop. Even if the chill underneath his feet was getting colder, he still took quick and steady steps towards the stone pillar at the end of the second section of the chain. Time trickled by. Right at the moment Su Ming closed in on the second pillar, and the crowd wondered whether Su Ming would destroy the second stone pillar as they stared at him. Suddenly, a lackadaisical and delicate voice traveled forth from Puqiang tribe. "Sir, please destroy the rest of Han Mountain's stone pillars from our tribe. We're sorry we have to trouble you with this. And if you possess more extraordinary power and strength, then you can try cutting off this chain so that our tribe will not be bothered by outsiders from now on." The voice held a velvety tone to it that made it seem as if it held no strength. But when the words fell in people's ears, it made them feel enticed, as if they were targeted by poisonous snakes. As the words traveled out, the crowd in Han Mountain City immediately fell silent and looked towards Su Ming. Nantian and the others were looking as well. The light in Nantian's eyes flickered. To him, the challenge of the chains of Han Mountain this time was completely different from what he had seen before. Puqiang tribe's words have just forced this person to his doom. If I were him, what would I do? A cold smirk appeared on Shen Luan's lips. He looked at Su Ming, who stood at the chain suspended in midair, and that sneer on his lips became colder. He could already imagine Mo Su's hesitation. His actions and subsequent counterattack just now had just turned him into laughingstock. Su Ming stared at Puqiang Mountain coldly. He lifted his right foot and stepped on the second stone pillar. Once he sat down, he closed his eyes, as if he did not hear that voice. He paid no heed to them and started resting. At that moment, everyone in Han Mountain City fell silent. All of them were looking at Su Ming. Even the ones from Lake of Colors and Tranquil East were staring at him, waiting for the moment he chose to give answer to the statement. After a while, Su Ming opened his eyes and got up to the move to the third section of the chain. The instant his feet landed, an imposing, abruptly pressure spread out from the chain. That pressure held an aged presence that seemed to have existed for a long time. It would appear each time someone came forth. The moment the pressure fell upon him, Su Ming faltered for a heartbeat. He circulated his qi, causing most of the pressure to dissipate. He lifted his foot and moved forward along the chain. The more steps he took, the stronger the pressure grew. Su Ming only took 5 steps forward, and he could already clearly feel a slight decaying sensation in his body due to this pressure. It was as if his entire being was gradually growing older. So this is the true might of the chains of Han Mountain. No wonder even those who transcended will shrink back in its presence. Even power will rot in the face of time. The third section of the chain will be difficult for those at the 8th level of the blood solidification realm, but I can still handle it. Su Ming walked forth silently. The instant he took his 15th step, the delicate voice traveled out once more from Puqiang Mountain. "Sir, about the thing we asked of you." The moment the voice came, the second stone pillar behind Su Ming suddenly shook and crumbled into a lot of debris. As it let out muffled rumbling booms, it shattered. The voice instantly froze, as if it had just swallowed its subsequent words. Right till the end, Su Ming did not open his mouth to answer the words from the delicate voice. Even if the second stone pillar behind him crumbled, he still did not turn his head back, and neither did he stop. The chain sank abruptly, but he still continued onward towards the third stone pillar, facing the pressure brought by time as he approached the pillar. His silence made all those who saw the stone pillar crumble stunned. It was not only because of the stone pillar shattering, but also due to their suspicions towards Su Ming. What's his name? He's definitely not some ordinary person. This person's personality is scary. I wonder what Puqiang tribe will do next. As the people discussed amongst themselves in low voices, Su Ming was already standing on the third pillar. He only stood there for a moment before continuing onwards. Rumbling sounds came from behind him, and the third pillar crumbled. He was still silent as he walked past the 4th and 5th pillars. When the 5th pillar crumbled, Su Ming's footsteps on the chain slowed down. His breathing had become slightly ragged. The aged feeling had enveloped his entire body, causing him to feel as if he had just turned into an old man. Half a day had gone by. It was already noon. The gentle sunlight should have been bringing about a scorching heat at that moment, but it was blocked by the thick, dark clouds in the sky that refused to leave. It could not shine through. The rain was still falling heavily and created pattering sounds along with the whistling wind that swept through the mountain ranges under the heavens. It might have still been raining, but it did not stop anyone in the crowd in Han Mountain City from watching. All of them wore straw capes and bamboo hats as they continued staring at Su Ming walking on the chain swaying in the wind in midair. The wind may have been strong and the rain heavy, but it did not at all stop them from watching the person who had sounded Han Mountain Bell 20-odd times, who completely shattered the 5 stone pillars he walked through, and who had walked up to the 6th section of the chain. Perhaps it would be an exaggeration to describe this person and this incident as something that would only happen once every 1,000 years, but it was inadequate to describe it as a sight that happened once every few centuries. He's slowing down at the 6th section of the chain. There's definitely something strange in that section. It's a pity that all those who successfully conquered the chains of Han Mountain chose to keep the secret of the chains to themselves. Most of those who failed the challenge died, and even those who survived by a stroke of luck chose to remain silent. It only makes people wonder why the chains of Han Mountain are so difficult. He stopped. Discussions broke out and multiple pairs of eyes gathered on Su Ming through the curtain of rain. Even Nantian, Shenluan, Kujosi, and Lung Ying all looked towards him with shining eyes. Su Ming no longer continued onward on the swaying chain. Instead, he sat down, looking as if his body was glued to the chain. As it swayed, his body too moved with it. His breathing had become rapid. There was a bright glint in his eyes, but he was not looking at Puchang Mountain. He was staring at the chain beneath him instead. This chain may have been bathed in rain, but signs of rust could still be seen in certain places, which proved the rumors that the chains had been around for many years. The pressure that makes it feel as if my time is flowing away is not coming from the land. Neither is it coming from Puchang, much less the stone pillars that I destroyed. It's coming from this chain. Up to this point, as the pressure from time and age became stronger, Su Ming also felt that his life force was being sucked away by the chain bit by bit. The speed at which his life force was being absorbed was not quick, but the farther he moved along the chain, the faster his life force was being absorbed. Su Ming could still resist against it at the moment. After all, he had 979 blood veins. If he just circulated all his blood veins, it would provide his body with a vast amount of qi. The circulation of qi was part of his life, and it could cover up the portion that was absorbed. However, Su Ming looked at the chain that still spanned far into the distance before him. I'm only at the 6th section right now. There's still a lot to go. Just what is this chain? How does it have such shocking power? And why is it absorbing life force? Su Ming chose to sit in this exact place because there was a particular portion of the chain before him that had a lot of rust. It was also the one portion where the rust was the most obvious to the eye. Some of the rust would even break off from the chain as rain fell on it. Wind whistled by his ears and brought a lot of rainwater onto him. Thunder also rumbled in the sky. At times, lightning would flash. Beneath Su Ming were the canyons whose ends could not be seen. When he lowered his head, what entered his sights was the rain falling into the canyons like millions of arrows that were let loose. Su Ming recovered his breathing for a while and lifted his right hand, tapping a finger on the rusted portion of the chain. The surface of his finger touched the rust. The instant he did so, Su Ming's face started paling. Very soon, his right index finger turned white, all signs of red being lost. This was not a sign that his blood was absorbed, but a sign that the life force formed when he circulated his qi, and the life force used for his organs to work in his body was slowly being sucked away. Time gradually passed by. Su Ming had already been sitting on the chain for a long while. His right hand was still on the chain, and he allowed his life force to be taken away as he remained still. The people in Han Mountain City gradually discovered that something was afoot. However, they could not think of the reason. They could only speculate. Is he tired? The time it takes to burn an incense stick is already over, and he still doesn't seem to be getting up. Looks like the 6th section of the chain is his limit. It's a pity, a real pity. He already did pretty well for going up to the 6th section of the chain. After all, the chains of the Han Mountain are unlike the bell. Your life is at risk if you challenge the chains. I think that right now he's also uncertain whether he should continue.
But can he even withdraw anymore? He already destroyed all the stone pillars behind him. Even if he chooses to walk back, it'll be difficult. The discussions spread in the rainstorm. Su Ming's actions had captured a lot of people's eyes and attention. Perhaps right from the moment he destroyed the first stone pillar, he chose not to give up. Nantian looked at Su Ming sitting on the chain and mumbled to himself. After a little while longer, a bright glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes and he lifted his right hand slowly. He stared at that portion of the chain and his pupils gradually shrank. It's just as I expected. The chain absorbs life to repair itself. Right before Su Ming's eyes, the part that had most obviously rusted had started recovering. A part of the chain had returned to a normal shade of color. The chains of Han Mountain were created by Han Mountain's ancestor. He came from another world to the land of berserkers. I can understand why he supported Han Mountain tribe. By doing so, he could have a place to stay. But why did he create the chains of Han Mountain? Just what was his real goal? Did he create this chain personally, or did he find the chain somewhere in the land of berserkers, or perhaps it's something he brought from? Su Ming had met Hong Kong. It could even be said that Hong Kong's death was directly related to him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Hong Kong died in his hands. That was the reason why these series of thoughts and speculations that people rarely thought about appeared in Su Ming's head. The crowd in Han Mountain City and the transcended berserkers were not the only ones showing concern to Su Ming pausing in his challenge. The three tribes were also paying close attention to him. The old woman on Lake of Colors Mountain stared into the distance and frowned. This person could fight for Han Mountain Bell against Sima Xian. I won't believe that he can only go up to the 6th section, Yan Luan said softly by her side. The old woman was silent for a moment before she spoke languidly. He's mulling over the chain, just as we did in the past. The elder and the rest were sitting cross-legged on tranquil East Mountain. They were also puzzled by Su Ming's actions. As they pondered about it, Han Songzi appeared from the stairs on the side and walked to the summit. She did not pay attention to any of them, but chose to stand at the edge of the mountain and look towards the chain of Han Mountain in the distance with a calm expression. Puqiang Mountain remained in dead silence. All of their gazes were focused on Su Ming sitting cross-legged in the distance. Those gazes were filled with sullenness and uncertainty. What is he doing, was the question practically in everyone's thoughts. Just what are the chains of Han Mountain? Su Ming lowered his head and cast a glance at the canyons down below. Darkness filled everything there and looked like the mouth of a beast just waiting for people to fall down for it to swallow. Su Ming knew what laid at the pit of the canyons, and it was precisely because he knew that he was feeling doubtful about the chain. After a long while, he stood up slowly and took a step forward with his right foot. Then he walked towards the 6th pillar standing before him. At the very instant he stood up and moved, Han Mountain City burst into an uproar. All the people that had been watching Su Ming began discussing amongst themselves when they saw him finally moving forward. He stood up. We've waited for long enough, and now he's finally starting to move again. I'm curious though, why did he stop just now? Su Ming took a deep breath and moved forward. His footsteps had become much slower. With each step he took, some of his life force would be sucked away every single time his foot came into contact with the chain, even though it was still the same chain that he had walked on previously. It made him feel uncomfortable and he started weakening. In his mind, he was no longer walking on the chains of Han Mountain but walking through his lifespan. Each step he took felt as if he had just finished walking through a part of his life. This sort of feeling was difficult for others to understand. Only when their lifespans were passing by would people occasionally sigh for the time they lost. Yet the chains of Han Mountain shrank the total amount of time for a person to finish living his life, causing that wave of melancholy to be brought forward. When dusk arrived, while layers of clouds still covered the sky, the rain had let up slightly. It was no longer a rainstorm, but started becoming a gentle shower. Su Ming finally managed to walk to the end of the 6th section of the chain after an entire afternoon passed by. The 6th stone pillar lay 100 feet away from him. At that moment, Su Ming's face had become pale. He might be circulating his qi to stimulate his life force, but the absorption of his life force became stronger as he moved along the way. He could no longer remain balanced. He could practically feel the chain howling in excitement as it was absorbing his life force to strengthen itself.
It was only a distance of 100 feet, but Su Ming used the amount of time it takes to burn an incense stick to walk slowly through those final steps. The moment he arrived on the 6th stone pillar, he let out a long sigh and sat down cross-legged, staring at the 7th, 8th, and 9th section of the chain lying before him and at Puqiang Mountain, which was connected to the 9th section of the chain. This distance might seem short, but it gave Su Ming a feeling that it was very far away. He could already imagine that the difficulty of the final 3 sections of the chain would far surpass the previous ones.
This chain is somewhat familiar to me, Su Ming mumbled with his eyes closed.
He had that feeling suppressed at the very bottom of his heart, and it only appeared in his mind when doubts and speculations arose, and he connected all of them with Hong Kong.
The moment Su Ming stepped on the 6th stone pillar, a huge wave of discussions passed through the crowd in Han Mountain City. The 6th stone pillar. That's the start of the 7th section of the chain.
Can he finish traversing the 7th section of the chain?
I don't think so. He was already staggering when he was walking on the 6th section. It'll be very difficult for him to finish the 7th section.
From what I know, all the previous challengers of the chains of Han Mountain failed at the 7th section. This section might be different from the rest.
When the discussion started, Su Ming was seated and unmoving. After a long while, when the sky turned completely dark and the moon peeked out from the clouds, he opened his eyes.
Night has come, he mumbled. Up till this point, Su Ming had only been circulating his qi to counter the power sucking away his life force as he walked through the previous 6 sections of the chain. He did not use any other method to counter the force.
The branding art was only used to destroy the stone pillar. At other times, Su Ming would keep it in himself. He did not wait for night to fall, did not activate the branding art, even fine control was rarely used. He only used the power of all the blood veins he had at that point in his body. After the few months of meditating in the isolation grounds of Han Mountain's ancestor, Su Ming had discovered something unique that existed only within those who attained completion for the blood solidification realm. If he did not want to, his blood veins would not appear on his skin. During the first 5 sections, Su Ming only used the power of around 700 blood veins. He only used the full power of all 979 blood veins when he was walking on the 6th section of the chain. Su Ming knew he had to use some of his hidden techniques when he faced the 7th section of the chain, or else, with just the power of the 979 blood veins, even if he managed to finish walking past the 7th section, the life force that was absorbed would affect his future plans.
My body will recover quicker under the moonlight. The same goes for my blood circulation. It'll also produce more life force for me.
Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the moon in the sky. Most of it was concealed by the clouds. The moon was not round, but in Su Ming's eyes, the moon belonged solely to him. Moonlight shone on the ground without form. Some of the light was reflected off the small drops of rain, forming brilliant colors that could not be seen by others. As the light blended into Su Ming's body, he slowly rose up and walked towards the 7th section of the chain. He started on the 7th section. This section is incredibly dangerous. It's far too easy falling to your death here. I also heard that a lot of people failed at this section. It's a pity. This person already wasted too much energy in the 6th section. The 7th section might be difficult for him. Moonlight scattered on the ground at night. It might not be as bright as daylight, but the people could still see Su Ming walking towards the 7th section of the chain. The crowd had already been watching for an entire morning, but they refused to go and rest even if it was night. Some of them even chose to go to places where there was no rain to sit down and watch as they talked amongst themselves. The old woman might have been tired, but she continued standing on the summit of Lake of Colors Mountain with Yen Luan supporting her as she watched.
The 7th section, the section of doom. The old woman mumbled.
Yen Luan was silent. She did not speak, but simply looked onward. At that moment, Su Ming did not realize that behind him, in a house on the 2nd layer of Han Mountain, was Han Feizi, who had arrived some time ago. She had been standing there for a long time already, looking at Su Ming's back, pondering about something.
Everyone on the mountain belonging to Tranquil East tribe was watching.
The tribe leader of Tranquil East hesitated for a moment before he looked towards the elder by his side. Can he walk through the 7th section? You should ask Han Songzi about that. the elder of Tranquil East said languidly with a calm expression on his old and aged face. Han Songzi was silent for a moment before she spoke in a gentle but firm tone. Yes. The silent crowd on Puqiang tribe also started discussing amongst themselves in low tones when Suming moved.
Perhaps we don't even need to do anything anymore. Judging by his actions during the 6th section, he won't be able to complete the 7th section.
Even if it's me, walking through the 6th section wouldn't have been so difficult. Looks like we overestimated this person. Best that he fails, or else we'll have to continue waiting here, and I'll have to waste my time. The sounds of discussion were low, but the words were cold. Just like the berserker art Puqiang practiced, they were filled with the implications of death.
Only the elder of Puqiang tribe and the man who looked like a mountain of flesh did not speak along with the others. These two people's expressions were different. The elder of Puqiang tribe sat with narrowed eyes, not revealing his thoughts.
As for the man who looked like a mountain of flesh, he was frowning.
What are your thoughts?
The elder of Puqiang tribe, the old man so dried up that he looked like a skeleton, cast a glance at the man beside him.
There are 3 reasons as to why he destroyed the stone pillars. 1, as a warning. 2, to be intimidating. 3, to cut off his own retreat, putting himself in a position where he must finish challenging the chain.
No one would do that, but he did. From these tiny details, we can tell that this person has a certain amount of confidence, but his confidence shouldn't be too great, or else he wouldn't need to cut off his own retreat. However, I think he can complete the 7th section. The man who looked like a mountain of flesh said slowly as a glint appeared in his eyes. The rain at night was weak, but there was still the occasional thunder rumbling. Sometimes, lightning would flash in the sky and slice through the air, making the land bright for an instant. At that moment, a bolt of lightning appeared, and in the short moment when the land was lit up, the crowd saw Su Ming taking his first step towards the 7th section of the chain from the 6th stone pillar.
Yet the moment he took his first step, Su Ming lurched forward.
The others could not see it, but at that moment, the second his foot landed, Su Ming saw a person suddenly appear on the 7th section of the chain. This person's face was obscured, and it looked like it was just an apparition. It floated before Su Ming and over the chain of Han Mountain, looking at him silently. Su Ming! A faint voice floated towards him and traveled into Su Ming's ears, causing his heart, which was uninfluenced by virtually everything, to tremble the instant he heard the voice. Lei Chun. Su Ming immediately recognized the owner of the voice. The moment he called out the name, the apparition no longer remained obscured, but instantly turned clear. Very soon, a person with an alien appearance, but with a pair of familiar eyes appeared before Su Ming.
There was a pained look on the person's face. He stood there with a baffled expression. There were numerous wounds on his body, and Su Ming could see some black insects crawling in those wounds. That person looked incredibly old, and his right eye was blind. At that moment that I let out a fierce light, but his left eye was staring at Su Ming dumbly with disbelief.
Su Ming, is that really you? This is. The person trembled, and the pained look on his face grew worse. It was as if the pain he suffered at that moment was unbearable. Su Ming even saw a circular mark at the center of his brows.
That mark was completely black. There was even black mist coming out from it, as if the mark had penetrated through his entire skull.
This is impossible. It's not you.
You're not you. Who are you?
The person suddenly roared and glared at Su Ming. He took a huge step forward and charged towards Su Ming. A strong presence suddenly erupted forth from Lei Chen's body. When that presence appeared, Su Ming felt as if everything around him had frozen up. A mighty pressure fused with the aura of death pressed on him like a gigantic hand, causing his body to tremble. Lei Chun, Su Ming mumbled. His heart pounded and raced against his chest. He absolutely did not expect that something like this would appear on the 7th section of the chain. This is fake. I'm challenging the chains of Han Mountain. This is just an illusion formed in my heart.
Su Ming's mind was not muddled. It was the opposite. His mind was incredibly clear, but it was this lucidity that made his heart tremble.
You! Who are you? Lei Chen growled ferociously.
He was still closing in on Su Ming. A vicious presence crashed into Su Ming's body when Lei Chen was not even 100 feet away from him. A killing intent fueled by madness also appeared in Lei Chen's right eye.
Lei Chen, I'm Su Ming. Su Ming was clear-headed, but the more lucid he was, the more terrified he became. He was not afraid of Lei Chen, nor of the heavens and earth. It was a fear that he could not describe.
I am Su Ming. I am Su Ming. He mumbled. He looked at Lei Chen closing in on him viciously. He clenched his right hand and hurled his fist forward, but stopped abruptly when his fist was 3 inches away from his face. He stopped because Su Ming uttered one sentence.
You once asked whether we would change.
Lei Chen trembled. His bloodshot eyes were filled with viciousness and the remnants of disbelief. There was even terror as he looked at Su Ming dumbly.
That's impossible. I buried you with my own hands. Is this an illusion? Is this another one of those illusions that re-part of my training? Lei Chen laughed brokenly and retracted his right fist before punching his own chest. A muffled boom reverberated through the air, and Lei Chen's body dissipated instantly, turning into an indistinct blur once again that gradually disappeared from Su Ming's eyes. Su Ming's breathing quickened. He had not experienced such a change when he had walked through the 6 sections of the chains of Han Mountain. Neither did he act this way under Puqiang's delicate words. Yet now he could barely control his own breathing. He panted harshly.
Is this an illusion, or is it the truth?
Is this my illusion, or Lei Chen's illusion?
Is this my reality, or Lei Chen's reality?
Lei Chen's appearance has changed a lot, and he has become so powerful. Is this my imagination? Su Ming trembled, as if he could not wake up from his nightmare. At that moment, a shocking uproar broke out in Han Mountain City. That commotion made all the people sitting down stand up once again. Lake of Colors tribe, Tranquil East tribe, and even Puqiang tribe were taken aback. All of them clearly saw Su Ming walking forward on the 7th section of the chain in the night. Yet his movements were completely different from before. It was as if he had forgotten that this was the chains of Han Mountain, and he had forgotten that he was walking on a chain, not a smooth pavement. At that moment, Su Ming looked as if he had lost his soul and his mind before these people's eyes. Even if he was moving, he looked like a walking corpse. There was even once where he almost missed his footing. This was definitely not something a person with a clear mind would do. This again. I remember hearing from someone before that every challenger walking on the 7th section would become like this. Just what secret lies in the 7th section? It's over. He didn't slip when he almost missed his footing just now because the wind was small and the chain wasn't swaying too hard. Now, the wind is here. The discussions that rose like tidal waves stopped instantaneously due to the sudden appearance of the fierce wind. As the wind moaned in the air, the 7th section of the chain started swaying furiously, and the speed at which it swung also increased. At that moment, a bolt of lightning sliced through the air, causing the discussions that had halted to rise once again in a volume louder than before. Because at the moment the bolt of lightning lit up the world, they saw clearly. On the chain, Su Ming lifted his right foot stiffly, and slipped. He failed. If you fail at the 7th section, it's the same as dying. He definitely doesn't have any art that can keep him alive.
The 7th section, the 7th section. I can't believe it's so dangerous. I don't even know why he became like this. This shouldn't have happened by how he performed at the 6th section. The sounds of discussing burst forth. Almost everyone stood up. Nantian and the others took a deep breath in disbelief. The 7th section might be difficult, but he's the person who could fight for the ancient bell with Sir Sima, and he failed just like that?
I knew that the 7th section is mysterious, but I don't know the details. Just what did this person go through in the 7th section? The discussions were endless. Commotions broke out everywhere. Under everyone's eyes, Su Ming's foot missed the chain of Han Mountain and he fell. His body toppled to the side, and he fell downwards. The sight stirred up even stronger shock and cries of surprise. Nan Tian and the other 3 people did not hesitate one bit. They all flew up to look from midair. In the house on the 2nd layer of Han Mountain City, Han Fei Zi's face turned pale under the veil. She did not move, but simply stood as she looked into the distance with a dumbfounded expression. It doesn't matter whether he is Mo Su. If he fails at the 7th section, then no one can save him,
Han Feizi lowered her head and closed her eyes. At the same time on Lake of Colors Mountain, the old woman widened her eyes. Yanluan was also stunned by her side. Her face was filled with disbelief. This had happened too suddenly, catching them completely off guard. This is the... Yanluan was speechless and completely stunned.
It's a pity. The old woman sighed lightly. She turned around and was about to leave the place. The entire day of watching the challenge with close attention had made her extremely tired. Yet when she was about to leave, she saw Han Mountain City with the corner of her eyes and was suddenly stunned. The spot that she saw was where Han Mountain Bell was located. The bell did not experience any changes and continued lying silently in the corner. When Su Ming's foot landed on thin air and his body fell from the 7th section, besides Lake of Colors Mountain, Tranquil East Mountain also experienced a shocking change. For the first time, the elder of Tranquil East stood up and took a few brisk steps to the edge of the mountain to look. He took a deep breath and his eyes sparkled with shock concealed within. With his power, even if he can't make it through the 7th section, he shouldn't have failed like that. He's someone who's incredibly similar to Sima Xian. How could he just die like that? Fangshan's face was pale. From the moment he recognized Mo Su to be the challenger of the chains of Han Mountain, he had been in a constant state of nervousness. That nervousness did not stem from his worry about Su Ming's well-being, but his son's injuries. When he saw Su Ming slip and fall from the chain, Fangshan's body swayed and he staggered a few steps backwards. He knew that Mo Su was dead. No one could survive if they fell from the 7th section of the chain. Han Songzi bit her bottom lip, and a baffled look appeared in her eyes. However, almost at the same instant that bafflement appeared, it turned into resolution. He won't die. At that very moment, due to Su Ming's surprising fall, even the man who looked like a mountain of flesh stood up on Puqiang Mountain. All on the mountain took a few instinctive steps forward, including the elder of Puqiang tribe. They came to the edge of the mountain and looked down. They could still see Su Ming's body falling downward swiftly, and he was soon swallowed by darkness, disappearing without a trace. Didn't I say it before? This person will definitely die. The 7th section of the chain is not so easy. He was just walking to his own death. It's a pity. He sounded the bell 20-odd times, but he still died on the 7th section of the chain, and no one can save him. The elder of Puqiang tribe narrowed his eyes and a chilling glint appeared in his eyes. He no longer looked at the canyons but lifted his head and spoke with a surly tone. Send someone down and get his corpse back. Someone behind him immediately obeyed and quickly walked down the stairs to arrange for the task to be done. A disbelieving look appeared on the man who looked like a mountain of flesh. He looked at the canyons and then at the 7th section of the chain. A respectful look appeared in his eyes. Chains of Han Mountain. The crowd in Han Mountain City still had not recovered from the shock after witnessing the sudden scene. Even in the midst of all the buzzing discussions and commotion, most of their gazes would still turn back towards the 7th section of the chain in the moonlight. The chains of Han Mountain become incredibly dangerous starting from the 7th section. If even such a prodigy failed, then how can we even challenge it? Only if you walk up to the 9th section are you qualified to enter Freezing Sky Clan, but that's just a qualification. But if you're from one of the 3 tribes, then you won't need to walk though all 9 sections of the chain, just like how Han Songzi did in the past. Time trickled by slowly, and the people in Han Mountain City gradually accepted the reality. Some of them felt that it was a pity. Some of them were mocking him. Some of them felt pleased with what had happened, and some were sighing deeply. Yet no matter what, everything had ended. The person who made the bell chime 20-odd times had become something in the past. Another person failed the challenge of the chains of Han Mountain once again. Another innocent soul died because of them. Let's go. It has ended. Let's go back to meditate and increase our blood veins. The chains of Han Mountain are not something we can challenge. It's a pity. We don't even know what that person's name was. We didn't even manage to see his face. Let's hope Puqiang can find his corpse. The topic of people's discussions gradually started to move away from what had happened over the day, and they went back to their own houses with deep sighs. In the sky, Kujiosi and the other 3 people were all silent. Besides Xian Luan, who was laughing coldly in a gleeful manner in his heart, the other 3 had mixed feelings in their hearts as they looked at the chains of Han Mountain.
They began to feel helpless as they were reminded of the approaching date of Freezing Sky Clan coming to take in disciples. Strong, transcended berserkers like themselves could go back to their own tribes and enjoy life if they were satisfied and were willing to stop with their training. That was their best choice. However, they were not satisfied, even though they had already reached the transcendence realm. "I'll go back first." Nantian sighed and wrapped his fist in his palm towards the other three people before he turned into a long arc and went back to the second layer. Kujiosi and Leng Ying wrapped their fists in their palms too and saluted each other in silence before they left. Only Xian Luin remained standing in midair with a faint smile on his lips. "You overestimated yourself and challenged the chains of Han Mountain. Mosu, you brought about your own death." Xian Luin laughed coldly. He moved, but not back to his own domain. He flew instead to Puqiang Mountain. He wanted to see whether Mosu's face could be seen if he was brought back. If he even had a corpse left, that is. He already had a vague guess in his heart and wanted to prove himself right. In the house on the second layer of Han Mountain City, Han Feizi's eyelashes fluttered. She opened her eyes and took a step forward silently. White clouds manifested under her feet and lifted her up to bring her back to Lake of Colors Mountain. She was not curious about how the dead failure looked like. Neither was she curious about his identity, because he was dead. To her, it no longer mattered whether this person was Mosu or not. If he's Mosu, then I'll have to look for another companion. Such a pity. Han Feizi sighed and flew into the distance on the white cloud. Yet at that moment, when tranquil East Mountain fell into silence, Puqiang Mountain was celebrating Mosu's misfortune and some were even went to search for his corpse. Suddenly, in the dispersing crowd in Han Mountain City, a dense boy standing beside an old man took a look at the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th stone pillars that were still underneath the chain of Han Mountain connecting to Puqiang Mountain with uncertainty and bewilderment. Then he whispered something into the old man's ear. The old man was momentarily stunned. Then he quickly lifted his head to look at the chain. "Everyone." The more he looked, the brighter the old man's eyes became. However, he was still a little skeptical. After a moment of hesitation, he called out to the people around him in a low voice. Yet no one took note of his words. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed in the sky. The rain became heavier. The rain during the day might have been heavy, but people were still standing outside to watch the chains of Han Mountain. Yet now, when the rain became just slightly heavier, these people were already walking briskly back to their houses. "Everyone, the pillars supporting the chain are still there," the old man yelled out. His voice did not travel too far. Most of the people who heard it ignored him at first, but very soon, they jolted, then whipped their heads back to look. The stone pillars were still standing tall underneath the chain connecting to Puqiang Mountain. "Eh? The stone pillars are still there." Once anyone fails in challenging the chains of Han Mountain, the stone pillars will all sink down instantly. This isn't something the three tribes can control. This is the mystery of the chains of Han Mountain. How? How could they still be there? Could it be? The old man and the boy were not the only ones who noticed it. People gradually started noticing this sight in other areas within Han Mountain City. Very soon, discussions and commotions broke out once again. After a while, most of the people who heard the sound stopped and turned to look. "They're right. The stone pillars haven't sunk. Could it be? He's not dead yet?" Cries of surprise reverberated through the air and eventually fused together. People's voices were like a windstorm blowing within Han Mountain City, causing all those who had originally wanted to go back to their houses to be stunned when they heard the words, and they immediately returned. As they listened to the cries of surprise around them and saw the stone pillars of Han Mountain standing tall before them, disbelief appeared on their faces. "Is he really not dead?" Nantian came to an abrupt pause in midair and turned around. Shock appeared on his face. He was not the only one. Leng Ying and Kujiosi similarly stopped in midair and looked towards the stone pillars. Xian Luin was the same. He had been laughing coldly and was just about to go to Puqiang tribe when he heard the cries of surprise from Han Mountain City. A jolt crawled down his body and he immediately turned around to look. "That's impossible." Han Mountain City was not the only one in an uproar at that moment. The expressions of the elder, the man who looked like a mountain of flesh,
and even all the other people behind them on Puqiang Mountain all changed drastically. They also noticed this. The cloud underneath Han Fei's feet stopped momentarily. As she stood on the white cloud, she turned her head back and focused her gaze at the canyons underneath the chains of Han Mountain. He's still alive?
He's still alive? The challenge for the chains of Han Mountain hasn't ended. The elder of Tranquil East tribe took in a sharp breath on Tranquil East Mountain. A rare look of disbelief appeared on his aged face. Han Xianxia stood not far in the distance. A hint of red finally appeared on her pale face.
The old woman's dark eyes sparkled as she stood on Lake of Colors Mountain. She looked at Han Mountain Bell, then at the stone pillars everyone was looking at while crying out in surprise. By the old woman's side, Yen Luan was also in a state of disbelief when the same thought that was going through everyone's head appeared in her mind. Could it be? Is he really not dead?
Why else would the stone pillars not sink?
The old woman was silent. She stared at the stone pillars and frowned. This matter threw her into a rare state of bafflement.
Due to the dark clouds, moonlight could not fall completely to the ground.
While it may not be so dark that people could not even see their own hands if they stretched them out in front of their eyes, but it was still rather dark, and they could only barely see the chain of Han Mountain swaying in the wind. The stone pillars continued standing tall underneath the pillars without any signs of sinking.
The amount of labored breathing gradually increased in Han Mountain City. All of the watchers, including the people who originally wanted to leave, were all looking at the chain with full attention. An indescribable feeling, like the calm before a storm, fell upon the entire Han Mountain. All of them were waiting for the person who might appear in their sights under the swaying chain.
Su Ming did not know that there were so many people waiting for him to appear. He did not even know that he slipped off the chain. Contrary to what the crowd saw, Su Ming was not in a muddled state. His mind was very clear, but what he saw was completely different from what the crowd saw. What he saw was still the swaying chain of Han Mountain in the wind. What he saw was still him with one foot on the seventh section of the chain. He saw Lei Chen's apparition breaking apart before him. That devastated laughter made his heart tremble. He could not tell whether it was his own illusion or whether it was Lei Chen's illusion. He did not even know whether this was real or fake. Even if he knew that everything might be a product of his own mind, Lei Chen's current appearance and his words made an uncontrollable sharp pain spike through his entire body. He buried me with his own hands, Su Ming mumbled.
He fell silent for a long time, for a very long time. He did not hear the thunder in the sky, did not hear the wind whistling, did not see the lightning.
He looked at the chain. Suddenly, the chain was no longer horizontal in his sight, but had turned vertical. The world, too, had turned upside down. He lifted his foot silently and moved forward. Yet when he felt that he had taken 10 steps forward, mist instantly gathered before him once again. A shudder ran through his body. The mist quickly gathered and eventually turned into the figure of a man. This person did not have his right arm. He wore a green robe and was standing there with a baffled expression, as if he did not know why he had appeared there.
He had a handsome face, and after a short moment, the bafflement in his eyes was replaced by a piercing glint that was akin to light reflecting off a sword.
Yet this piercing glint turned into a stunned expression when he saw Su Ming, which was quickly followed by a frown. His face became dark.
Bei Ling. Su Ming mumbled and stared dumbly at the man who had obviously aged before him. An indescribable feeling rose within his heart. Who are you?
Why did you lead my consciousness here? Your presence. Have we met before?
Bei Ling hesitated for a moment. The moment he saw this person, an incredibly familiar feeling rose within him. It felt as if it was something that was carved into his bones, as if it was a feeling that existed from a long time ago.
Su Ming was silent for a time. After a long while, he said softly, I'm Su Ming. The moment he heard Su Ming's name, Bei Ling trembled. He glared at him, with an expression that spoke of disbelief and that he could not imagine this happening. It was as if these two words left behind an impression that was difficult to erase within him.
Bei Ling was silent. Su Ming did not speak either. He could not tell whether this was real or fake. Bewilderment filled every corner of his body.
Neither knew how much time had passed when Bei Ling suddenly laughed coldly. He cast a deep look at Su Ming and his eyes became cold. Since when did the great tribe of Meow Man toy with berserker illusionary arts? And you don't even try forming the illusions of those around me, but chose to form Su Ming's illusion, who had already died. I don't care which Meow Man ancestor you are, but you shouldn't have created Su Ming's illusion. Su Ming is a member of my tribe. He is the hero of Dark Mountain. You have no right to turn into him.
Bei Ling's last words were practically shouted out. Anger and sadness filled his face as if an old scar that had been sealed off was forcefully ripped open, which caused Bei Ling to lift up his left hand abruptly, and immediately the apparition of a giant bow appeared behind him. That bow exuded a presence that could destroy heaven and earth. The moment it appeared, it was drawn out as if an invisible person was drawing it. Wisps of black mist appeared from within Bei Ling's body and gathered around him, turning into a black mist arrow. The moment the bow was drawn out, the arrow shot out from the bow with a buzzing sound and charged straight at Su Ming. Bei Ling, big brother, Su Ming mumbled. His mind was very clear. He knew that all of this was fake. But even if he knew that it was fake, he still wanted to see whether after Bei Ling, the elder would appear, and whether the girl whom he failed to keep his promise with her would appear. The charging arrow came to an abrupt halt before Su Ming. It was just like with Lei Chen's punch, it stopped. What? You? What did you just say? The pain on Bei Ling's face grew stronger. He looked at Su Ming, and after a long while, he closed his eyes.
Thank you for letting me see Su Ming once again. I don't care why you chose to cast this illusion, but today, I thank you. After a while, Bei Ling opened his eyes. A calm look settled on his face. There was a gentle look in his eyes as he looked at Su Ming, as if he was looking at his own younger brother.
Su Ming, take care.
Bei Ling turned around. There were tears in his eyes. He slowly walked into the distance, looking as if he was about to disappear from the world.
Big brother Bei Ling, is Xianxia all right? At that moment, Su Ming forgot to remind himself that all of this was fake. He looked at Bei Ling walking away and instinctively opened his mouth to ask. Bei Ling shuddered and stopped. He turned around and his breathing became rapid as he stared at Su Ming. Bafflement and uncertainty appeared on his face.
Su Ming looked at Bei Ling, then quickly put his right hand into his bosom. When he took his hand out, there was a black shard in his palm. That shard was the piece he took when Dark Mountain's statue of the god of berserkers broke. Even if all of this is fake, even if none of this is real, even so, it doesn't matter. Su Ming lifted his head and placed the shard in his hand for Bei Ling to see. The moment he saw the shard, Bei Ling's body trembled furiously. Shock appeared on his face and he stared at Su Ming dumbly. Are you really Su Ming? I am, Su Ming said bitterly. Bei Ling suddenly started laughing loudly. That laughter was filled with misery and a pain that Su Ming did not understand.
If you were Su Ming, why didn't you come back?
Do you know how long we waited for you? Do you know just how long we waited for you? Su Ming, you're not him. There was sorrow on Bei Ling's face. He turned around and gradually walked into the distance as he laughed miserably, disappearing from the chains of Han Mountain, from Su Ming's sight. Su Ming stood there right up until Bei Ling's body disappeared. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes. It had been a long time since he cried. At that moment, tears fell down his cheeks and on the chain, then into the canyons, disappearing without a trace.
Chains of Han Mountain, just what sort of chains are you?
Why did this scene appear? Are you trying to tell me something? Su Ming closed his eyes and only opened them after a long while before silently starting to walk forward again.
Walking through the chain was no longer important. Su Ming did not want to think whether it was real or fake any longer. He did not even care whether it was dangerous. He just wanted to see who he would see as he continued walking forward. He continued onward. When he was halfway through the 7th section of the chain, he saw Wu La, the head of the guards, Shan Hen. Eventually, the back of an old person with white hair appeared in the mist before him. Elder. Su Ming's heart clenched in pain. He was just about to see the old man clearly when he turned around, his vision suddenly blurring and a sword whistle echoing in his head. At the same time, a voice filled with anxiety repeatedly crashed into his mind.
This voice belonged to Hifeng. who was shocked awake when he sensed death looming over him. Master! Master! Wake up! Master!
If you don't wake up, then we'll die.
Damn you! Curse you!
Why aren't you awake yet?
If you want to die, at least release me first. Feng was in a state of frenzy as he yelled in a panic in his head.
Su Ming's chi was not circulating at all. It was as if his chi was suppressed, but the small virescent sword hidden within the path of blood that had been opened inside him was letting out a buzzing sound that only he could hear.
That buzzing sound was becoming increasingly stronger and was stimulating Su Ming's mind, causing him to wake up as he was dangerously falling.
The moment he woke up, a sense of death looming over him instantly rushed into his heart and broke through everything in sight, as if the world before him shattered into pieces. Once it disappeared, what appeared before Su Ming was endless darkness and his rapidly falling body.
He became truly awake. The moment he woke up, Su Ming suddenly understood. It did not matter whether what he saw was real or fake. In truth, these were all the lingering sights from the illusions that appeared when he was walking on the 7th section of the chain, which all remained in his head as he fell. Have I failed?
But I haven't seen the elder.
Su Ming was falling rapidly. The canyon was very deep. He could feel the wind around him roaring as his body rapidly closed in on the pit below. Feng's panicked and terrified screams, along with the sword whistles, reverberated in his head like thunder. No wonder the people who challenge the chains rarely survive if they fail. The chains of Han Mountain are really strange. They can suppress your chi and cause it to not circulate, and it can also make people lose consciousness. The only outcome is death. It's very hard for others to save the challengers. Feng survived in the past not just due to Han Fei's preparations, but also because of his luck. Su Ming became calm as his body continued falling. He might not know just how far the ground was, but the approaching impact and the increasingly stronger sense of death was enough to tell him that death was closing in on him rapidly. Master, you're finally awake. There was a hint of bitterness in Feng's voice. He already did not know how to express himself. He was shocked awake when he sensed death looming dangerously over him and immediately discovered that something was wrong with Su Ming. It was as if he had lost his soul, and his body was falling rapidly. Before long, he would crash and his body would turn to smithereens. Su Ming was unaware of his surroundings, so it was only natural that he did not know fear, but Feng was conscious. He could only watch Su Ming's body fall, watch himself dying together with Su Ming, and he could do nothing about it. He could not control Su Ming's body, and neither could he leave it. The power outside that was suppressing his chi would also bring about destructive harm to him.
He was truly afraid. This sort of torture where he had to walk to his own death and could do nothing about it made him mad. He called out to Su Ming in panic, had even started cursing him without bothering to sugarcoat his words by the end when he sank into despair.
Yet when he saw that Su Ming was awake, Feng suddenly became afraid again. That fear was no longer due to possibility of death, but due to the possibility of Su Ming having heard his words just now. If he did, then he might be in serious trouble.
Master?
What did you hear just now?
I was just worried about your safety. Feng quickly explained himself, cautiously worried that Su Ming would punish him because of that.
Su Ming ignored Feng. His body was falling rapidly. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind, and eventually, a faint glint appeared in his eyes. Immediately, the souls of wings of moon spread out from within his body.
Yet the moment they came out, a mighty pressure fell upon him instantly, trapping the souls of wings of the moon within his body, causing them to be unable to come out. I can't circulate my chi, and the souls of wings of the moon can't leave my body either. This is the only way now.
Su Ming activated the branding art in his mind, and a green light flashed at the center of his brows before the small virescent sword charged out.
The small sword was also not faring very well under the pressure of the place when it appeared. It swayed as if it could not bear the pressure, but when Su Ming gathered all the power of the branding art on the sword, it immediately stabilized, and with a flash, it dashed underneath Su Ming's feet to support him, allowing him to step on the blade. Due to the force of the fall, the moment his feet landed on the blade, Su Ming felt as if he was crushed. The small sword only managed to dissipate some of the force, the rest was all gathered in his body. Banging sounds reverberated within him and Su Ming's face immediately turned pale. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and the small sword abruptly sank hundreds of feet before it slowly came to a halt. Su Ming was gasping as he stood on the small sword. He lifted his head swiftly and looked at the dark sky above him. He saw lighting flashing in the sky. During the short instance when the world was bright, he saw the faint and indistinct chain swaying above him.
I haven't finished challenging the chain, Su Ming mumbled. He was wearing a black robe, but the hood had flown off when he was falling, so he lifted it back up to cover his head once more. He then loosened the robes around his feet so that he could hide what was lifting him up. The small virescent sword slowly rose up under his will, supporting his body from the depths of the canyons as he gradually floated upwards. He returned. Within Han Mountain City, as time trickled by and innumerable thunders rumbled in the sky, occasionally lightning would slice through the air and light up the area. It also illuminated the chain that was under the scrutiny of everyone in Han Mountain City. Similarly, the faces of the crowd standing in the city waiting were also illuminated when lightning flashed in the sky. No one felt impatient. All of them knew clearly in their hearts that there was only one explanation to the strange sight of the stone pillars not sinking. The challenge of the chains of Han Mountain had not ended. The challenger did not fail. However, they might know the reason behind it, but the people could not help but be skeptical due to everything that had happened that day. Is he really not dead? It's been a long time since then. If he's really not dead, then why hasn't he appeared? Puqiang tribe should have sent someone to look for his corpse. I wonder how they fared.
The low sounds of discussions broke the silence. It had been too long. Even if the people knew the reason as to why the stone pillars had not sunk, their uncertainty grew stronger as time passed by.
The elder of Tranquil East had a grave expression on his face as he stood at the edge of Tranquil East Mountain. He kept his gaze fixed on the canyon. Behind him, Fang Xin and Han Congzi, who stood a little further away, were doing the same. This has never happened before. Is he really not dead? Soon, an hour passed by. An hour usually passed by quickly for people, but now, to these people, this hour seemed to be passing by so slowly it was as if time had been lengthened by several fold. On Puqiang Mountain, the thin and dried-up elder sucked in a deep breath, and the grave expression on his face gradually relaxed.
It has been over an hour. Perhaps something is wrong with the chains of Han Mountain and not because the person hasn't died. What do you think?
The elder of Puqiang tribe's final sentence was directed towards the man who looked like a mountain of flesh and stood by his side. The man hesitated for a moment, looked at the sky, then looked at the canyons before he spoke slowly. It has been quite some time. There's a high chance that this person is dead. The tribe members who went down to look should have also. He did not manage to finish speaking. Suddenly, his body lurched forward and he stared fixedly at the canyons. He saw it. He was not the only one. Beside him, the expression of Puqiang tribe's elder also changed. It was as if there was anger roaring with the might of a windstorm and giant waves within his body, ready to erupt forth at any moment as he stared into the canyons. He saw it. Besides the two of them, the other people on Puqiang Mountain also trembled and looked into the canyons. Their expressions changed drastically because of what they saw. They saw it. Lightning flashed in the sky at that moment, and during the instant the light from the bolt of lightning illuminated the world. A person in black robes could be seen rising slowly from within Han Mountain's canyons. Cries of surprise rose from Han Mountain.
The elder of Tranquil East tribe took a deep breath and a piercing glint appeared in his eyes as he stared into the canyons with a look of amazement. He too saw it. Fang Xin and Han Congzi, who were standing by his side, had different expressions on their faces. Fang Xin was shocked, while Han Congzi let out a huge sigh of relief. They also saw it.
On Lake of Colors tribe, the old woman instinctively clenched and loosened her right hand before she clenched it again. This repeated several times, but her expression remained calm. It was as if even if she saw that shocking scene in the canyons, her emotions would not surge too much. By her side, Yen Luan was stunned for a moment when she saw what was happening in the canyons. Then a brilliant light appeared in her eyes. She was about to say something when she suddenly noticed the old woman's right hand, and her heart skipped a beat.
Everyone said that her power was stronger than the elders. This was true, but only Yen Luan herself knew the might of Lake of Colors elder. She also knew that the elder had a habit. When she was uncertain about something, her right hand would clench and unclench multiple times, just like now. "Elder, what are you hesitating about?"
Yen Luan did not quite understand what was going on. Right now, this had nothing to do with Lake of Colors tribe, so why would there be anything that would make the elder so uncertain?
Besides the mountains that belonged to the three tribes, the entire crowd in Han Mountain City that was watching the chain also saw what was happening in the canyons. Once they saw it, the crowd burst into a shocked uproar. The waves of sounds rose and fell with such a volume that it seemed to be able to surpass the thunder rumbling in the sky.
He really hasn't died.
It's him. He's out.
Just what is his level of cultivation?
He actually managed to come out from the canyons. No one has ever managed to stay alive after falling for such a long time. This person. He really hasn't died, and he even came out from the canyons.
Nan Tian took a deep breath and admiration appeared for the first time in his eyes. He looked at the canyons and mumbled under his breath. Lung Ying and Ko Jiuxi's expressions also changed once they saw what was happening in the canyons. Just like Nan Tian, they came to admire this man. Powerful berserkers should be respected, and the person who walked out of the canyons especially so. Han Feizi stood on the white cloud in midair. The veil covered the smile that appeared on her lips. Her eyes also became much brighter compared to before.
Only Xian Luan's face turned so dark his expression was like ice. He clenched his fists tightly and lowered his head, hiding the jealousy and killing intent in his eyes.
Su Ming stood on the small virescent sword that was hidden by his robes and slowly rose from the canyon. He appeared in the air and before the people's eyes. After what happened, he could be said to truly be the center of everyone's attention. His every action moved the people's hearts. Even the disdain held by some when they previously watched him was gone like the wind. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he crawled out from death's door. To be able to walk out from the canyons after falling was a feat that would surely make him famous in Han Mountain.
He was bound to be remembered by people even after centuries had gone by, and this incident was bound to be talked about by the people who watched what had happened on this day every time whenever someone else challenged the chains of Han Mountain in the future.
It was also destined that this time, Su Ming's challenge would stun the entire Han Mountain because nothing like this had ever happened before, allowing him to achieve his goal of shocking these people. He floated up, and when Su Ming's body was at the same level as the seventh section of the chain, an even stronger outcry and uproar stirred up within Han Mountain City. Even Su Ming could hear the sounds reverberating in the city. Does he still want to continue? Just how does he look like? What's his name? He's definitely going to be chosen by Freezing Sky Clan as a disciple. Even if he doesn't continue, there's still a high chance that Freezing Sky Clan will take him in. Su Ming stood beside the seventh section of the chain amidst the buzzing sounds of discussions. He did not look at the silent Puqiang Mountain, which was connected to the chain, but lifted his foot and stepped on the chain instead. The instant he stepped on the same chain the second time, the volume of the discussions in Han Mountain City reached their peak. The people of the three tribes also looked on anxiously from their mountains. At the same time Su Ming stepped on the chain, the small virescent sword disappeared without a trace under his feet. Su Ming stood on the seventh section of the chain and welcomed the mountain breeze. He let out a deep breath. "Let's continue, chains of Han Mountain," he mumbled. He lifted his right foot and took a step forward on the chain. As he moved, the sixth stone pillar behind him shattered and turned into a countless debris that fell into the canyons. Even now, Su Ming had not forgotten what Puqiang tribe had asked of him. "Elder, please come out." Su Ming moved forward. His footsteps were not quick. He didn't want to walk through this section too quickly. After what had happened at daytime and how he had crawled back to life from death, every single one of Su Ming's actions now tugged at the heartstrings of many who were watching. They watched Su Ming walking on the seventh section of the chain. They looked at the person basked in moonlight, and for some unknown reason, the person in the air seemed to let out a lonely presence. This feeling was very faint, and since everyone's perception was different, what they saw and felt was also slightly different. "Elder, please come out." Su Ming slowly walked forward. He longed and yearned to see the elder, even if it was just a glance. Before him was Puqiang Mountain, which laid behind the eighth and ninth sections of the chain. After being silent for a moment, The delicate voice that the people had heard before traveled forth.
Sir, you've already failed. Why do you persist?
Even if you continue on, you've still failed. Your challenge has ended. The delicate voice spoke slowly, and it traveled all over the region.
The instant this voice reached them, the people in Han Mountain City immediately fell silent. Even Nantian and the others frowned, but once Nantian looked at Puchung Mountain, he chose not to speak.
Su Ming ignored them and continued walking forward silently on the chain. His eyes fell on the end of the 7th section of the chain, and a hint of longing that was hidden deep within his eyes appeared.
Elder, elder.
He mumbled. He did not stop. At that moment his heart jumped. He saw what other people could not see. The black mist on the chain was gathering and slowly turning into an old man's back. That back was familiar to Su Ming, and his eyes lit up with eagerness. He knew that it was fake, but if he could just see the elder even once, he would be satisfied. Your challenge has ended. You have failed. You are fortunate you didn't die. I suggest that you leave as soon as possible. If you insist on continuing, then you will be treated as challenging the might of Puchang tribe. That delicate voice resounded once again. The voice had a velvety quality to it, but there was a hint of venom hidden within. The voice from Puchang tribe made the entire Han Mountain City fall into silence. Almost everyone became quiet. In the face of one of the 3 masters of Han Mountain City, Puchang, the visitors who came to the city had no power to resist their will. They were not the ones who set the rules. Even if they wanted to change it, they were not the ones in power to do so. Even if this was slightly against the original intention set for the chains of Han Mountain, Su Ming had failed once, even if that failure was not acknowledged by the chain itself and he had risen from the canyons. However, if Puchang tribe used this as a reason, it was difficult for them to say anything about it, nor did they have the right to say anything about it.
Perhaps Nantian had some right to do so, but he chose to remain silent. Kujiosi hesitated for a moment before he sighed. He knew that he was in Han Mountain City and he was an outsider to Puchang tribe. That was why he did not have any right to refute their decision. Lunging frowned, but he also stayed silent.
Shen Luan stood in the air in the distance and loosened his clenched fist. Sadistic delight appeared in his eyes. He wanted Su Ming to refuse it because if that was the case, then it meant he was going up against Puchang. Shen Luan himself did not even need to do anything, and Su Ming would be destroyed.
Everyone fell silent. Han Feizi lowered her head thinking about something.
Lake of Colors Mountain and Tranquil East Mountain also fell silent when they heard that delicate voice from Puchang Mountain. The world suddenly became silent. Even thunder did not ring out. Pairs of eyes from Han Mountain City became fixated on Su Ming. The owners of these gazes wanted to know what he would choose. However, they did not know that Su Ming did not have the time to be bothered by the delicate voice. His gaze was completely captured by the old man's back that appeared from the mist. He trembled. Tears fell once again from his eyes. He looked at the old man standing not too far away, turning around slowly to look at him. Su Ming's voice became hoarse. Elder. That old man was the elder of Dark Mountain Tribe Emosang. He was still wearing the same clothes as he did when Su Ming saw him last. When he saw Su Ming, a baffled look appeared on his face. There was also a hint of conflict as he looked at Su Ming with a dumbfounded expression. At the child he took care of since he was young.
He looked like he was about to say something, but no sound came out. The bewilderment and conflict in his eyes were replaced by gentleness and love. There was even a hint of praise, as if he was very pleased with the current Su Ming. Very, very pleased. Su Ming looked at the elder and the tests that would not stop. No matter how much he grew, how much he learned to be indifferent, and how much he embraced solitude, no matter how many people he killed and how many things he went through, the moment he saw the elder, all of these vanished. He was still the carefree child that lived in Dark Mountain. He had Xiao Hong's companionship and the elder's love. He would wait for rain to come to collect Dark Dragon's saliva, would wait for the bonfire to burn in the tribe, and he would dance around the elder as he laughed happily. The sky then was very blue, the clouds were very white, but he could no longer recall them as clearly. Elder, I miss home.
Su Ming moved forward. He wanted to get closer to look at his elder. Even if this was an illusion, he did not mind. The elder looked at Su Ming, and the gentleness in his eyes made Su Ming's heart tremble.
and he could not help but see all the happy memories of his youth surfacing in his mind. When he got closer and stood before the elder formed from the mist, he cried even harder. He looked at the white-haired old man in the same clothes his elder wore in his memories. Su Ming looked at him and forced out a smile on his face. "Elder, your La Su grew up. Look, I grew much taller." The elder smiled as he looked at Su Ming. Then he sighed softly, and the gentleness in his eyes was once again replaced by conflict. Within that conflict was a hint of compassion, a hint of profoundness that Su Ming could not understand. Eventually, Su Ming saw a hint of resolution and determination on the elder's face. He saw a strange glint suddenly appearing in the elder's eyes. That glint went into Su Ming's mind, making a boom resound in his head, as if his mind trembled. At the same moment, he clearly heard the voice that only existed in his memories. "Su Ming, you..." Su Ming shuddered, but the moment the voice began speaking, the elder's body suddenly trembled and abruptly dissipated before the words could even be clearly heard. That mist seemed to be blown apart by a strong force that came from behind it, causing everything before Su Ming's eyes to completely disappear. The mist disappeared, the elder disappeared, and even his voice turned into a faint lingering echo in his mind, causing Su Ming to be unable to hear it clearly. But all of this was not due to him missing a step. Neither was it due to something going wrong with the chains of Han Mountain. All of this was due to the strong force charging towards him at that moment. The source of that strong force was a black bone ring. That bone ring whistled as it flew out from Puqiang Mountain and charged towards Su Ming. It was the thing that shook the chain, causing the illusions from the chain that were reflected in Su Ming's eyes to disappear. Su Ming's eyes immediately turned red. He had originally learned how to remain calm and not be reckless, but there were certain things that he could not tolerate, that he absolutely refused to take lying down. The elder was among these things. The incoming bone ring dissipated the mist that turned into the elder, scattering away the beautiful and happy memories of his youth that had appeared in his heart. This scene was like when he saw the gaze that appeared when Dark Mountain was eventually shattered by a giant hand when he was walking through the blood path leading to the isolation grounds of Han Mountain's ancestor. The bone ring and its owner broke the bottom line that Su Ming refused to let anyone stain, causing him to fall into madness. He let out a roar that had not come from his mouth for a very long time. It spread through the land swiftly and blended with the thunder that rang in the sky at that very moment. It was as if his anger was the sky's anger. As he roared, Su Ming lifted his head swiftly and the shadow of the blood moon appeared in his eyes. He looked at the bone ring closing in on him and took a huge step forward. His chi surged out of his body, and as it erupted forth with astonishing power, a large amount of moonlight rapidly descended upon him. The branding art also burst forth, causing green light to flash on the center of his brows, and the small virescent sword turned into a ray of green light that gathered all the power of his chi, the shadow of the blood moon, and the branding art. Then the green light flashed. Light illuminated the sky. There was no lightning, but at that moment, the world was illuminated by green light in an instant. Thunder rumbled, and the green light charged into the incoming bone ring. The instant it touched the ring, the light cut through the ring with one slash. There was a loud crash and the world trembled. Tremors shook the land. Su Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards, but each time his feet landed, they would fall precisely on the chain. The green light dissipated and tumbled backwards into Su Ming's body. The green light only appeared for an instant from its emergence to the moment it dissipated. No one managed to see what it actually was. Before Su Ming, the black bone ring remained unmoving. A thin crack appeared on its surface and it abruptly shattered, splitting into half before it fell into the canyons. At that moment, the man who looked like a mountain of flesh trembled furiously and coughed out a huge mouthful of blood on Puqiang Mountain. His face instantly turned deathly pale, and the flesh on his body mysteriously shrank by a large portion. "How dare you? We've already warned you that if you continue, then you will be treated as provoking Puqiang tribe. This is your final chance, turn back now. You have failed," the man who looked like a mountain of flesh yelled out with a weakened, venomous voice. "I refuse." Su Ming wiped off the blood at the corners of his mouth and glared at Puqiang Mountain coldly. At that moment, he had returned to being calm. "You refuse? What right do you have to refuse?" You're just an outsider in Han Mountain. The 3 tribes make all decisions within Han Mountain. Within 3 breaths. If you don't leave, then don't think about leaving ever again. The one who spoke this time was not the man who looked like a mountain of flesh, but another old man who stood beside the elder of Puqiang tribe. That old man had an arrogant and wild look on his face, and his cold laughter carried contempt. The moment he spoke, the man who looked like a mountain of flesh immediately frowned. He looked as if he was about to say something but did not voice his thoughts. As for the elder of Puqiang tribe, he remained silent, but the freezing look in his eyes revealed his thoughts. Su Ming fell silent. Some of the people in Han Mountain City had clenched their fists. They were also outsiders in Han Mountain. Even if they had lived in Han Mountain City for many years, the city belonged to the 3 tribes. As long as they were not from the 3 tribes, then they were all outsiders. They did indeed not have any right to refute, but gradually more people's gazes turned cold as they looked at Puqiang tribe. Some sort of acknowledgement slowly arose within them towards Su Ming because they were all outsiders. Nan Tian, Kujio Si, and Leng Ying looked at Puqiang Mountain coldly when they heard those words, but they still chose to remain silent. Then do I have the right? When everyone fell silent in Han Mountain City, an old and aged voice suddenly came from Lake of Colors Mountain. That voice was a little weak, but the moment that voice appeared, it instantly broke the stillness caused by the people's silence. All their eyes gathered on Lake of Colors Mountain. Most of the people were unfamiliar with the voice that suddenly rang out. They only knew that the voice came from Lake of Colors tribe, but they did not know the identity of the person who spoke. However, there were still people who recognized the owner of the voice. Shocked expressions immediately appeared on their faces, and they whipped their heads around to look at Lake of Colors Mountain. Nan Tian's body shuddered. He had, of course, recognized the owner of the voice, and he immediately looked over. Lang Yin also sucked in a sharp breath and looked towards Lake of Colors Mountain. Kujio Si was definitely the one outsider who was feeling the most overwhelmed at that moment. He knew the identity of the person who spoke, and because he had been a guest in Lake of Colors, he also knew a secret that practically no outsider would know: the terrifying aspects of the oft-ignored Lake of Colors elder, due to the rumors spread among the outsiders that the head of Lake of Colors was the tribe leader. Lake of Colors elder. Yan Wan's expression immediately changed on Lake of Colors Mountain. She looked towards the old woman by her side. She did not expect the elder to say such words at this moment. This act would in no doubt offend Puqiang. Even with the previous attempts to repair their relationship, it would be completely broken because of this. Sometimes, killing someone for personal gain was perhaps something trivial for 2 small tribes, but at this moment, if she said this before all the people in Han Mountain City, then this sentence would bring about almost irreparable damage. She suddenly understood why the elder had been flexing her right hand repeatedly just now. The answer to the elder's hesitation, which she did not understand, was revealed. Could the elder have predicted that something like this would happen? That's why she was hesitant. Yan Wan took a deep breath and lowered her head. The words of Lake of Colors elder reverberated in the area, causing the signs of an outburst in Han Mountain City to begin appearing among the crowd. However, they still remained silent. On Puqiang Mountain, the expression immediately changed on the man who looked like a mountain of flesh. The sullen old man who spoke by his side was momentarily stunned and found himself at a loss for words. The elder of Puqiang tribe frowned and anger appeared in his eyes. He slowly stood up and looked towards Lake of Colors Mountain. After a long while, he uttered his words slowly. You are the elder of Lake of Colors, of course you have the right. The moment he spoke, the ones who did not know the identity of the person in Han Mountain City immediately fell into a state of shock and amazement. However, oddly enough, they did not talk amongst themselves. Instead, they turned this shock into a force for an outburst that was about to appear in the midst of their silence. I disagree with this. The elder of Lake of Colors tribe, the old woman who looked increasingly lethargic, said languidly. Yan Luan gritted her teeth and shouted out, I, Yan Luan, tribe leader of Lake of Colors tribe, also disagree with this. The voices of the tribe leader and the elder were the most significant will in a tribe. Yan Luan and the elder's words symbolized the stand Lake of Colors tribe decided to take. The meaning behind their words was enough to shake the entire Han Mountain. Very well. Very well.
The entire Puqiang tribe was in shock. Countless Puqiang tribe's members were filled with anger, and their expressions changed. On the summit, the elder of Puqiang tribe laughed in anger, and his laughter was incredibly dark. The old man who previously spoke by his side was shivering. He had a feeling that all of this was related to what he had just said. That feeling became stronger when the man who looked like a mountain of flesh glared at him coldly. The man who looked like a mountain of flesh took a deep breath and stood up beside the elder of Puqiang tribe. He glared at Lake of Colors Mountain venomously and was just about to speak. Yet at that moment, an old and aged bark of laughter traveled forth from tranquil East Mountain. I disagree with this as well. I Fengshan, tribe leader of Tranquil East Tribe, too disagree with this. Right after the elder of Tranquil East spoke, Fengshan's authoritative voice also reverberated in the air. I, Han Songzi, disciple of Freezing Sky Clan, tribe member of Tranquil East Tribe, also disagree with this. Han Songzi's voice had always been delicate, yet at this moment, there was a steadfast tone within that delicate voice. On Puqiang Mountain, the man who looked like a mountain of flesh staggered and his expression changed. At that moment, the people of Puqiang tribe were no longer angry, but incredibly uneasy. They had a feeling that something big was about to happen. The elder of Puqiang tribe turned pale. The anger in his eyes burned stronger. He was about to speak, when suddenly voices came once again, this time from Han Mountain City. I, Yen Fei from Lake of Colors tribe, disagree with Puqiang's decision. I, Nan Tian of the Transcendence Realm of Han Mountain City, disagree. I, Ke Josi of the Transcendence Realm of Han Mountain City, disagree. I, Lung Ying of Han Mountain City, disagree with Puqiang tribe's decision. Right after Lake of Colors and Tranquil East, the four voices that traveled forth from Han Mountain City finally provided the final burst of energy necessary to break the silence. Without including Han Fei Zi, the other three were powerful transcended berserkers. It would have been useful if only one of them spoke, but the intimidating force created when the three of them spoke in succession, while not as powerful as a small tribe, was still a force that could not be overlooked, especially when they were also outsiders. That was enough. I, Lu Tao, Han Mountain outsider, disagree with this. I'm also an outsider in Han Mountain, even if I don't have the right. I'm also telling you, Puqiang. I disagree. I, Song Yun, an outsider, disagree with this. Roars broke out from among the silent crowd within Han Mountain City. As the voices shouted out, more and more people broke out from their silence and cried out. They broke out of their silence and opened their mouths, howling towards Puqiang Mountain. I, Luo Hai, Han Mountain outsider, disagree. I, Yen Luo, Han Mountain outsider, disagree. I, Chen Feng, outsider, disagree. I, Xiaoda, also disagree. Me too. I, Xiaosong, also disagree. The voices shook the sky and earth, and gradually, everyone within Han Mountain City shouted out their thoughts. The countless people within Han Mountain City cried out the same words, and their voices blended together to form an outcry that could overcome the sound of thunder. Although saying that their voices shook the sky and earth was slightly too much of an exaggeration, it could still cause alarm to Puqiang tribe. The voices rumbled and shook the region, as if it could drown Puqiang tribe in a wave of sound, causing all the people on Puqiang Mountain to turn pale with terror and disbelief. The man who looked like a mountain of flesh did not speak for a long time on the mountain. He had not expected for things to turn out this way. This was no longer something that was solely related to the challenger of the chain. This was a surprise attack launched against them by all the people in Han Mountain City along with Lake of Colors and Tranquil East. It was something of such epic proportions that could overturn the entire Puqiang tribe. This was blatant animosity. If they did not handle this with care, then they might even bring doom upon themselves. He was afraid. This fear even turned into terror. This is a conspiracy. This must be a conspiracy that was planned a long time ago. The man who looked like a mountain of flesh whipped his head around to look at the elder. The elder's face was pale. This had long since exceeded his expectations, and just like the man who looked like a mountain of flesh, he too absolutely did not expect things to turn out this way. Elder, Please make a decision quickly.
The man that looked like a mountain of flesh was brimming with anxiety. He saw that the people around them were already overcome by terror and their tribe members were crying out in fear. The shouts of disagreement traveled from outside, growing stronger to the volume of thunder, causing them to feel shocked and terrified. Even though only some of the people who shouted were transcended berserkers, even though most of those who cried out were only at the blood solidification realm, and some were even like ants in their eyes. Elder.
When the man who looked like a mountain of flesh saw that the elder still remained unmoving, he whipped his head around to look at the old man who had spoken rashly in his panic. The old man trembled. He had felt that something bad was about to happen to him, and when he saw the tribe leader turning to look at him, the old man instinctively backed down. A sense of death looming over his head abruptly rose within him, and right at the moment the man who looked like a mountain of flesh moved and charged towards him. The old man quickly withdrew, a shrill cry tumbling out of his mouth. I'm the chief of the hunters. Even if you're the tribe leader, you can't apprehend me because of one sentence. Even if the old man was running, the man who looked like a mountain of flesh had already closed in on him.
Elder.
I contributed to the tribe. I'm one of the leaders in the tribe. The old man was terrified. Even as he retreated, no one came forth to help him. All of them were silent and watched as the man who looked like a mountain of flesh closed in on him and seized him with his right hand. You forced my hand. When the old man saw that he was cornered, hatred and viciousness immediately appeared on his face. He did not want to die. He was just about to launch a desperate attack when the elder who had been staying silent all this while turned around at this moment.
Stop. His voice was not great, but it was filled with authority, causing the man who looked like a mountain of flesh to flinch. Once he descended to the ground, he looked at the elder anxiously.
The old man also let out a huge sigh of relief. He also looked at the elder with anxiousness and uncertainty.
The chief of hunters has contributed to the tribe. The elder of Puchang tribe was passive and no emotion could be seen on his face, be it happiness or anger. As he spoke, he walked forward.
But, elder, the man who looked like a mountain of flesh was just about to speak, but his words were cut off by the elder.
Not only did he contribute to the tribe, he's also loyal to the tribe. How can we condemn him because of one sentence?
I cannot do something like this, the elder said languidly as he continued walking forward.
Only then did the old man completely relax. Sweat beaded on his forehead and gratitude appeared in his eyes as he looked at the elder. He wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed towards him.
He is loyal, and even if the tribe is in danger of destruction, he would not run for his own life. He would live for the tribe and die for the tribe. Is that not so, chief of the hunters?
As the elder spoke, he was already 30 feet away from the old man. As long as the tribe is here, then I will be here.
If the tribe is in danger, then I won't live either, the old man quickly said.
The elder came within 10 feet from the old man and spoke languidly. If that is the case, then I will fulfill your wish. Thank you for all that you've done for the tribe. The moment his words came out, the old man was dumbfounded, then his expression drastically changed. Just as he was about to run away, the elder lifted his right hand and swung it abruptly. The chief of the hunters immediately let out a pained scream and bundles of black mist instantly surrounded his body. He trembled, and his body was enveloped by the mist before it charged out of Puchang Mountain. In the blink of an eye, he was brought above the howling Han Mountain city. This person intentionally said such words because he is a spy from another tribe. He is here to sow discord between Puchang and Han Mountain, and this alone is a crime punishable by death. I will personally end this person's life and will agree to the continuation of the challenge. As the old and aged voice of the elder of Puchang tribe reverberated in the air, the person who was enveloped by the black mist above Han Mountain City burst apart with a bang and a shrill cry, turning into pieces of flesh and blood. Before he even fell down, he turned into wisps of black mist that disappeared into the air. Wind was blowing, and it took away the stench of blood that filled the air in the city, causing the angered people in Han Mountain City to gradually calm down. Su Ming stood on the 7th section of the chain and turned around to look at Han Mountain City. Then he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply in the city's direction. When he bowed, he immediately caused the crowd who became calm in Han Mountain City to let out shocked cries once again. Sir, you have to finish walking through the entire chain.
Walk through the 9th section and fight for all us outsiders in Han Mountain. Go on. We're all watching you. Please, walk forward. Go to Puqiang Mountain and complete your challenge. Enter Freezing Sky Clan and give us fellow outsiders hope. The voices that rose one after another were different from before. At that moment, all their words were filled with encouragement and hope. To them, the challenger, Su Ming, was no longer a stranger. He was the symbol of their hope and the representative of all the outsiders in Han Mountain. Brother, you have to complete the challenge.
Once you return, I will prepare a feast. Let's hook arms and have a toast.
Nan Tian's boisterous voice reverberated in the air. The admiration in his eyes had seeped into his invitation as he spoke. Count me in. Lung Ying's face was still cold and detached, but there was the ghost of a smile on his lips at that moment. Don't exclude me in this. Brother Nan, you'll have to bring out the drunken flower wine you have this time. When Kujiosi's laughter appeared, it caused the voices coming out from within Han Mountain City to be stronger. That can be easily arranged. I'll definitely take it out. Nan Tian laughed heartily. Xian Luan's face turned darker. He stood in the distance and did not say a word.
Su Ming heard all of their words. He lifted his head and looked at Han Mountain for a long while before he turned around and walked towards the 7th stone pillar at the end of the 7th section of the chain. He no longer saw his elder on the chain. The girl that was hidden deep within his heart too did not appear.
Su Ming did not want to think what this signified. He could not tell himself calmly that everything on the chain was fake. He was no longer certain. Amidst the discussions and excited hollers from outside, Su Ming moved forward silently until he completed the 7th section of the chain and stood on the 7th stone pillar. At that moment, the sky was starting to brighten up. He could see dark clouds still covering most parts of the sky, including the light, casting the world in dimness. The 8th section. Su Ming did not stop to rest on the 7th stone pillar. He lifted his foot instead and stepped on the 8th section of the chain. He still did not see the girl he hoped to see the moment he stepped on the chain. It was clouded before him, but he was already very close to Puqiang Mountain. He could even see the people on Puqiang Mountain glaring at him coldly.
Su Ming felt the pressure formed by age and time when he walked on the 8th section on the chain. It was the feeling of a lot of his life force being sucked away with each step he took. Even if he circulated his qi, it was becoming harder for him to persist as he walked on. Fatigue filled Su Ming's entire body. Once he moved 100 feet forward, his breathing was ragged and harsh. He could even feel age sweeping by on his body in his fatigue, taking away his life force, his strength, his vitality. It was as if he was aging slowly in the face of time. In fact, he had the feeling that once he became old, he would turn into ashes and scatter away. Is this the mystery of the 8th section of the chain? Time is passing so quickly that before anyone can embrace it, it's already over. Su Ming continued moving forward. He had no idea how much time passed. When the world gradually escaped from darkness, he looked at his hand. Wrinkles had appeared on his skin, and he no longer looked like a young man, but an old person. At that moment, he was only halfway through the 8th section of the chain. The other half left was swaying in the air, and seemed like it was rocking away time, making people feel that they could not keep time by their side even if they noticed it leaving. As the world brightened up and morning arrived, the elder of Puqiang tribe and the others glared coldly at Su Ming, who was already very close to them on the chain. Their gazes turned chilling. Su Ming lifted his head to look at Puqiang Mountain, which was lightening up in the sun. He saw the cold gazes and fell into pensive silence for a moment. I can't go over. If I can't cancel out the power of time, even if I walk to the end of the 8th section, I'll still lose all of my life force and die. Then I might as well not hide anymore. A bright sparkle appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He slowly lifted his head to look at the cloud-covered sky, and blood veins surfaced on his body rapidly. They appeared first on his face. In an instant, many blood veins appeared on the face that he hid underneath the hood. The blood veins were like a totem that formed a strange picture. At the same time, a shocking, powerful presence erupted forth from his body. The moment the presence appeared, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to change, showing signs of tumbling backwards. The elder and the others on Puqiang Mountain were the first to notice this. As the elder's pupils shrank and the expression of the man who looked like a mountain of flesh changed instantly, all the people on Puqiang Mountain felt a wave of restlessness come over them that stemmed from the blood veins in their bodies. It was an impulse that they could not control. Under the robes, Su Ming's upper torso and his arms were covered in many blood veins in an instant, and the astonishing presence continued growing. A much stronger presence erupted forth with a loud crash. Having his blood veins circulate in his body while they were hidden and having them circulate while they were completely manifested on his body was different. If he circulated them within his body, he would be using his own qi, but if he manifested them on his body, then his qi would be connected to the heavens and earth, and the strongest power he could muster would burst forth. Su Ming had concealed his blood veins within his body all this while. Right then he no longer hid them but chose to completely manifest them. As the astonishing qi within his body grew stronger, cries of surprise and uproars resounded from Puqiang Mountain. On the mountain, besides the elder, even the man who looked like a mountain of flesh was also in a state of shock. At that moment, the same memory appeared in their minds. The incredible event that caused the weather to change a few months ago in Han Mountain. The elder of Puqiang tribe may have seemed calm, but there was a fierce storm raging in his heart, in a manner that was not at all weaker than the wrath he showed the people just now. He is. Disbelief appeared in the elder's eyes. There was even a hint of shock within them. He suddenly realized that while he had already viewed this person highly since the beginning, but now it turned out that it was not enough, he still underestimated him. Fear rose inside the elder of Puqiang tribe. He suddenly understood that Puqiang's greatest mistake was not in inciting the wrath of the crowd in Han Mountain, or Lake of Colors and Tranquil East, but that they did not see through this person. Completion of the blood solidification realm. The elder of Puqiang tribe staggered a few steps back and his face turned pale. The moment he mumbled out his words, Su Ming's legs were covered by dense blood veins. Even if his blood veins were hidden under the robes, a power of qi so incredible it shook the heavens and earth was surging forth from his body. It made the color of the sky change, the clouds tumble, made the wind in the area still. The world turned dark. Su Ming lifted his head. At that moment, the dark clouds were tumbling in the sky, just like the strange phenomenon that had happened a few months ago. The deity statue of transcendence was about to descend upon Han Mountain once again. At the same time, red lines appeared out of thin air above Su Ming. The red lines were mere illusions, but the moment they appeared, they started gathering together rapidly. In a few moments, a gigantic figure of hundreds of feet appeared in the air above Su Ming. That person did not have a face, only the contour of its countenance. The contour was formed by the 979 blood veins. The moment it appeared, the presence of a berserker who attained completion during the blood solidification realm on Su Ming reached its peak. It's him. Completion in the blood solidification realm. 979 blood veins. Only one more, and he'll attain the great completion that's only spoken in legends. Such a person is challenging Puqiang tribe's chain, and we even wanted to plot against him just now. On Puqiang Mountain, when the man who looked like a mountain of flesh saw the giant formed from blood veins hovering above Su Ming, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Shock replaced all other emotions on his face. The others behind him were all dumbfounded, their expressions saying that they could not conceive what was happening before them. Yen Luan sucked in a breath on Lake of Colors Mountain. She was shaken, and shock appeared on her face. She did not expect that the chain's challenger would be the person who appeared a few months ago. I can't believe it's him. Beside her, a healthy red hue replaced the lethargic look on the old woman's face. She looked at Su Ming and at the person above him, and a brightness that was never seen before appeared in her eyes. Tranquil East Mountain burst into an earth-shattering uproar. The elder of Tranquil East instinctively took a few steps back. His expression changed and eventually settled on shock. If he was in this state, then it was even more so for Fengshen, who stood beside him. Fengshen was already completely stunned. Only Han Xianxia appeared excited as she trembled. Han Mountain City fell into momentary silence before shouts filled with excitement and surprise broke out from within the city. The manifested blood veins on Su Ming's body stirred up a drastic change that made them all mystified. Han Feizi trembled and her breathing quickened. Nantian, Kujiosi, and Langing were stunned and only wrapped their heads around what had happened after a long while. Their gazes as they looked towards Su Ming were no longer of admiration but respect. 979 blood veins, he just needs one more and he'll attain great completion. If he transcends during great completion, his power can rival those in the middle stage of transcendence, and he can even hold his own with an ordinary berserker in the later stage of the transcendence realm. This person, if he transcends during great completion, then the strongest in Han Mountain City and the 3 tribes will be him. He'll be able to massacre an entire tribe on his own if he so wishes. I know why he didn't choose to transcend a few months ago. He wants to manifest that one more blood vein. I'm guessing that he chose to challenge the chains of Han Mountain to use that as a shock to gain one more blood vein. The crowd's opinions varied. Discussions and uproars that shook the sky rose among them. The challenge of the chains of Han Mountain this time made all those paying attention feel as if their emotions were surging like waves, and they could not help it. Whether it was Su Ming's failure and fall, or his subsequent rise from the canyons, or even the words that came from Puqiang that eventually sparked the anger and outcries of disagreements that broke the silence that seemed to be still lingering in their ears. All of these made them excited, made their hearts surge with waves of emotions. However, compared to these, the shock they felt at the moment completely overcame all that they previously felt. The sight that unfolded before them was of a person with his head lifted towards the sky on the chain and a giant above them, catching all their attention. 979 blood veins. This was something that most people could not see in their lives. It was also something that most people could not do in their lives. As the clouds tumbled in the sky, the sight that had appeared a few months ago surfaced in their hearts, and one of the 2 great mysterious people that was the center of all topics in Han Mountain City appeared before their eyes. That emotion was too difficult to describe with words. Only shock could be marginally used to describe it. On Puqiang Mountain, the elder of Puqiang tribe was deathly pale. His mind was in turmoil and he lost all ability to think. All the things that had happened during that one day made him feel helpless. First it was Han Mountain bells chimes that caused the fog protecting their mountain to scatter. Then it was the catastrophe that almost fell upon them. They had just managed to escape from it by a hair's breadth, and he was looking at the person who brought the disaster on their heads with a cold, murderous look. When he suddenly realized that the person who was the source of the calamity only needed one more blood vein before he attained full completion right before his eyes. Even if the 3 tribes banded together, they still could not provoke a person like this, much less him alone. If such a person manifested one more blood vein and transcended, he could surpass all the powerful berserkers in the middle stage of the transcendence realm. There was no way Puqiang tribe would dare to provoke such a person. When he thought back on their plots against this person as they tried to prevent him from continuing the challenge, it made a strong sense of fear grow within the elder's heart. He wanted to use the chains of Han Mountain as a shock to himself so that he could gain one more blood vein, and we were deliberately making things difficult for him. Once he succeeds, the elder of Puqiang tribe mumbled, and anguish rose within his heart. No wonder he had dared to snatch what belonged to Sir Sima. He has the right to do so. The man who looked like a mountain of flesh took a deep breath and immediately took a few steps forward to stand at the edge of the mountain. He forced out a smile and wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing deeply towards Su Ming, who was standing on the 8th section of the chain. I am Quang Zhangning, tribe leader of Puqiang tribe. Greetings, sir. I hope you will forgive our previous transgressions. It is our honor that you chose our tribe's chain. We will all wait here and hope that you will be able to gain one more blood vein. When your name sounds through all of South Morning, our tribe will be honored as well. The man's voice was very sincere and his face was filled with reverence as he bowed 3 times in succession. The elder of Puqiang tribe remained silent for a moment before he bowed deeply towards Su Ming. I am Quang Bei Xing, elder of Puqiang tribe. Greetings, sir. When they saw their tribe leader and elder doing so, the other leaders of Puqiang tribe standing behind them also bowed in reverence. Su Ming cast a glance at the elder and tribe leader on Puqiang Mountain. He did not speak. When he manifested all his blood veins, he had already speculated that this would happen. If the elder and tribe leader of a middle-sized tribe did not have this sort of resolution and forbearance, they would have long since been replaced by someone else.
Yet he was short on time. As the clouds tumbled in the sky, Su Ming felt the urge to transcend that had been suppressed within his body showing signs of running out of control. He might transcend at any moment.
I will transcend at Puqiang Mountain today. Defend me and I will forgive all your previous transgressions, he stated languidly.
The elder and tribe leader of Puqiang tribe immediately lifted their heads. Shock appeared on their faces, but it was quickly replaced by a solemn expression as they nodded their heads and obeyed. Sir, worry not.
I can also defend you. Please transcend without worry. I will not agree to anyone disturbing you. The old woman's voice came from Lake of Colors Mountain. Her voice might be old and aged, but there was strength in it and a hint of steadfastness.
I, Yen Luan, will also defend you. Please transcend without worry.
I, Fangzhen, elder of Tranquil East Tribe, wish that you can increase your blood veins once again and reach the Transcendence Realm when you have attained great completion. This is a major event for all the 3 tribes in Han Mountain. I will also defend you. Please transcend without worry.
I, Fangzhen, tribe leader of Tranquil East Tribe, am willing to defend you. I, Nantian, am willing to defend you. Please, do not worry.
I, Kujiosi, am willing to defend you.
Me too. I've never seen a berserker who attained great completion transcending. Today, I, Lengying, will defend you. At the same moment, waves of sounds stirred up in the crowd in Han Mountain City. Those waves were from numerous people telling Su Ming respectfully in declaration that they were willing to defend him. Gradually, the entire world seemed to be filled with the echoing waves of sounds, which turned into an earth-shattering statement.
We are willing to defend you.
Su Ming stood on the chain and rapped his fist as thanks towards all those around him. Then he took an abrupt step forward as his qi in his entire body circulated and turned into a blood-red light that illuminated the sky. The blood-red light shone out from within his body. The apparition of a giant above him was also glowing with red light, causing the entire region to be dyed in an impressive shade of red at that very moment.
As his qi circulated, Su Ming also activated the branding art and entered fine control, causing each step he took to be his most powerful step. Due to his qi, the absorption of his life force gradually balanced out on the chain.
With each step, the red light flickered on Su Ming's body. He had already traversed half of the 8th section of the chain. With all his qi in motion, his speed increased. Eventually, he was practically not looking at the chain under his feet as he moved forward, but each time he took a step, his feet would land precisely on the chain.
After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, when Su Ming stood on the 8th stone pillar, there was only one final section left before him before he reached Puqiang Mountain.
It was also at that moment that, due to the continuous circulation of qi as he walked forward, the mighty presence coming out from within his body increased once again with a loud bang. Su Ming expected this increase. It was already very difficult for him to suppress the urge to transcend. He didn't have any further thoughts of suppressing it again. Today, he would finish challenging the chains of Han Mountain. Today, he would transcend.
A flash of shocking red light appeared on the forehead of the muddled face covered by blood veins belonging to the giant formed by blood veins. The 980th blood vein appeared. The moment the blood vein appeared, the sky rumbled incessantly. The layers of clouds tumbled as if there was a pair of hands that reached deep within them and split them apart forcefully. As the clouds were torn apart, sunlight fell on the earth clearly and gathered on Su Ming's body.
At the same time, a twisted apparition appeared in the sky. The scene that occurred in Han Mountain a few months ago appeared once again. This was the sign that the deity statue of transcendence was about to manifest. This symbolized that before long, the deity statue of transcendence would descend upon them once more. The sky rumbled incessantly. A large amount of clouds were ripped apart. A gentle light fell upon the entire world. The earth trembled slightly. A strong, imposing pressure accumulated in the sky. It had yet to fall upon people, but it was enough to make them feel shaken. Su Ming jolted. There was also a blood vein gathering on his forehead. That blood vein laid diagonally as if it penetrated his entire face. Once it appeared, he could clearly feel a boom that could shake the sky and earth within his body. No one else could hear that sound. Only he could. As the boom resounded, he felt strong. He could feel a vague calling in the sky. In fact, at that moment, He felt that all the people around him, even all the powerful transcended berserkers, were giving him a distinct sense that they were all weak. It was even more so for those in the blood solidification realm. Su Ming had an impression that with just one thought, he could make all the blood veins leave the bodies of those still in the blood solidification realm.
As for those in the transcendence realm, they were no longer powerful in his eyes.
Only the presence of a berserker in the middle stage of the transcendence realm coming from each of the 3 tribes could make Su Ming pay slight attention to them.
This is the great completion in the blood solidification realm. Su Ming closed his eyes before he reopened them slowly, no longer suppressing the urge to transcend. He lifted his foot and moved towards the 9th section of the chain.
980 blood veins.
The elder of Puqiang tribe trembled. He no longer harbored any antagonistic thoughts towards Su Ming, who stood on the stone pillar before him. There was only deep reverence within him. Great completion of the blood solidification realm. This is the first time I see someone like this. Berserkers who can attain great completion like this should be rare in the entire land of South Morning.
There was a frenzied look in the eyes of the tribe leader of Puqiang tribe. All berserkers worshipped the powerful. The person before him was definitely someone who could transcend. Once he transcended, then he would in no doubt be the strongest person in the entire region in Han Mountain. On tranquil East Mountain, the elder's breathing quickened. He had already came to a conclusion that this person was somehow connected to Sima Xian, perhaps something like destiny? The elder of tranquil East did not dare speculate. It did not matter whether it was Mo Su or Sima Xian. He could not freely form speculations about them. However, it was his belief that if Mo Su entered Freezing Sky Clan and returned to Han Mountain once again, he would be a presence that was akin to the blazing sun.
Fang Shen was thrilled. He knew that his son, Fang Mu, could truly be cured. Mo Su did not lie to him. He attained great completion.
The old woman looked at the chains of Han Mountain on Lake of Colors Mountain, then at Han Fei Zi, who stood in the distance, and a strange glint appeared in her eyes.
Fei Heir, I've already prepared everything for you. Whether you succeed or not once you enter Freezing Sky Clan will depend on your luck.
As the power in the sky gathered together, when the crowd in Han Mountain City saw the 980th blood vein appear on Su Ming's body, all sounds of discussions and uproars died. Their gazes spoke of everything in their thoughts. Great completion of the blood solidification realm. It was also at this moment that Han Mountain Bell, which was located by the side of the stone gate connecting the 3rd and 2nd layer, let out a faint and muffled bell chime even though no one touched it. The 9th section of the chain was the final section of the entire chain of Han Mountain. It was connected to Puqiang Mountain. If he stood there, he could see all the details on Puqiang Mountain clearly. Su Ming took a step forward. The moment his foot landed on the 9th section of the chain, a loud boom echoed in his body once again. This time, however, he was not the only one who heard the boom. That sound also reverberated in the air.
This was a sign that another blood vein was about to manifest as his blood veins clashed against each other in his body in a strange manner. The sound may not have been loud, but it made the elder and tribe leader standing on Puqiang Mountain, along with all those who heard it, to be shocked. It was as if their blood veins were stirring up due to the boom and started appearing one by one on their bodies.
The feeling of time spreading out from the 9th section of the chain was incredibly shocking, causing Su Ming to be unable to move fast. He moved forward, and once he covered 2/10 of the 9th section, a jolt ran through his entire body. The booming sounds inside his body were growing stronger, reaching a volume that shook the heavens and earth. Amidst the dense blood veins covering the chest of the blood-red giant above him, another blood vein appeared once again, the 981st vein.
Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the clear sky. His eyes, which were hidden underneath the hood, were sparkling brightly.
By revealing that he had attained completion of the blood solidification realm when he climbed the chains of Han Mountain, not only could he amaze the people as per his goal, he could also use this method to increase his power as he walked through the chains of Han Mountain.
The elders of the 3 tribes and the other leaders had guessed that Su Ming wanted to use the chains of Han Mountain to increase his blood veins, but they did not manage to speculate that Su Ming had a second goal. Su Ming took in a deep breath. Mountain breeze blew against his face, causing him to feel as if his breathing had stilled. Even if he managed to suck in a breath into his mouth, it was difficult for him to inhale it. The chain swayed under his feet.
With each swing, it would feel as if time itself was surging like waves. 981 blood veins. It's still not enough. Su Ming mumbled and moved forward once again. He had no idea how those who managed to walk through the 9th section of the chain did it. He could sense that the speed at which the chain was absorbing his life force was so quick that even a berserker in the transcendence realm would find it hard to counter it. Even if they managed to walk through it, their vitality would suffer greatly.
A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He walked forward and the distance between him and Puqiang Mountain continuously shrank. The presence emitting forth from his body grew once again after the time it takes to burn an incense stick.
This time, the additional blood vein also appeared on his chest. As it was reflected on the giant above him, all the people in the area saw the 982nd blood vein appearing abruptly on Su Ming's body.
Uproars broke out in the area. Han Mountain City was seething with excitement. All the people from the 3 tribes stood on the 3 mountains gazing upon Su Ming standing on the 9th section of the chain with a respectful look.
982 blood veins. If he finishes walking through the 9th section, just how many blood veins will he manage to obtain? I've never seen a berserker attaining great completion in the blood solidification realm before. Could he be trying to create a miracle and challenge himself to achieve the one state that was considered rare even during the time of the ancients? 1,000 blood veins. 1,000 blood veins. I've heard about an old saying, those who transcend with 1,000 blood veins will be the strongest among all below the bone sacrifice realm. Discussions were rife in the air, but the elders and tribe leaders were silent, their faces filled with reverence towards Su Ming. Su Ming continued walking down the chain. He could sense his own might. As his blood veins increased, even if it was just by 1 blood vein, it felt as if he had taken a gigantic leap forward in his path, making him realize clearly that he had total control over a certain power. That power was the power of the chi from all 982 blood veins. It was a power that was unique to all berserkers who attained great completion of the blood solidification realm. He would even occasionally look at the sky. The clouds had been ripped apart and in their place was a layer of mist. That mist was not as thick as the clouds, but it was filled with a majestic presence. The deity statue of transcendence was rapidly materializing in the sky.
Once it appeared again, it would mean that Su Ming needed to transcend. I've finally chosen to transcend. Su Ming looked at the mist tumbling in the sky with a conflicted expression. He lifted his foot and walked forward along the chain slowly.
Walking on the chain was akin to walking on the passages of time. However, the memories of his life when he was in Dark Mountain surfaced in his mind. How many years had it been? Perhaps it had been 4 to 5 years, perhaps it was longer. Su Ming could not tell himself with certainty just how many years it had been. The memories of the confusion and sorrow when he initially arrived in the land of South Morning, and when he laid on the mountainside crying as he looked at the sky at a loss were still fresh in his mind. The already mighty presence within Su Ming's body increased once again, and there were 983 blood veins on the giant above him now.
The 983 blood veins glowed with a bright red light that lit up the sky and pierced into the eyes of all those watching. A mighty pressure that could make all those in the blood solidification realm tremble erupted forth from Su Ming's body.
All those who were in the blood solidification realm within Han Mountain City and the 3 tribes started shivering faintly under this pressure, as if they were about to lose control of their bodies and were going to fall down to their knees to worship. This was the subjugation of blood veins. It was also something that would only appear once a berserker attained great completion of the blood solidification realm, a subjugation of a level equivalent to those in the transcendence realm.
During the first time he saw Jing Nan, the very first time he saw a powerful berserker in the transcendence realm, Su Ming's heart had been overwhelmed by shock and eagerness. The seed of desire to become a powerful transcended berserker was sown in his heart since that time and been growing ever since. I want to transcend. I want to be a powerful berserker in the transcendence realm.
Su Ming mumbled. This was his most straightforward wish at that time, to become a powerful transcended berserker and protect his tribe. Yet now, sorrow appeared on Su Ming's face. He was close to transcendence, so close that he could transcend at any moment. However, he could no longer find the desire to transcend in hopes to protect his tribe. His sorrow melted into the presence emanating from his body. making the people sink into an indescribable state of depression, causing the commotion in the area to become silent. As Su-Ming walked, his blood veins increased by 1 again, and he now had 984 blood veins. The existence of 984 blood veins caused Su-Ming to be covered densely by blood veins, as if every inch of his skin was occupied. The sky rumbled, thunder roared, lightning continued crackling in the sky. The mist that covered the sky gathered together and the contour of the deity statue of transcendence appeared. The instant the statue's contour appeared, its might descended upon everyone. All the living beings on the land felt their hearts shaken to the core at that moment. Su-Ming continued walking, and the image of Baitu, the elder of Black Mountain tribe, surfaced in his mind. This was the second transcended berserker he saw. Su-Ming even had the feeling that Baitu was stronger than Jingnan. Baitu's strength came from his power in the transcendence realm. The strange berserker arts he'd casted. Their fierce battle against each other had caused Su-Ming to feel powerless time and again, and his desire to transcend had increased. Booming sounds came from within Su-Ming, and the 985th blood vein manifested. The shocking speed made all those who saw show expressions of disbelief. Even Nantian and the others, including Han Feizi, found it hard to hide the shock in their eyes. They suddenly understood once again why Su-Ming chose not to transcend all those months ago. He was not pleased with the number of blood veins he had. He wanted to obtain more. With 985 blood veins, he could call himself a berserker who attained great completion in the blood solidification realm. Yet with each individual increase of 1 more blood vein once he attained great completion, his strength once he transcended would also increase. The difference that existed between him and those who transcended would also be gigantic. Su-Ming walked forth silently. He felt as if he had returned to the moment when he first arrived in Han Mountain City, had returned to the time when he first saw Hifeng and Han Feizi. At that time, he had absolutely not expected that he would one day become Hifeng's master, much less cross hands with Han Feizi and from then on become entangled with her. Elder, do you know? Your Lasu is about to transcend. He's about draw his own berserker mark. How would my berserker mark look like? Su-Ming mumbled as he took another step, another blood vein manifesting on his skin. The 986th vein. By then, Su-Ming had walked through most of the 9th section of the chain. There was not even 1,000 feet away between him and Puqiang Mountain. Not only could Su-Ming see the faces of those standing on the summit, the elder of Puqiang tribe and the others could also see Su-Ming's robes clearly. The elder of Puqiang tribe lowered his head in reverence. By his side, the tribe leader also lowered his head as if he was waiting for Su-Ming's arrival. At the moment, the sky was illuminated by blood light. Thunder rumbled above. The deity statue of transcendence was materializing slowly, becoming whole from just being a mere outline. The domineering might became stronger and covered the entire land. It was also at that moment that a sudden bright light came from Lake of Colors tribe. That light was white. If it were during normal times, the light would not garner much attention as it was also daylight. But since the world was illuminated in red, when the white light shone, it immediately became glaringly obvious. The light caught a lot of people's attention, but only a handful people knew the source of the light. Relocation. The elder of Tranquil East was stunned. He cast a glance at the tribe leader, and they saw the uncertainty in each other's eyes. Puqiang tribe was similarly swathed in uncertainty. Even Lake of Colors tribe was also uncertain. The old woman turned her head around swiftly and looked towards the location where the light was shining. That was the center of the summit of Lake of Colors Mountain. There was a gigantic picture carved on the ground over there. Elder, that relocation rune can only be used by Freezing Sky Clan. Could it be? Yanluan looked towards the old woman. The old woman remained silent for a moment before she nodded. However, right at the moment the relocation light appeared, it was instantly crushed into mere fragments of light by the domineering pressure formed by the deity statue of transcendence that appeared in the sky. The fragments scattered away. At the same time, in the sky above a remote mountain 10,000 li away from Han Mountain City, a loud boom suddenly resounded in the sky. A white light came out of nowhere and turned into a complex picture that burst apart. 3 people walked out of the white light, looking like a right mess. What happened in Han Mountain City? There's something interfering with the power of relocation.
It could only transfer us here.
The leader of the three people was an old man in white. His eyes were sparkling with an intimidating might. At that moment, he was frowning as he looked towards Han Mountain City. The two people by his side were a man and a woman respectively. The two of them were in their 30s. They were extraordinarily good-looking, and what was more, they were berserkers in the transcendence realm.
The person who spoke was the younger man. The relocation rune in Lake of Colors tribe was drawn based on the four-dimensional layer relocation art. The rune was given by the elder of Lake of Colors once she fully explored its structures and gave it to the left preceptor. The frame is placed in 2 locations. We've tried it numerous times before, there shouldn't be anything wrong with it. The woman from among the 3 people said languidly. Her voice had a gentle tone, but she was frowning, similarly not understanding what went wrong.
We'll know if we go and take a look. If it's because of Lake of Colors tribe, then we must tell the head preceptor that the relocation rune still can't be used widely in the land of South Morning. Leader Lu, what do you say? The man with the extraordinarily good looks looked at the silent old man by his side with a respectful face. The woman, too, immediately turned towards the old man and bowed as a sign of respect. The both of you are acting as the school's envoys in Han Mountain City this time. I am only going there to meet my friends. You are free to make your own decisions, the old man said calmly, smiling faintly. The man nodded and obeyed respectfully. He looked the woman in the eye, and just as he was about to speak, the old man suddenly frowned. He took a scrutinizing look into the distance, and a grave expression appeared on his face. Wait! Before you left for Han Mountain City, the left preceptor only gave one position and told you to receive Yen Fei of Lake of Colors tribe into the school. Is that so?
The old man's expression became even more solemn as he spoke slowly.
The man and the woman were both stunned. The woman quickly nodded, but there was uneasiness on her face. Before she came, she had not regarded this task with much importance, simply thinking it was just a small task of taking away a disciple where no unexpected events would happen. It might have been decided that Han Fei Zi was someone close to attaining completion in the blood solidification realm, but she was joining Freezing Sky Clan on her own free will. The issue of having to force her to join was non-existent. However, when her junior fellow disciple was about to be relocated, the old man before them suddenly approached them and activated the relocation rune with them. This was not something they could refuse, neither did they have the right to refuse, much less dare to do so. The old man's family name was Lu. In Freezing Sky Clan, his post may not be as high as the left preceptor, but he had high seniority. He was usually rather eccentric, but lived alone in a mountain. He might be one of the people in Freezing Sky Clan, but in truth, he did not bother with anything within Freezing Sky Clan. It was almost as if he was temporarily living in the school. Sometimes he would be very gentle, but there were also times when he would be terrifyingly sullen. Even the left preceptor in Freezing Sky Clan had to wrap his fist in his palm and call this old man September granduncle. There were some rumors regarding this old man within Freezing Sky Clan. All of these rumors would make those who heard them feel shaken and not dare to act rashly before this old man. However, oddly enough, the old man's level of cultivation remained at the bone sacrifice realm and seemed to not have changed at all over the years. When the old man asked the question, not only was the woman uneasy, the man beside her also became worried. They did not know the meaning behind the old man's sudden words. What is the last power? The old man asked once again.
Leader Lu, by the indications from the left preceptor, the woman's power is near completion of the blood solidification realm. Once we take her into the school, the left preceptor will take her in as his disciple. The man immediately said respectfully.
Taking her in as his disciple? Your left preceptor has discovered a real gem this time.
The old man seemed to have felt something as he looked into the distance.
If I'm correct, then the relocation was offset because the deity statue of transcendence has appeared in Han Mountain City.
A strange light appeared in the old man's eyes. The moment his words appeared, the man and the woman's expressions instantly changed and they whipped their heads towards the direction of Han Mountain City. The deity statue of transcendence? The woman took in a sharp breath and felt shaken. She knew clearly of the implications behind the appearance of the deity statue of transcendence. Even within Freezing Sky Clan, berserkers who could summon the deity statue when they transcended were still a rare sight.
No wonder the Lord Left Preceptor regards this woman so highly. She managed to summon the deity statue of transcendence before she even joined Freezing Sky Clan. Once she joins the school, her status will definitely be different. The man was shocked, and thoughts of becoming acquainted with Yen Fei appeared in his mind. Unless there is another berserker who attained completion of the blood solidification realm in Han Mountain City right now, then the lass you are about to receive has just reached a breakthrough. The old man shook his head and seemed to be rather moved by what was happening as he walked forward. There's no way two berserkers who attained completion of the blood solidification realm would appear in Han Mountain City so coincidentally. Junior sister Han Fei Zi must have summoned the deity statue of transcendence. A faint smile appeared on the man's face as he followed behind the old man. Once junior sister Han Fei Zi joins the school, she will definitely shine like a jewel and shock Freezing Sky. I'm very curious about her. Once we meet her, I'll have to get to know her. A beautiful smile appeared on the woman's face as she spoke softly. The old man did not speak. The three of them turned into long arcs and charged forward. As they got closer to Han Mountain City, they gradually sensed the domineering presence coming from the sky. The clouds tumbled, and it looked as if there was a vague deity statue materializing rapidly within clouds. The pressure fell upon them the strongest when the three of them were 5,000 li away from Han Mountain City. What great might! The deity statue that junior sister Han Fei Zi summoned seems to be slightly different from the statues that the others summoned within the school when they transcended. The man mused, though he was incredibly relaxed. That's right. I've seen the deity statue of transcendence appear 4 times. This is the 5th time, but the pressure I feel this time is the strongest. We're not even close, and we already feel this way when we're 5,000 li away. The woman also gasped in admiration. Just like the man, the thought of befriending Han Fei Zi within her heart became clearer. However, the two of them did not realize that a strange light appeared in the old man's eyes as they got closer, and his expression became more solemn. Eventually, he suddenly came to a halt and stared at the sky, gradually overcome with amazement and shock. You said before that the lass is close to attaining completion of the blood solidification realm? The old man suddenly asked. The man and woman also stopped as he did so. They were slightly confused by the old man's words, but they still replied respectfully. Leader Lu, junior sister Han Fei Zi, was appraised by the Lord Left Preceptor personally in the past. The old man fell silent for a moment before he asked again, "How long ago was that?" "The Left Preceptor came here once about half a year ago," the extraordinarily good-looking man quickly replied. He was afraid the old man would want to take her in as a disciple. That was why he mentioned the Left Preceptor again in his words. The Lord Left Preceptor is placing a lot of importance on junior sister Han Fei Zi. I heard that he already wanted to take her in as a disciple a few years ago. He did not take in any other disciple during these few years because he wanted to focus all his attention on our junior sister. The girl by his side spoke softly with a respectful tone. Half a year ago? A bright light appeared in the old man's eyes. Yes. Junior sister Han Fei Zi does indeed have shocking talent. To be able to attain completion of the blood solidification realm within half a year, I can't compare to her. The man sighed deeply. The old man remained silent for a while before he said slowly, "Is this just completion of the blood solidification realm?" Take a closer look. This deity statue of transcendence would not appear for a berserker who attained completion of the blood solidification realm. This is clearly the true form of transcendence that will only appear for a berserker who attains the great completion of the blood solidification realm. The moment he spoke, the man and woman's expressions drastically changed. Great completion of the blood solidification realm. Junior sister attained great completion of the blood solidification realm within half a year. This is... The man was completely stunned. His eyes widened in disbelieving shock. Transcending during great completion. If the Lord Left Preceptor knew about this, he'd have definitely come personally. The woman trembled and looked towards Han Mountain City. At that moment in Han Mountain City, as the deity statue of transcendence materialized in the sky, its might descended upon them, causing the earth to start shaking faintly. All those within the blood solidification realm could no longer stand on their feet. They fell to the ground on their knees. Even some of the transcended berserkers found that they could not withstand the pressure. Before long, they would also be forced to fall to their knees and worship the statue. Su Ming could feel the urge to transcend within him reaching its limit, but 986 blood veins still could not make him satisfied. He stood on the chain and took a huge step forward, instantly closing up the 1,000 feet worth of distance between him and Puqiang Mountain. When there was only 700 feet between them, a booming sound rang out within Su Ming's body once again, and as the heavens and earth trembled, another blood vein manifested. 987 blood veins. The moment the 987th blood vein manifested, the clouds in the sky tumbled furiously. An amorphous, gigantic deity statue appeared in the mist. That statue seemed to look exactly the same as the deity statue of transcendence that appeared a few months ago, but if people took a closer look, I would see that there were some differences. For starters, the pressure it exuded far surpassed the pressure they felt a few months ago. The liveliness and intelligence of the statue from a few months ago too could not compare with this statue. If the deity statue from a few months ago seemed to possess the spirit of a human, then the statue now seemed to contain the spirit of a deity. I order thee, transcend. The voice traveled to the entire region and turned into a sound that drowned out the sounds of thunder. The voice droned as it descended from the sky, and as it came, the weather changed, the earth shook, and rocks fell from mountains. When the voice fell upon them, it caused all those who were in the blood solidification realm to fall to their knees worshipping and feel shaken to the core. A buzzing sound filled their minds and turned them blank. The transcended berserkers could no longer stand on their feet. Nan Tian and the others were forced onto their knees as well, and their bodies trembled. In the entire region around Han Mountain, only the elders of the 3 tribes and Yen Luan could remain standing. The elder of Lake of Colors may seem frail, but the fact that she could remain standing in the face of the deity statue of transcendence was a testament that her power was definitely not as rumored. The moment Su Ming heard the voice, his qi erupted forth from within his body. Many ripples also formed on the giant that was formed by his blood veins above him, looking as if it was about to break down and reassemble. The 987 blood veins on the giant's body started trembling. 3 people charged through the sky, still 4,000 li away from Han Mountain City. However, as they got closer to the city, the pressure increased, causing their speed to decrease. Nonetheless, although they were thousands of lis away, the majestic voice that traveled out from Han Mountain still rang clearly in their ears. The old man looked calm. The only change on him was that his pupils shrank slightly. However, the man and woman were so badly shaken that they could barely stand. Conflict and eagerness appeared on their faces. Junior sister Han Fei Zi has transcended. She transcended during the great completion of the blood solidification realm. Once she's done, her power. Su Ming lifted his head and stared at the indistinct, gigantic figure within the tumbling mist in the sky. The figure could not be seen clearly, and most of its body was concealed by the mist. The people could only see vaguely that the deity statue was built in the shape of a person sitting cross-legged in the sky. It was covered in black armor that exuded a vicious aura, as if there was an innumerable amount of wronged souls sealed within the armor. A black wisp of air that eventually turned into the tumbling black mist in the sky surrounded the deity statue. The voice was still echoing in the sky. It sounded as if the might of the heavens itself was reverberating in the air. If anyone heard it, their wills would break due to this sound. They would obey the voice despite themselves and act on the desire to transcend, even though that was practically imposed on them. A bright flash appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He was only 700 feet away from Puqiang Mountain. As the first order of transcendence echoed in the air, he took huge steps forward, shortening the distance from 700 feet to 400 feet. At the same time, booming sounds reverberated through his body. As if it was on the verge of breaking down, a change suddenly occurred on the giant and another blood vein formed on its body. The moment the blood vein appeared, the giant trembled, looking as if it wanted to lift its head and rage against the sky. 988 blood veins. Su Ming did not hesitate. He moved forward like a shooting star. As he walked forth, the distance between him and Puqiang Mountain decreased once again.
When he was only 100 feet away from the mountain, the majestic voice came from the sky once again. I order thee, transcend. The moment the voice came, the giant above Su Ming broke down. Yet, at the same time it shattered, the 989th blood vein manifested on Su Ming's body. The additional blood vein shone with a brilliant red light that illuminated the sky, causing the collapsing giant to reform from its collapsing state to whole once again, the shattered parts starting to gather together. This scene of Su Ming obviously wresting control from the deity made all those who saw it to fall into a state where they could no longer describe what they were feeling. The elder of Puqiang tribe trembled, and as he stared at Su Ming standing 100 feet away, he fell to his knees and bowed deeply. Sir, we respectfully welcome you to Puqiang tribe. The elder of Puqiang tribe was originally the only one standing on the mountain. The moment he fell to his knees, Su Ming took another step and arrived on Puqiang Mountain from the 9th section of the chain. He had completed the challenge of the chains of Han Mountain. From Han Mountain, he moved along the chain and arrived at Puqiang Mountain. The moment his feet landed on the mountain, another blood vein manifested on his body with a boom, and once the 990th blood vein appeared, the giant above him seemed to finally possess enough strength, and it let out a roar towards the deity statue of transcendence in the sky. The clouds reeled to the side and the weather changed. The roar made it seem as if the giant wanted to go up against the deity statue of transcendence clad in black armor. A cold and indifferent glare appeared in the black armored figure's eyes. For the first time since it appeared, it lifted its right hand slowly. As it lifted its hand, an indescribable pressure descended upon everyone abruptly. Unable to withstand it, the elder of Tranquil East tribe fell to his knees, and his actions were followed by Yen Luan, who also knelt down trembling. The final one who knelt down was Lake of Colors tribe's elder. At that moment, besides Su Ming, all those in the entire region around Han Mountain were on their knees prostrating on the ground. Puqiang elder, allow me to loan the aura of death stored in your tribe. Hurry up and activate all the aura of death you have in store. Su Ming stood on Puqiang Mountain and looked at the prostrating elder of Puqiang tribe before him calmly. His voice was not loud, but in this situation there was an inexplicable pressure in them. The elder of Puqiang tribe trembled and closed his eyes before he lifted his arms and slammed them onto the ground by his sides. The moment he pressed his palms on the ground, a surge of power traveled from his body into the mountain. With the blood of the elder of Puqiang tribe, I now activate the force of death of Puqiang, calling out to all the aura of death buried deep in the earth throughout the ages. Come forth, the elder of Puqiang tribe mumbled and bit his tongue, coughing out a mouthful of blood. His blood turned black the moment it appeared, and once it spilled on the ground, the entire Puqiang mountain started trembling furiously. A thick surge of aura of death erupted forth from the depths of the earth under the mountain. It spread out abruptly along veins within the mountain, causing it to be enveloped by the aura of death in an instant. In the midst of the endless aura of death were shrill cries. Everyone could see countless innocent souls within the aura of death that had erupted forth from the ground, and those souls filled the entire area. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he stared at the large amount of aura of death surging forth. This was the critical moment, and he did not want to waste even a single instant. Almost at the same time the aura of death appeared, he slammed his right hand on the storage bag in his bosom, and immediately, a corpse covered by herbs appeared before him. The corpse was entirely shrouded by herbs. It was impossible to see its face, yet the moment the corpse appeared, the aura of death around surged towards the corpse like a contained flood that suddenly found an exit. It was as if the corpse had turned into a gigantic whirlpool that could make all the aura of death gravitate towards it. The wronged souls within the aura of death fell over one another as they rushed forth, letting out piercing howls. In an instant, they enveloped the corpse and rushed into its body madly. This strange sight made Puqiang tribe's elder and tribe leader shocked. They had been training using the aura of death for all their life and activated their berserker arts with the aura of death. But they had never seen anything like this before. What? What is this berserker art? Su Ming's breathing quickened. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Spirit plunder. Whether I can make this pill into my origin transcendence vessel all lies in this moment. Su Ming swung his right hand forward and the bones, along with the herbs growing on them, appeared in his hands. Once he crushed all of them, the herbs and broken bones fused into the corpse in a strange fashion. A shocking presence burst forth from the corpse. The thick aura of death within that presence spread all around. The urge to transcend within Su Ming was already very difficult to suppress. Once the giant above him let out that roar, it broke down rapidly. Before long, it would completely shatter, and that would be the time Su Ming transcended. In the sky, the figure clad in black armor, the true form of the deity statue of transcendence, was also lifting its right hand slowly. As it did so, the pressure also became stronger. Once it completely raised its hand, a great catastrophe would befall the entire land. Su Ming's face was grave with a hint of nervousness. Then, with the method to create spirit plunder ingrained in his head, he wrapped his entire body around He Feng's corpse and beat it repeatedly. Every single time his palm landed on the corpse, the place he struck would sink down and a lot of aura of death would surge into the spot before it would swell up once again. What's he doing? He's not transcending, but is filling a corpse with the aura of death. Just what is he doing? At that moment, that was the most dominant thought in the minds of the powerful transcended berserkers who were still conscious. Time passed by slowly. After a moment, a boom echoed in the sky, and the giant above Su Ming broke down completely. The moment it fell apart was also the same instant the true form of the deity statue in the sky lowered its right hand and pointed towards Su Ming with one finger. I order thee. Transcend. The moment it pointed downwards, a presence of transcendence burst forth from Su Ming's body. Amidst that presence, the 990 blood veins within his body instantly showed signs of melting. The melting of blood veins to form the berserker mark. That was the symbol of transcendence. Almost at the same moment, Su Ming's right hand fell on top of He Feng's skull. He slammed his palm down on the spot, signaling the final step of creating the pill in his memories. The instant he slammed his right hand down, He Feng's body abruptly swelled up and his eyes opened up. His pupils were gray. Those eyes seemed like they had been revived, and they were looking at the sky with a gaze that did not belong to He Feng. The first thing that entered their vision was the true form of the deity statue of transcendence in the sky. The gray hue in the eyes flickered, and the herb-covered body floated into the air, slowly crossing its legs to arrange itself in the same fashion as the true form of the deity statue of transcendence. This was something not even Su Ming had predicted. He was momentarily stunned but did not have time to think much into it. This was a critical period for him. His blood veins were melting rapidly within his body. The desire to transcend had reached its peak. I'm going to transcend. Su Ming mumbled. He no longer cared about He Feng's corpse by his side. He might not understand its strange behavior, but he personally created this pill and no outsider had a hand in it during the entire procedure. From his memories regarding the method to create this pill, he could also feel surges of herbal aura flowing within He Feng's body, and they were quickly gathering at the corpse's brains. Once they gathered together and condensed into the pill, spirit plunder would be formed. Elder, I'm about to transcend. Su Ming sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. The moment he did so, muffled sounds of thunder suddenly came from within the clouds that were torn apart in the sky. At the same time, in the sky much higher above the true form of the deity statue of transcendence, some clouds started gathering together when thunder started rumbling. This did not make sense. Under the might of the true form of the deity statue of transcendence, the clouds could only be torn apart and replaced by mist. It was impossible for them to gather together once again. However, now the clouds had gathered. The moment the clouds converged, a bolt of blue lightning suddenly descended from among the clouds. The bolt of lightning was about the breadth of the rim of a water pail. It crackled past the deity statue of transcendence and charged towards the earth, descending upon He Feng's corpse in a straight line. Su Ming was shaken. He opened his eyes and saw the bolt of blue lightning suddenly falling on He Feng's corpse clearly. It caused the swelled-up corpse to rapidly wither as numerous electric arcs swam around it. The herbs on the body also turned into powder in an instant, but the herbal aura within He Feng's body seemed to have received great nourishment and came together even faster. It had already turned into a fuzzy orb that was rapidly spinning in He Feng's brain. The two strange sights in the sky stirred up incredible panic within Han Mountain City. The people who had lost consciousness due to the true form of the deity statue of transcendence had woken up. The deity statue of transcendence in the sky shuddered.
Due to the sudden appearance of the clouds and the bolt of lightning, some of the mighty pressure coming from its body was forcefully dissipated. Because of that, the urge to transcend within Su Ming eased up for a moment. At that moment, a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. During the moment the speed of his blood veins melting slowed down, another blood vein increased. 991 blood veins. Su Ming closed his eyes. A memory that was buried by time surfaced in his head. I don't have any sense of propriety. I don't have parents. In your eyes, I have neither any right nor status. But my elder once told me that you only see one part of the rain in the world. You will never know how much rain there is when it stops. You can only see the surface of the muddy water on the ground and never the bottom. This year, I am only 16 years old. In his memory, a teenager had his head lowered as he spoke his mind with calm resolution before the elder of Dark Dragon Tribe. As the land in Han Mountain City trembled furiously, no one made a sound, no matter what their level of cultivation was. At that moment, all those who were conscious waited with bated breath as they watched the sky and the person filled with the presence of transcendence sitting cross-legged on Puqiang Mountain. 3 long arcs charged through the sky thousands of leagues away from Han Mountain City. They wanted to get closer, but they were already struggling forward when the area was just filled the pressure from the true form of the deity statue of transcendence. When the clouds way above merged together and the blue bolt of lightning fell with a rumble, the pressure that filled the air seemed to become even stronger. The man and woman were already pale and gasping for breath as they looked dumbly towards the direction of Han Mountain City. Their minds were blank, and the only thing left within them was awe born in the depths of their hearts towards their junior fellow disciple Han Feizi. Only the old man was looking towards the direction of Han Mountain City with twinkling eyes. He did not speak, but there was shock in his heart. The true form of the deity statue of transcendence appeared and gave the order to transcend 3 times. This can only mean that the person who is transcending is suppressing his blood veins. This person is ambitious. Not only does he have extraordinary will, he also has a method to increase his blood veins. Is this person truly that last Han Feizi? If it is, then Zhou Shan has gotten himself a good disciple. If he trains her well, then she might even have the chance to compete against Sima's youngest for the edge. But that's not the most shocking thing. Those clouds actually managed to merge together even under the might of the true form of the deity statue of transcendence, and the blue bolt of lightning that descended. Why did that lightning fall? The old man's eyes sparkled, and he sighed. He did not abandon the people by his side to investigate on his own. That would just make his intentions too obvious. Instead, once he sighed, he calmed down and maintained the same speed as the man and woman as they flew towards the city slowly. At that moment, the sky above Han Mountain City rumbled. The instant the 991st vein appeared on Su Ming's body, the clouds above the true form of the deity statue of transcendence clad in black armor glowed with a piercing shade of blue light once again. A bolt of blue lightning thicker than the one previously descended abruptly. That bolt of lightning caused the space between the sky and earth to twist. Under the gaze of all the people in the region around Han Mountain who almost passed out with the lack of breathing, they saw the bolt of lightning coming down in a straight line with a crash, charging down towards Hifeng who was beside Su Ming. The herbal aura was rapidly gathering within Hifeng's head. The fuzzy orb that was formed was spinning quickly inside, as if it wanted to absorb all the herbal aura within and materialize into a pill. The bolt of lightning came with a boom. It crackled past the true form of the deity statue of transcendence towards Hifeng. In an instant, it crashed into Hifeng's body. A shocking boom reverberated through the sky, and Hifeng's body was shrouded in blue light. Cracking sounds spread throughout the area, and many electrical arcs swam around his body. Some of them even fell on Puqiang Mountain's ground before they spread outwards. There were even some that spread to Su Ming. Su Ming jolted and opened his eyes. A strange light appeared in them, a faint hint of hesitation and inconceivability. The moment he opened his eyes, Su Ming immediately saw Hifeng's limbs shattering under the blue bolt of lightning and dissipating once it turned into black mist. Even a large portion of his body disappeared without a trace under the bolt of lightning's relentless attack. As of then, in Su Ming's eyes, there was only a small portion of Hifeng's body left, including his head. Lightning traveled through his body and gradually fused into him.
At the same time, the herbal aura within Hefeng's body that had withstood 2 lightning calamities was merging at even faster, shocking pace within that fuzzy orb in Hefeng's head. At that moment, a pill about the size of a fingernail had appeared within the fuzzy orb. Before long, the pill would be complete. Due to the 2 bolts of lightning, the mighty pressure from the true form of the deity statue of transcendence in the sky weakened largely, causing Su Ming's desire to transcend to disappear rapidly as well. This was the chance of a lifetime for Su Ming. This was out of his expectations. He had never expected such an incredible chance to appear when the lightning calamity was drawn out by his refining of spirit plunder occurred at the same time as he transcended. Originally, he could only manifest 990 blood veins. This was his body's limit. There was no way he could suppress the urge to transcend within him either. His only choice was to transcend. He had thought it was a pity when he chose to transcend, but he no longer thought about increasing his blood veins. The giant above him had shattered. His blood veins had melted. His entire person was enveloped by the presence of transcendence. From that moment onwards, he lost all right to increase his blood veins. He had to transcend. It was especially so when the presence of transcendence surged into his body, causing him to be unable to turn the tides. However, the appearance of 2 lightning calamities had opened up a path for him, as if they had just blasted out a crack in a frozen river. The crack was not thin either. It appeared as if the ice was ripped apart. The people who looked like they were moments away from suffocating suddenly looked as if they had just sucked in a breath of fresh air. A brilliant flash appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The hesitance in them had been due to this. Yet the hesitance did not last long before Su Ming made his decision. Once the 991st blood vein manifested, he used the presence of transcendence to largely melt that berserker bone. As it melted and the process of Su Ming's transcendence had come to an abrupt halt, his blood veins increased once again. 992, 993, 994. The increase of 3 blood veins made booming sounds echo in Su Ming's body. The power of the blood veins crashed against the presence of transcendence as they could not tolerate each other in his body. However, the light in Su Ming's eyes just became brighter. He could feel that with his condition, each extra blood vein made him become stronger by several fold. He could feel his strength increasing with an explosive might along with his blood veins. At that moment, the true form of the deity statue of transcendence trembled in the sky. A blue electrical arc appeared once again strangely outside its body and traveled all around it. It was as if it was connected to Hefeng's body, as if there was some sort of natural law contained within the act of Hefeng's body manipulating himself to be in the exact same sitting position as the statue, which established some sort of connection between them, causing the deity statue of transcendence to replace Hefeng's body in taking the brunt of the lightning's force as if it was helping him. As the lightning traveled through its body, a merciless glare appeared in the eyes of the true form of the deity statue of transcendence. Gradually, it moved its body as if it was about to stand up. At the same moment, as the clouds high above the sky merged together, a large amount of blue light appeared for the 3rd time. This time, the intensity of the blue light had clearly surpassed the previous 2 times. Even the entire cloud turned blue in that instant. Lightning that was formed due to the rain from the other parts of the sky around the area sped towards that blue cloud and fused into it, turning into a strong amount of pressure that fell upon everyone. Eventually, that bolt of lightning in that blue cloud reached a point where people would be aghast just by casting a glance at it. All of them could tell that the bolt of lightning in the cloud was much stronger than the previous 2 times. In fact, the previous 2 bolts could not begin to compare with this. The elder and tribe leader of Puqiang tribe were completely stunned as they prostrated themselves on the ground trembling. It was the same on tranquil East Mountain. Even Han Songzi was also pale. As she looked at the sky, reverence appeared on her face. On Lake of Colors Mountain, even though Yen Luan might be in the middle stage of transcendence, the strange phenomenon in the sky made her feel minuscule and weak. The power of the bolts of lightning shocked her. The old woman knelt on the ground with her eyes closed. Her expression was calm, but she was reflexively clenching and unclenching her hand, which showed that what she felt within her heart was definitely not what she showed on her face. There was deathly stillness within Han Mountain City. No one caused a ruckus. No one initiated any discussions.
All the people seemed to have lost all process of thought in the midst of their nervousness and shock. That included Nantian, Kujosi, Langying, and Shen Luan, who was also kneeling down somewhere in the distance. Even the man and woman among the three figures charging towards the city from thousands of leagues away let out cries of surprise before they came to an abrupt halt. They were aghast as they looked at the clouds, unable to understand what was happening. The old man who was leading the team looked at the blue cloud in the distance in silence. He too sucked in a deep breath. Suming sat on Puqiang Mountain. The 994 blood veins within his body were strained to the absolute limit he could endure. Blood trickled down the corners of his lips. He gritted his teeth and melted the berserker bone within his body once again, but no matter how much he tried to melt it and how much he tried to endure it, his blood veins stayed at only 994 and refused to increase. As the blue cloud gathered in the sky and the bolt of lightning seemed to be on the verge of striking down, as the true form of the deity statue of transcendence clad in black armor was gradually standing up, Su Ming knew that his time was short. He lifted his head and looked at the blue cloud. The hesitation in his eyes before had been due to the blood veins, but besides hesitation, there was also inconceivability. That inconceivability was not due to blood veins. Neither was it due to transcendence, but was due to the electrical arcs that shocked him when the second bolt of lightning struck foam. The electrical arcs fused into his body and made him jolt. They might have already dissipated, but they had stayed for an instant in his body. It was during that one instant when it stayed that made a thought bloom in Su Ming's mind, one that made him think that it was slightly startling and unimaginable. He had never even heard of it before, and had no idea whether it was possible. That thought was bold and reckless. It could even be said to be ridiculous. Yet now, even if Su Ming himself thought that the idea itself was a fantasy, he still could not help but mull over it with excitement. I only have one chance. This is the only time where I'll know whether this is just a fantasy of mine, or that it can become reality. I want to try it. Su Ming stared at the blue cloud in the sky, and calm madness appeared in his eyes. Spirit plunder might be able to become my origin transcendence vessel because it has substance, and it's not incorporeal. The origin vessel seems to require a concrete body. But this powerful blue bolt of lightning stayed in my body for a moment. Does this mean that during that instant it was a physical entity? But after a moment, it'll become incorporeal again. What is the meaning of lightning calamity? Su Ming mumbled. The words lightning calamity were mentioned in the method to create spirit plunder stored in his head. In his memories, the lightning calamity only appeared due to spirit plunder. The laws of nature did not allow the use of humans for cauldrons to create medicinal pills, much less creating it using the aura of death. That was why celestial lightning turned into a calamity that fell on him. The purpose of this bolt of lightning was to destroy the medicinal pill, but as the medicinal pill was shielded by the corpse, the power of lightning once it struck down would diminish. When the corpse was eventually destroyed, the medicinal pill would be created. Su Ming had never truly mulled over this description of the pill in detail. Based on his understanding, this was something that he could not possibly understand. However, at that moment, as his heart raced and the thought that made him excited bloomed in his head, the pill's description appeared in his mind. What is the meaning of lightning calamity? If we take off the word calamity, we are only left with lightning. Su Ming's mind raced. He was not unfamiliar with lightning. When he initially came to the land of South Morning, he saw lightning striking trees. At that time, he already analyzed it and believed that it was because the trunks were too moist. That was why lightning was drawn to them, causing the trees to be set ablaze instantly, until all that was eventually left were the materials he needed to create his medicinal pills. However, there seemed to be some inaccuracies in his previous theory. There are a lot of trees in the rainforest, so why did the taller trees attract lightning? Perhaps it's because the humidity on those trees was greater, or it could be because there's another reason for it. Lightning can strike trees. Then this time, why did He Feng's body draw in all the bolts of lightning from the lightning calamity? The description in my memories is too cryptic. It doesn't seem like it's the correct explanation for this. Su Ming could not understand this phenomenon. In fact, there was a feeling within him telling him that it was only natural for lightning to fall. As for why it happened and the source for why it was happening was something he could not figure out. Yet at that moment, if he wanted to bring that mad thought of his to fruition, he must understand all these completely.
Why does lightning exist? What is lightning? If I can't understand the causes for lightning, then I won't be able to keep it inside my body and turn it into my origin vessel.
This was Su Ming's idea, the insane, inconceivable but exciting idea. However, after some quick thinking, Su Ming had to give up on it. He could not understand what lightning was and where it came from. He had no confidence in making lightning stay in his body. Those thoughts eventually turned into a sigh. Su Ming knew he was short on time. The deity statue of awakening was slowly standing up and the bolt of lightning in the sky was rapidly converging before it would strike down.
No matter how hard he melted the berserker bone in his body, he could not increase any more blood veins. It was not something that he could accomplish by just gritting his teeth to persevere and endure through it. His current condition was of a stone bottle that was full. Even if he poured more water in it, he could not add more water into the bottle. It would only spill out.
If he wanted to manifest more blood veins, his only method was to make that stone bottle bigger.
In truth, once the 990th blood vein manifested on Su Ming's body, he was already filled like the stone bottle in his analogy.
He could only manifest 4 more blood veins due to the presence of awakening fusing into his body, which in a way transformed his body, as if his body was the stone bottle, and it had become bigger. It allowed him to better complete the transition to become a powerful awakened berserker in a situation where it was impossible for him to do anything to increase his blood veins.
However, the unexpected appearance of the bolts of lightning broke this irreversible situation, giving Su Ming the chance of a lifetime. It allowed him to make the impossible possible, increasing 4 more blood veins.
Yet now he was at his limit once again. There was no way he could change anything to make the stone bottle contain more water and to make another blood vein appear on his body. This was something Su Ming understood fully. He knew that even the burning of blood could not help him with this. I don't know how the ancients managed to manifest 1,000 blood veins. Perhaps there are people born who truly possess such astonishing potential that they can contain 1,000 blood veins in their bodies. But I'm not them.
I don't know how they did it, but if I want to increase more blood veins, this is the only way. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He swiftly stood up and stomped on the ground to launch himself into the air. When he was in midair, he spread his arms wide open. My body is filled. I can't add any more blood veins. The only way I can think of is to break my own body, just like breaking the stone bottle. The instant it cracks, the amount of water it can contain will increase.
Even if my body breaks, if I can seize the precise moment and awaken, it's not impossible. Su Ming's eyes shone with calmness and madness. His madness stemmed from his idea, and his calmness came from every single planned action of his. Su Ming could not stay too long in midair. Before long, he would fall.
Right now, he had his arms spread wide and loud banging sounds instantly came from his body. As the sounds reverberated in the air, the 994 blood veins in his body scattered as if they had just broken down and were set ablaze.
If I break my body and make myself to be no longer contained in a bottle, there's no way I won't be able to obtain more blood veins. Su Ming shouted out in his heart. As roars came from within his body, blood trickled out from Su Ming's mouth. Blood also flowed out from his eyes, ears, and nose. The roaring coming from his body arrived at its loudest point. His blood veins erupted in his body. As they did so, the first to be affected was his body. It was just as he thought it would be. The stone bottle broke. Thin cracks appeared on Su Ming's body. It was as if his body had been split apart. Once the cracks spread out, he would be torn to shreds. Red light shone from the thin cracks and scattered out of them, even showing signs of spreading further.
An indescribable pain spread to every corner of Su Ming's body. It was a pain as if he was about to self-destruct, a pain that a common person would not be able to endure. Su Ming, too, was unable to withstand it. His expression twisted, but as his body continued breaking apart, his blood veins abruptly increased once again. 995. In a spot no one could see on Su Ming's right leg, the 995th blood vein appeared. The additional blood vein increased the speed of Su Ming's body breaking down. More cracks appeared, a feeling as if he was about to be destroyed, and dye filled his entire being.
Yet a smile appeared on Su Ming's lips, which was hidden under the hood. That smile was cruel. This cruelty was not directed to others, but towards himself. He always remembered what his elder had once said. If he wanted to obtain something, he must give up something in return. The more he wanted to obtain something, the more he would have to sacrifice. Only he could determine whether the sacrifice was equivalent to the reward and whether it was worth it, not anyone else. I've already taken the step and obtained the 995th blood vein. If I don't pour everything I have and fight for it, I won't be satisfied. Su Ming's body started falling from the air. During the process, his body started rapidly breaking apart. The roars echoed in the air. And as Su Ming fell, another blood vein appeared with an explosive might on his left leg. 996. That additional blood vein made Su Ming's body reach its breaking point. Blood mist gushed out of his body, and his vision blurred. A feeling of death filled his entire body. All these were seen by the people around him, and they were filled with shock and deep reverence. At that moment, all those who were still conscious could see what Su Ming was trying to do. From his actions alone, they could feel his madness and desire to increase his blood veins. As Su Ming fell, he looked at the true form of the deity statue of awakening clad in black armor that had now stood up completely. When the deity statue stood up, it looked like a giant that reached the sky. The black armor it wore exuded an endless amount of vicious aura. It looked at Su Ming coldly and lifted its right hand to point at Su Ming. "This is the final time. I order thee. Awaken." The moment its voice reverberated in the air, even the blue cloud in the sky stopped for an instant. Su Ming lifted his head and let out a low growl towards the sky. Blood veins. His body broke apart. The stone bottle completely shattered, his robes exploding in the process. The blood mist enveloping the area outside his body completely covered his face and his torn body so that no one could see his face. The moment his body broke, Su Ming's blood veins started increasing madly with a shocking speed as if the limits on his body had been lifted. 997, 998, 999. 999 blood veins covered every corner of Su Ming's broken body. It seemed that there was no longer any space to take in the 1000th blood vein. The only spot left was underneath his eyes, under his crumbling face, hidden away by the mist. The scar left behind when the broken shard from the destroyed Dark Mountain statue of the god of berserkers slashed his face. It was a normal scar, but to Su Ming this was the only mark left of Dark Mountain on his body. If the 1000th blood vein appeared, the scar on Su Ming's face would disappear and be replaced. The instant the only mark he had left of Dark Mountain was about to disappear, conflict appeared in Su Ming's eyes. To awaken with 1000 blood veins, a sight that was rare even during the age of the ancients, and wipe away the only trace left of Dark Mountain on his body, or to retain the scar and give up on the 1000th blood vein? That was the question. If you want to obtain something, then you have to give up something in return. Only you can decide whether it is worth the cost. The elder's words echoed in Su Ming's head. He felt as if he had seen his elder, Dark Mountain, and the moment Dark Mountain tribe's statue of the god of berserkers shattered. Eventually, in Su Ming's eyes, he recalled the sight he saw using Hong Kong's power, where he saw himself tied up in chains in the void. That Su Ming had no scar on his face, but once he said something, the scar appeared on his face. "I refuse," Su Ming mumbled. The moment these words were spoken, the 1000th blood vein dissipated. At the same time, the vast presence of awakening enveloped Su Ming's whole body. His broken body mended itself in that instant, and the blood mist that had spread out tumbled back into his body. Even the torn clothes pieced themselves together and appeared on his body, as if time had just reversed. The world roared. The presence that only belonged to those who awakened erupted from Su Ming's body. The might of that presence was so incredible it caused all the berserkers in the blood solidification realm in the area to tremble. Even Nantian and the other powerful awakened berserkers felt shocked. They could clearly feel an incredibly mighty pressure coming from Su Ming's body. Awakening. The might of the pressure far surpassed that of an ordinary berserker who had transcended, but it was still not stable. That presence filled Su Ming's entire body. Even so, the moment the pressure dissipated, it made all those around him feel shaken to the core. This was the first time in their lives that they had seen the full process of a berserker who attained great completion of the blood solidification realm transcending. This shocked them so greatly it could even affect their entire lives. The elder of Puqiang tribe trembled as he prostrated himself on the ground. His level of cultivation may be at the middle stage of transcendence, but there was only an indescribable reverence in him towards Su Ming. It was one that stemmed from his soul, and one that appeared due to the might coming from Su Ming's body. This intimidating pressure made the elder of Puqiang tribe gasp for breath. If he was already in this condition, then it was much more so for the man who looked like a mountain of flesh beside him. The tribe leader of Puqiang tribe looked at Su Ming with incredible reverence. The 999 blood veins in Su Ming's body instantly melted. When his falling body was 100 feet away from the summit of Puqiang Mountain, for the first time ever, with his own strength, Su Ming floated and stood in air. He had transcended. At that moment, the true form of the deity statue of transcendence clad in armor in the sky looked at Su Ming with a hint of gentleness that was barely noticeable in his cold and aloof eyes. Breaking thy body to obtain transcendence, that is in accordance to the second law laid by the first god of berserkers. I grant thee. South Asunder Sword. Come forth to great you to retrieve thy sword, and thou shalt be awarded the title Divine General of Transcendence. The true form of the deity statue of Transcendence's magnificent voice echoed in the air. It cast a profound look at Su Ming before it swung its right hand down and charged towards Su Ming. In an instant, it appeared before Su Ming and touched the top of his skull. Su Ming did not dodge. He had no blood veins in his body at that moment, but there was a power that far surpassed the power of 999 blood veins by several-fold contained within him. Besides, the deity statue of transcendence in the sky gave him a strange feeling, as if there was some sort of mysterious connection between them. It made him feel that it was not a cold and detached being, but there was a sense of familiarity coming from it. When the deity statue of Transcendence's right index finger touched the top of Su Ming's skull, his body trembled. He could clearly feel a special energy traveling from its finger into his body, causing his body to tremble and rumble once again. A feeling that grew increasingly stronger enveloped him entirely. Eventually, that special presence spread out within Su Ming. When it surrounded his entire body, it turned into a black bundle of mist that surrounded Su Ming from head to toe before it turned into black armor. That armor was slightly different from the armor the true form of the deity statue of Transcendence wore. It was clearly much simpler in design, but the incredible power from it spread out abruptly. However, Su Ming's armor was a mere illusion. It was not real. Come to great you. The true form of the deity statue of Transcendence in the sky retracted its right hand. Its body gradually faded out, and after a moment it completely disappeared from the sky. No traces of it could be found thereafter. At that moment, the only thing left in the sky was the mighty blue cloud that was still gathering lightning. The lightning calamity would fall upon him at any moment now. I finally transcended. Su Ming floated in midair. The black mist armor surrounding his body gave him a vicious and freezing air. He stood in the air and looked at the sky in the distance. An indescribable feeling spread through his heart. Elder, I transcended. Bai Ling, did you know? I transcended. Su Ming felt anguish blossoming in his heart. Transcending should have been a joyous occasion, but for a reason he did not know, he felt no excitement. He simply missed Dark Mountain. Even if he now possessed strength where his limits were unknown to even himself, even if he now lived up to his name and became the most powerful berserker in Han Mountain, even if all those within sight in the area did not pose much of a threat to him, he still did not have the excitement and thrill that he should have had after he transcended. The blue cloud in the sky rumbled. However, that rumbling sound could not stifle the uproar from Han Mountain and the three tribes. That sound was like a wave that rose to a shocking volume. He transcended in the great completion of the blood solidification realm, and he was rewarded the South Asunder Sword and given the title of Divine General of Transcendence. South Asunder Sword. I've never read about this sword from any ancient scrolls, but if the sword was given by the deity statue of Transcendence, then it must be extraordinary. Is this the serendipity for a berserker who attains great completion of the blood solidification realm transcends? They'll be rewarded with a treasure. and they'll be given the title of Divine General of Transcendence as well.
What is the Divine General of Transcendence, though?
The strongest of Han Mountain City. Nantian looked at Su Ming standing in midair and mumbled.
Divine General of Transcendence, why did this never appear the previous time I saw the deity statue of Transcendence appear?
Kujosi's heart raced against his chest and deep reverence appeared in his eyes. Xian Luin was completely stunned. All emotions in his heart were replaced by bafflement. He looked at Su Ming and a feeling of powerlessness blossomed within him. Divine General of Transcendence. He was awarded the title Divine General of Transcendence. Han Fei Zi trembled and disbelief appeared in her eyes. She was one of the few who knew the meaning of the title Divine General of Transcendence. In fact, she was suppressing her blood veins to become the Divine General of Transcendence as well. Divine General of Transcendence is an acknowledgement bestowed upon the transcended berserkers who truly obtained the quintessence of the berserker tribe.
It is an emblem of berserk, and it's something that normal transcended berserkers cannot compare. The old woman mumbled on Lake of Colors tribe.
The elder of Tranquil East tribe was on his knees with a respectful expression on his face on Tranquil East Mountain. I can't believe a Divine General of Transcendence appeared in Han Mountain. I wonder which deity statue's armor he'll receive once he goes to Great Yu.
After a short uproar, two figures flew out from Lake of Colors Mountain. It was the old woman and Yen Luan. The latter's face was filled with deep respect. Along with the old woman, she bowed towards Su Ming in midair. Lake of Colors tribe congratulates Lord Divine General on transcending.
At the same time, the elder of Tranquil East tribe flew up from Tranquil East Mountain as well, and along with Fang Shun, who stood on the mountain, their words traveled forth.
Tranquil East tribe congratulates Lord Divine General on transcending.
Puqiang tribe congratulates Lord Divine General on transcending.
Their sounds reverberated in the air, and they were followed by congratulatory words rising and falling from the entire Han Mountain City. Their voices echoed in the air as they commended Su Ming.
Besides the old man from the three people from Freezing Sky Clan who were thousands of li away from Han Mountain City, the man and the woman were both filled with shock as they looked at the distance. Junior sister Han Fei Zi was awarded the title of Divine General? We must report this to the left preceptor as soon as possible.
Junior sister Han Fei Zi's name is definitely going to resound through the entire Freezing clan. Su Ming stood in midair and suppressed his thoughts. He lifted his head and looked at the blue cloud in the sky. He knew that this was not the time to feel moved. He was only halfway through transcendence. It was not over.
I have to quickly choose my origin vessel and assimilate it into my body. Then I have to leave and find a quiet place to draw my berserker mark in meditation.
Only when he had finished drawing his berserker mark could he be considered to have completed the process of transcendence, and only then could his power stabilize instead of fluctuating and spreading out like this.
It's a pity that I don't know what lightning is made of, and neither do I know how it came to be. So it's hard for me to keep it within me and make it my origin vessel. I can only choose to use spirit plunder.
Su Ming stood in the middle of the air in silence and looked at the blue cloud in the sky. There was a look of regret in his eyes as he waited for the moment that bolt of lightning struck and the medicinal pill appeared.
Yet at that moment, a shred of lightning suddenly came off the converging bolts of lightning in the blue cloud in the sky. As the light in the clouds flickered, it charged towards the ground and landed on a mountain in the distance as if it was guided by something. When he saw this, a rumble suddenly appeared in Su Ming's head. He stared fixedly at the blue cloud in the sky and lowered his head to look at the land along with what little was left of He Feng's body floating in the air. Lightning strikes trees. Lightning was drawn in when I created spirit plunder. Lightning fell and struck the top of the mountain. Theirs. Su Ming seemed to have understood something, but that thought was not clear in his head. Still, he had a feeling that he had latched onto something.
At that moment, the blue cloud rumbled. A lot of lightning gathered together, looking as if it was about to explode, causing some of the thin threads of lightning that were wandering about in the cloud to fall towards the land all around the area. They fell on the mountains around them.
Some of them even fell on the mountains where people had gathered to watch. They broke into commotion and quickly dodged the bolts. Activation. I get it.
A brilliant flash appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had understood it somewhat. Lightning originally doesn't fall from the sky. It's not out of its will that it struck the trees. Perhaps it's more accurate to say that lightning doesn't have a will, it's just attracted to the trees in midair. It's the same for the mountains in the area. They attracted the lightning in the sky. It's the same for the people in the area. Heifeng is also the same. It's not that the lightning is attacking him, it's just that there's something on him that's attracting lightning to him. This thing exists in the mountains, the trees, and many other places. Then, what is it? Su Ming whipped his head around to look at Heifeng. Heifeng absorbed the aura of death for refinement. Could it be the aura of death? But there's no aura of death in the ground, neither is there any in the mountains. It's not the aura of death, but something else. What is attracting the lightning? Su Ming understood a little of the concept, but along with it came even more confusion. However, he did not have time to think. Just as his mind worked furiously, the sky rumbled with an intensity that shook the sky and earth. The blue cloud had finally charged up enough lightning. The blue light pierced into people's eyes. Lightning was about to fall. Yet at that very moment, Su Ming's mind rumbled as he activated the branding art. With the activation of the branding art, he trembled and saw something vaguely on the land. The instant thunder rumbled. There was a barely noticeable, faint glow of lightning that would have been easily missed unless he had been searching for it. It was on the ground, on the mountains, and on the crowd like a tide. It was a lightning glow that could not be seen with the naked eye. It was that thing that attracted the lightning in the sky. The bolts longed to touch it. The lightning glow that could not be seen with the naked eye traveled on the ground and was all absorbed by Heifeng's body. Once a large amount of it surged into his body, it gathered inside him. As it nourished the medicinal pill in his body, it also made Heifeng's body into the spot where the most lightning glow from the ground had gathered. Su Ming seemed to have heard a faint sound calling out to him, as if it was just a figment of his imagination. A rumble appeared in his head. He understood. At the same time, the cloud shrank, as if it was entirely absorbed by the bolt of lightning. Finally, only a blue bolt of lightning about 10 feet in breadth was left behind, and it charged down towards the ground and Heifeng's body, which was calling out to him. The bolt of lightning shone with a blue light, dyeing the entire land in blue. It shone in the eyes of all those who were watching, and even those pairs of eyes were reflecting off a shade of blue. The blue bolt of lightning that was the breadth of 10 feet charged towards Heifeng with a boom through the air. It was so quick that it arrived in an instant, but the moment it closed in, Su Ming took a step forward. He did not take a step towards Heifeng's side, where that bolt of lightning was going. He went instead to the summit of Puqiang Mountain. The moment his foot landed, rumbles reverberated through the air, and the blue bolt of lightning crashed into Heifeng's body. What little remained of his body instantly turned into ashes, and only his head was left. He still had his eyes open, and there was a strange shade of gray in his eyes. In his head, the fuzzy orb formed from the herbal aura was rapidly spinning and quickly transitioning from aura to medicinal pill. The attack from the lightning was not over. It continued crashing downwards with a rumble, as if it wanted to turn what was left of Heifeng, his head, into dust before it would stop. It was also at that moment that Su Ming stepped onto the mountain rock on the summit of Puqiang Mountain. He did not stop for even a moment. The instant he landed, while he might not have qi in his body, an even stronger power erupted from his body and traveled into Puqiang Mountain from his feet. A tremor abruptly shook the mountain, and muffled rumbles traveled out, but the rumbles were drowned out by the lightning and no one could hear them. As the mountain trembled, shock spread through the people of Puqiang tribe. They did not dare move from their kneeling positions. This scene was akin to the earth moving and mountain shaking. It was as if the mountain itself was about to crumble under Su Ming's power. Right after that, the mountain trembling furiously, a lot of aura of death was forced out of the bottom of the mountain, tumbling upwards. Shrill cries came from the wrong souls. They spread out from the mountain as they swarmed forth with the aura of death. Time was running out. Su Ming did not have the luxury and method to think through all of this carefully. However, with the branding art, he could see that lightning fell from the sky because there were faint lightning sparks that the eye could not see covering the land like a flood. These lightning sparks looked as if they possessed life. They longed to come into contact with lighting, and that bolt of lightning had the same desire.
That was why, as the lightning sparks that covered the land and could not be seen with the naked eye followed after the cloud like a shadow, lightning would be drawn towards the mountains and the tall trees. Due to some unknown reason, Hefeng's body had caused the lightning sparks that could not be seen with the naked to surge towards him, going into his body and covering him with it, causing him to be the most attractive object on the entire land during that one instant. Su Ming did not know the reason behind it, but he knew that before Hefeng had absorbed the aura of death, his corpse had not possessed this quality. The only hope and clue he had managed to capture was that Hefeng could draw in the bolts of lightning and cause the lightning sparks that could not be seen with the naked eye to surge into his body was due to the existence of the aura of death. Su Ming did not know what laws of nature were in this, but the moment the large amount of aura of death surged forth from under Puqiang Mountain, he lifted his right foot and stomped on the mountain once again. The moment his foot landed, the mountain rumbled and shook once again. The elder, tribe leader, and all the people of Puqiang tribe by their side were all pale, but they did not dare try to stop him. No one dared to stop Su Ming, because in their eyes, Su Ming's entire body was enveloped in that black mist armor. His hair was floating even without the presence of wind. An incredible pressure and mighty presence exuded from his body. He was no longer the same unknown entity as before he had challenged the chains of Han Mountain. At this moment, he was one of the divine generals of awakening of the Berserker tribe who obtained the acknowledgement of the deity statue of awakening. What is Lord Divine General doing? The Lord has already awakened. He needs to refine his origin vessel. Could he be doing all this for his origin vessel?
I wonder what is Lord Divine General's origin vessel. How would it look like? The people in Han Mountain City whispered amongst themselves. Their gazes as they looked towards Puqiang Mountain were filled with deep reverence and eagerness. They longed to know how Su Ming's origin vessel would look like and yearned to learn how his berserker mark would appear like.
Lord Divine General Mo Su's origin vessel would definitely be extraordinary. The elder of Tranquil East tribe mumbled, while looking respectfully towards Su Ming standing on the mountain in the distance from Tranquil East tribe.
Fengshen did not speak. His face was illuminated by the blue light from the bolt of lightning. Excitement filled his face. He was still absorbed in the moment Su Ming awakened and found it hard to recover from that scene.
Sima Xian's origin awakening vessel was a strange 7-colored mountain in the world. This treasure is incredibly famous in Freezing Sky Clan and is known to be a supreme awakening treasure. I wonder what Mo Su's awakening treasure is. Han Songzi bit her bottom lip and her heart started to race uncontrollably.
The same question appeared on Lake of Colors Mountain. Yanluan did not know that Su Ming she had to look at respectfully now was someone she had met before in the isolation grounds of Han Mountain's ancestor.
She had fought against him for a short while, and had even considered taking him as her mate.
If she knew of all these, her terror would be incredibly great.
Could his origin vessel be like?
The old woman by Yanluan's side frowned with uncertainty. Her eyes fell on the blue bolt of lightning still crashing down by Su Ming's side. Gradually, disbelief and inconceivability gradually appeared in her eyes.
Could it be? This is rather impossible, the old woman mumbled. As Su Ming took a step forward, Puqiang Mountain trembled furiously, and an even greater amount of aura of death surged forth from the bottom of the mountain. The aura gathered together, and the shrill cries coming from the wronged souls could be heard from within. Su Ming lifted his head. The black mist armor that covered his body made him look like a fiend. He lifted his right hand and grabbed at the air. A strong absorption force spread out from inside his body. That absorption happened because there were no longer any blood veins in him, but he had the power of awakening's chi within him. That power turned into a vortex that continued spinning incessantly as Su Ming manipulated it with fine control.
The vortex was inside his body. As Su Ming grabbed at the air with his right hand, the aura of death swimming around the area charged towards him. In an instant, it surrounded his body. Some of it even crawled into his body and fused with him. Before he awakened, even if Su Ming could do this, his body would not be able to withstand so much aura of death unless he had practiced related berserker arts, else he would simply turn into a corpse.
Yet right now, Su Ming had awakened. There were no blood veins in his body. His chi gushed out from all parts of his body. There was a difference of power of 2 different realms within him. Even if some of the aura of death was not absorbed, he could still instantly make it scatter. Right at the moment the aura of death enveloped Su Ming's body, he saw with the branding art that some of the lightning sparks that could not be seen with the naked eye rushing towards He Feng's head had suddenly stopped and changed direction. They charged towards him. The moment he saw this, Su Ming's eyes brightened up. I was right. It was just as he had expected. The lightning sparks that could not be seen with the naked eye were attracted by the aura of death. In an instant, some of the lightning sparks that could not be seen by the naked eye closed in on Su Ming. Some of them covered his body while others fused into him, just like what the aura of death had done. It was also at that moment, before Su Ming even had time to observe it carefully, that two lightning arcs split off from the blue bolt of lightning descending down towards He Feng. They looked as if they were attracted by something and abruptly broke off from the bolt of lightning that was 10 feet in breadth and charged towards Su Ming. The two blue lightning arcs followed one after another. And in the blink of an eye, the first lightning arc closed in and crashed into Su Ming's body. He trembled and, without any hesitation, moved backwards. His body felt a little numb. Tiny lightning arcs swam across his entire body, but his eyes grew brighter. The second lightning arc was already close and was about to hit him. Su Ming moved back at full speed. His heart raced against his chest. During that instant, he saw some parts governing the rules of lightning falling clearly, but the other parts remained clouded. As he retreated, a glint appeared in his eyes, and he immediately came to a stop. At that moment, the second lightning arc closed in and crashed into his body. He trembled. His chi rocked within his body, and the numbness made him feel as if he had lost all sense of pain. There was a powerful force in the bolts of lightning, forcing Su Ming to stagger a few 100 feet back. However, his eyes only became brighter. He fully understood it now. He saw a lot of aura of death disappearing once it had drawn the lightning sparks that could not be seen with the naked eye surging into his body and around him. At the same time, he saw another lightning glow that he had overlooked previously. Compared with the lightning glow that covered the land, this was a different lightning spark. It may have looked the same, but Su Ming could sense that they were clearly different. One of them comes from the ground, so I'll call them earth and lightning. The other comes from the void, so I'll call them void lightning. He could not explain it. All of this was just a vague feeling he had. He clearly saw that when his body was enveloped by the lightning sparks from the earth, the second void lightning from the sky that was similarly not visible to the naked eye and could only be seen vaguely if he observed it carefully using the branding art came charging towards him. With his body as the center, when the earthen lightning and void lightning crashed into each other, Su Ming's entire body became numb. It was also during that time that the second lightning arc crashed into him. I understand now. This is lightning. I only noticed a part of it before, but the true reason as to why lightning attacks is due to earthen lightning and void lightning coming into contact. When these two lightning sparks that can't be seen with the naked eye touch, then we will see the bolts of lightning that shake the world appear. If I can create this cycle within my body and make these lightning sparks, then I'm confident I'll be able to fuse lightning into my body with the awakening chi I have now and refine my origin awakening vessel. If I'm successful, then my origin vessel will continue to become stronger, and lightning will be my enchanted vessel. Desire appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Big brother Sima. The girl was stunned. Worry appeared on her face. She had never seen that expression on the man's face. In her impression of him, that drastic change and rapid behavior should never appear on Sima Xian. He was always gentle and elegant, and would always have a faint smile on his lips, as if even in the face of mountain shattering and the earth breaking, he would still remain unperturbed. This was what attracted her to him. In her mind, this sort of man was what was considered to be truly powerful. Yet at that moment, she saw Sima Xian's expression change. She saw the sudden appearance of lightning sparks outside his body. She saw the wine cup shattering. Once she linked all these together with Sima Xian's words, a theory appeared in the girl's heart. At the moment Sima Xian's wine cup shattered and lightning sparks traveled through his entire body, a shocking change appeared in Han Mountain City. The lightning that filled the sky in an area of thousands of lis all charged towards Su Ming, sitting on Han Mountain Bell. As bell chimes echoed in the air, amidst the sky that was filled with lightning, suddenly,
The third abnormality appeared after the manifestation of the true form of the deity statue of transcendence and the blue cloud. It was an indistinct, fierce beast. While only its contour was visible, there was a mighty presence coming from it like a tidal wave. That fierce beast had 9 heads. 6 of them had their eyes closed as if they were sleeping. 2 of the 3 heads that had their eyes open were surrounded by a large amount of lightning. It let out huge rumbling sounds, and as lightning surrounded the heads, the reflection of a person in white appeared in the eyes of 2 of the heads. However, that person's figure was distorted. Su Ming's body was reflected in the eyes of the one head left. At that moment, it was looking at the horizon in the distance coldly. Black mist surrounded it, making it glaringly obvious. 9. A muffled low roar came out from the mouths of the 3 heads of the beast that had their eyes opened. 9-headed dragon. The voice seemed to have traveled through the passages of time. It shook the heavens and earth, and it even made most of the lightning around it dissipate. This strange sight made all those watching from the ground to fall into shock. Su Ming sat on Han Mountain Bell and used it to resist the power of lightning. This was the only method he could think of. The bell itself was a priceless treasure, and the one head from the 9 that had his will was the best thing that could resist lightning in this place. The moment he sat down and the moment most of the power of lightning in his body spilled out and surged into the bell, Su Ming knew he had made the correct decision. His face may have been pale, but his expression was calm. As of now, he had ample time to refine the lightning created when the earthen lightning and void lightning in his body crashed against each other. As for the might of the lightning that was attracted to him from the area around, most of it went to the bell underneath him, and the bell was resisting the might in his place. In fact, at that moment, ambition grew within Su Ming's heart. Han Mountain Bell was a priceless treasure, but he could not take it away. Even the person in white who had obtained 2 heads could not take the bell away. If Su Ming wanted to claim the bell, then he definitely needed to awaken more heads and leave his will within them. Before he transcended, Su Ming could at most only awaken 1 head. Yet now he had transcended. The moment he realized that the bell could resist lightning in his place and earn him more time, his ambition appeared. He spread out the branding art around the bell. As the bell tolled, as the 3 awakened heads of the beast rose and yelled out, 9-headed dragon, the bell let out a loud chime that was layered with multiple layers of sound. As the chime rang out, a layer of ripples spread out. Han Mountain City trembled. The mountains around the area shook, and another head from the 6 heads of the beast in the sky opened its eyes swiftly. The moment it opened its eyes, the beast let out a howl that reverberated in the sky once again. 9-headed dragon. South. That voice was filled with astonishing power. As it echoed in the air, the eyes of the awakened 4th head shone with a brilliant light. Su Ming's body appeared in its pupils. The instant Su Ming's will occupied 2 of the 9 heads of the wild beast, he clearly felt a mysterious connection between him and the bell. While that connection did not allow him to use the bell, it made him feel as if he was in perfect harmony with the bell. It was as if this sacred treasure belonged to him in the first place, and now it was showing signs of returning to him. It was also during this moment that the other 2 heads of the wild beast in the sky let out sullen voices. Those voices sounded like a low roar as it reverberated in the area. Han Mountain Bell belongs to me, Xianxia. I'd like to see just who you are. The moment the voice appeared, all the people in Han Mountain City fell silent. Nan Tian and the others immediately turned pale. The mountains belonging to the 3 tribes were so quiet a pin could be heard if it fell on the ground. Han Xianxia trembled. To her, that voice was akin to a nightmare. Yet very soon, Han Xianxia's expression changed and she quickly spoke. Brother. Fang Mu. Fang Shen trembled, and he appeared to be struggling. Did he truly not understand the nature of his son's injuries? That was his secret and no one else knew about it. However, he only struggled for a moment before he gritted his teeth, and looked as if he had decided to put everything on the line before he ran towards Han Xianxia standing on the mountain stairs with a pale face. He immediately followed behind her. Fang Mu was originally watching anxiously and excitedly on tranquil East Mountain when he suddenly trembled and fainted. A lot of black mist rose from his body. That black mist spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped his entire body,
moving in as if it was about to occupy the center of his brows. At the same time, the tranquil East tribe's chief of war also trembled furiously. Black mist spread out from his body. The same thing also happened to several people on Lake of Colors Mountain and Puqiang Mountain. In their unconscious states, their bodies convulsed as the black mist covered their faces. As the two heads of the fierce beast in the sky was assaulted by a large amount of lightning, they roared. As it roared, the two people who fainted on Puqiang Mountain and were enveloped by black mist opened their eyes. Their eyes were empty, but there was a hint of maliciousness within them. The moment they opened their eyes, they stood up. As the people beside them let out cries of surprise, they turned into two long arcs that whistled as they charged through the air towards Su Ming, who was sitting on Han Mountain Bell. Soon after, Tranquil East Tribe's chief of war lifted his head and howled on Tranquil East Mountain. Black mist spread out on his face, and once it covered him completely, madness appeared in his eyes. A powerful presence burst forth from his body, and he leapt into the air towards Han Mountain City. Two people surrounded by black mist also charged out from Lake of Colors Mountain towards Han Mountain City. As they charged forth, these 5 people turned into black long arcs that rushed towards Su Ming. They were so quick that they closed in on him in a moment. These 5 people had already fallen into madness. Their eyes were filled with a savage ferociousness. As the people in Han Mountain City cried out in surprise, the 3 tribes remained in silence. The 5 people closed in on Su Ming on Han Mountain Bell from 3 different directions. Tranquil East Tribe's chief of war was the first to arrive. His face was filled with malice. With a low growl, he lifted his right hand and swung it towards Su Ming. A giant log appeared behind his body. The giant log rumbled and rushed towards Su Ming. At the same time, the chief of war pounded his chest with his left hand. Immediately, his shirt exploded, revealing the berserker mark of a battle axe on his chest. The berserker mark let out a dim light and gained substance. It materialized in the sky, and the axe swung down towards Su Ming. The other 4 people arrived in succession and activated a variety of berserker arts, forming a wave of loud booms as they closed in on Su Ming. Su Ming closed his eyes and did not move. At that moment, he had already reached the final stage of refining lightning. He could not be disturbed. In the face of the barrage from the 5 people, a green light shot out from the center of his brows and turned into the small virescent sword. This was not a moment to hide the sword. The instant the sword came out, it immediately spun rapidly around Su Ming's body and turned into a layer of green light that acted like a shield. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air. The giant would crashed into the green light. The giant axe slashed towards him horizontally. The moment it touched the green light, the attacks from the other 4 people also arrived. The battle was not restricted to the ground. In the sky, the 2 heads that contained Su Ming's will charged towards the 2 heads occupied by Sima Xian's will. The 4 heads of the fierce beast started attacking and biting each other as if they were trying to destroy one another. However, the heads occupied by Sima Xian's will had to resist the lightning strikes that came crashing towards them besides having to deal with Su Ming. Due to this, they were caught in a disadvantageous position. This was a strange battle, and it was the first time Su Ming and Sima Xian crossed hands with each other. As the rumbles echoed in the air, Su Ming remained seated and still on Han Mountain Bell. He simply allowed the 5 people around him attack the light formed by the virescent sword, because he did not have the luxury to divide his attention to control the sword and kill these people. He could only remain in defense. What he needed now was time. He had refined most of the lightning in his body. Before long, once he finished refining all of the lightning within him, his origin transcendence vessel would appear. This origin vessel would be the lightning of the heavens and earth. Fang Xin was anxious as he took huge steps towards where his son was on Tranquil East Tribe. Han Songzi followed behind him. They traveled at incredible speeds. When the 5 people were attacking the green light surrounding Su Ming, Fang Xin or Han Songzi had already arrived at the mountainside. Many tribe members were gathered there as they looked anxiously at Fang Mu trembling relentlessly on the ground. Fang Mu's face was purple, only the center of his brows remaining blank. Fang Xin closed in with 1 step, but the moment he got closer, he stopped and felt his heart taking a loud thump against his chest. A freezing presence spread out abruptly from Fang Mu's body. Han Song-zi's expression instantly changed. Once she came to a halt, she instinctively took a few steps backwards. Fong Mu, who still had his eyes closed, suddenly stopped trembling. Slowly he opened his eyes. There was no madness within his eyes, only tranquility. That calm gaze made all those who saw it feel a chill blossoming in their hearts and running down their spine. It's been a long while, junior sister Fong. An unfamiliar voice came from Fong Mu's mouth. He stood up and looked at Han Song-zi with a gentle smile. The purple shade of his skin slowly disappeared and turned into a purple long robe that covered his body. Han Song-zi shuddered, and all color disappeared from her face. Si ma Xian. Han Song-zi took another few steps back, and hatred appeared on her face. Fang Xin stood there dumbly. As he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar person before him, his heart clenched in pain. He knew the source of Fong Mu's injuries, but he pretended not to. What else could he do besides that? He only pretended not to know and put on an act that he had done everything he could to cure his son's injuries. He knew that only by doing so could there be a possibility for Fong Mu to truly recover someday. I am Fang Xin, tribe leader of Tranquil East Tribe. Greetings, Sir Sima. Fang Xin lowered his head and bore with the pain his heart as he spoke respectfully. That gentle look remained on Fong Mu's face, as if he did not see the hatred on Han Song-zi's face. He ignored Fang Xin, who was standing by the side. He walked towards Han Song-zi, and once he was by her side, he lifted Han Song-zi's pale chin with his right hand. Han Mountain Bell is mine, Fong Mu is mine, and you two are mine. Now I will go and see just who is it who dared to take what belongs to me. As Fong Mu spoke, a dark look appeared on his face. With a swing of his arm, he no longer paid any attention to Han Song-zi and walked to the summit of Tranquil East Mountain up the stairs. As he walked forward, the steps of the stairs would be covered by a layer of freezing air. When he arrived at the summit, the elder of Tranquil East Tribe only cast him a glance before a shudder immediately ran through his body and he quickly got up to bow towards Fong Mu. Greetings, Sir Sima. Fong Mu did not speak. He walked past the elder of Tranquil East Tribe with a dark expression. He stood at the edge of the mountain and looked towards Han Mountain City. Without hearing his command, the elder of Tranquil East Tribe did not dare stand up. After he was bowed for an extended period of time, the other people around him saw this and were shocked. They also bowed down and did not dare straighten up. Right at the moment Fong Mu stood on the summit and cast his gaze towards Su Ming sitting on Han Mountain Bell in Han Mountain City, the lightning within Su Ming's body erupted forth with a piercing light and a loud crash. A change that made Su Ming's body tremble surged out from within him. Those were thin bolts of lightning arcs. The appearance of these bolts of lightning swimming around his body were not drawn in to Su Ming from his surroundings, but a product from his body after the earthen lightning and void lightning relentlessly crashed into each other and fused together. After continuously refining it, he finally made a part of it completely belong to him. What he refined was not lightning, but the source that created lightning's power. He refined the earthen lightning and void lightning. Only during the instant they crashed into each other would these two materials gain substance for refinement, and only then would he succeed. The earthen lightning surged through his organs, and the void lightning filled his brain and the top of his skull. When these two bolts of lightning that were not visible to the naked eye fused together and produced a shocking force, lightning would naturally appear outside Su Ming's body. He trembled. The lightning in his body was finally completely refined and had turned into his origin transcendence vessel. However, it was during this moment that Su Ming's heart leapt and shock replaced all emotions within him. He had thought that he was refining lightning, but once he succeeded, he saw something unbelievable in his body. Lightning filled his body, but the bolts of lightning would not cause any harm to him. It created a feeling within him as if they were about to fuse into him and become a part of him. He could feel that there was also lightning arcs swimming outside his body. Crackling sounds echoed in the sky and the mark of lightning appeared at the center of his brows. He succeeded. He successfully turned lightning into his origin vessel. Lightning rumbled in the sky. As the sound spread out, it seemed as if there were countless people roaring in the sky, congratulating Su Ming. A sensation that made him feel powerful rose within Su Ming's heart, but it could not dispel the shock he felt at that moment. After a long while, he forcefully suppressed that feeling and opened his eyes. The moment he did so, the small virescent sword came to an abrupt halt and slashed outwards horizontally, piercing through the center of Tranquil East Tribe's chief of war's brows, who had been incessantly throwing attacks at him. It shot through his head with a bit of blood, and Tranquil East Tribe's chief of war trembled before he fell down dead. At the same time, numerous bolts of lightning spread out from within Su Ming's body and charged towards the other 4 people. The 4 were completely shrouded in black mist, but before they could dodge, they had already been bombarded by the power of lightning. One of the 4 people instantly exploded, while the other 3 coughed out blood. Once they tumbled back, the small virescent sword caught up to them, and with one single slash, the 3 people's heads flew off their necks. A chill appeared in Su Ming's calm gaze. He would never take the initiative to provoke others, but once someone harassed him, then he would definitely not show mercy. After killing all 4 in one go, Su Ming looked towards Tranquil East Tribe. He had a strong hunch that there was a person looking at him from Tranquil East Mountain. The moment he looked over, his gaze clashed with Sima Xians in the air between Han Mountain and Tranquil Mountain. The moment their gazes clashed, Fangmu trembled where he stood on Tranquil East Mountain. A large amount of lightning instantly appeared around his entire body, and it traveled into the ground through his feet. His pupils shrank. I underestimated him. The moment Su Ming met Sima Xian's gaze, his body was immediately covered in a chilling layer of frost on Han Mountain Bell. A large amount of freezing air spread out from within his body, and he was covered in a thin layer of ice. Even if the ice were instantly destroyed by the lightning arcs and disappeared, a shudder ran through his body. Su Ming stood up slowly, and the instant he straightened up, the lightning in the sky let out a rumble and gathered around him as if it was about to spill out in an instant. I refined lightning and turned it to my origin vessel. My origin vessel is caught between a state of being an illusion and being real. Its true form rests in me. Yet the moment it spreads out, it would cause the earthen lightning and void lightning in the word to fuse together. A flash appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He lifted his right hand when the lightning from the sky arrived and seized at the air in the direction of the numerous bolts of lightning. Su Ming's body was immediately covered by the numerous bolts of lightning. The rumbling sounds shook the heavens and earth. Eventually, there was no longer any lightning in the sky. All of it had gathered on Su Ming and turned into a gigantic ball of lightning. The light from it shone in all directions, looking as if it was a sun made of lightning. When Fangmu saw this on Tranquil East Mountain, his face became even more solemn. What's his name? The elder of Tranquil East Tribe hesitated for a moment before he spoke in a low voice. Sir, his name is Mosu. He transcended after attaining great completion in the blood solidification realm and was awarded the title Divine General of Transcendence. A piercing glare appeared in Fangmu's eyes. He stood on the mountain and lifted his right hand before pointing towards a barren mountain in the distance. Freezing Sky Berserker Art. 9 Creations 1. His voice was calm, but when his words traveled into the elder's ears, the elder of Tranquil East Tribe felt his heart lurch. 9 creations? Sir Sima has actually managed to control this berserker art to this extent. Cold air suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the mountain Fangmu pointed to. That cold air instantly enveloped the entire mountain, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a mountain of ice. A rumble that shook the earth echoed in the air. The ice mountain trembled, and a layer of ice broke off from the mountain in perfect condition and floated into the sky. More accurately speaking, this was an ice mountain that had nothing within. The inside of the mountain was empty, but its shape was the exact same as the mountain on the ground. As it floated up, the empty ice mountain charged towards Han Mountain with a loud boom, commanded by Fangmu's finger, storming towards where Su Ming was and falling on him. The entire Han Mountain trembled. Many rocks broke off from the mountain and fell down, along with a lot of buildings that instantly shattered. Su Ming trembled. The giant ball of lightning around him floated upwards and crashed into the empty ice mountain in midair. When his lightning and the ice mountain came into contact, a huge boom that shook the sky and earth reverberated in the air and turned into a wave of sound that spread out in all directions. The ice mountain was enveloped by lightning. As it shook, it immediately turned into countless shards.
Yet the moment it shattered, the ball of lightning around Su Ming also disappeared. When both lightning and ice disappeared, Su Ming looked as if he was frozen. His entire body was covered in layers of ice. Although the ice shattered soon after, Su Ming's face was incredibly pale. When the ice on his body disappeared, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood was also freezing cold. When he coughed out the blood, it turned into grains of ice that scattered away into the wind. However, there were still bolts of lightning rotating behind Su Ming. They spread out as if they were relentlessly trying to merge together once again. The symbol of thunder also appeared on the center of Su Ming's brows. However, the symbol of lightning had numerous branches spreading out. Its shape was incomplete, but it still looked incredibly similar to the lightning people saw in the sky. Besides those lightning sparks on his body, there was also the armor that was formed by black mist. That armor covered his entire body, including his face. Only his indifferent gaze could be seen as he stared at Feng Mu, who was similarly looking back at him from tranquil East Mountain. What is mine is here. If you dare take it, then you must pay an equivalent. No matter where you are, I will find you. Feng Mu spoke languidly. The robe made from purple mist on his body was quickly disappearing. He came to this place personally for one purpose. He wanted to see who the person who dared to take what belonged to him was. Now he had seen him. It's a pity that this body can only provide me enough power for one strike, but if you're injured with just one strike, then you're too weak. You're not worthy for me to come here. But I'd like to see whether you still dare to take what belongs to me after experiencing my attack. Feng Mu smiled faintly. As his voice echoed in the air, the purple robe on his body completely dissipated. He sat down cross-legged, and once he cast a glance at Su Ming, he closed his eyes. Once he opened them once again, there was bewilderment in his eyes. Sima Xian had left. The land was silent. Only the four heads of the fierce beast continued attacking and biting each other in the sky. Su Ming was silent. He could tell that the other person just now was Sima Xian. He's indeed strong. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the nine-headed beast in the sky. A glint appeared in his eyes and he slowly floated into the air. Once he reached the peak, he looked at the heads that were taken over by Sima Xian's will. But you can't prevent me from taking what belongs to you. Once he controlled the two heads, Su Ming could tell that once he took over four heads, then he could take the bell away. Su Ming knew that with his current power, he could not awaken another two of the slumbering heads. However, he could still take over the two awakened heads that were occupied by Sima Xian's will. He may be strong, but not so strong that I can't wipe out his will. A chilly look appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he walked towards the heads in the sky. The two heads of the fierce beast that were occupied by Sima Xian's will turned there towards Su Ming at the same time. The figures of Sima Xian in their pupils also looked as if they were looking at Su Ming. They did not fight back. They simply looked at Su Ming walking towards them coldly. Sima Xian knew since a long time ago that with just the wills in the heads, he could not prevent them from being erased unless he came to the place himself, but he could not make it in time. However, he did not make any threats. The underlying meaning in his aloof gaze was much more fearsome than any words that could be spoken. Su Ming looked at Sima Xian's figures in the eyes of the two heads with a similarly cold glare. His eyes were also freezing cold. When the elder of Tranquil East tribe saw this sight from Tranquil East Mountain, he finally understood why Su Ming and Sima Xian felt so similar. It was because these two people were similarly indifferent. Even the presence they exuded was almost identical. Su Ming lifted his right hand and many lightning arcs appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, the two heads of the fierce beast were enveloped. Sima Xian, this bell belongs to me. As Su Ming stated that calmly, thunder rumbled in the sky. Sima Xian's figure in the one of the two heads immediately disappeared and turned blank. The other figure disappeared soon after. The moment it almost disintegrated from the eyes, Su Ming saw Sima Xian smiling. No signs of emotion, neither happiness nor anger, could be seen in that smile. However, there was a hint of pride that was embedded in his bones hidden away in that smile. That pride could not be seen by others, nor did they have the right to sense it, but at that moment it appeared. Su Ming's face remained passive. He swung his right arm and as lightning rumbled, the smiling Sima Xian in the eyes was completely wiped out. The instant the figures in the eyes of the two heads were completely wiped out, lightning sparks suddenly appeared within their pupils and gradually Su Ming's figure was reflected in them. At that moment, the 4 of the 9 heads of the fierce beast in the sky with Su Ming's will lifted their heads and roared. 9-headed dragon, Southern, Emperor, Absolute. The 5 words echoed in Su Ming's mind like a giant's growl. The voice sounded old and weathered as if it was mumbling, giving others a feeling that it was sometimes coming from afar, but sometimes very near. 9-headed dragon, Southern Emperor Absolute. Su Ming mumbled. The moment his voice traveled out, a bell chime that had never appeared before in Han Mountain City reverberated in the air abruptly. The bell chime sounded as if it was recognizing its master. As it reverberated in the air, the Han Mountain bell on the land trembled, and right before the crowd's astonished gaze, it slowly floated up from the ground. It was not quick, but every single time it floated up a little more, it would let out a bell chime that would turn into ripples. Eventually, the bell charged towards Su Ming. The giant bell was shrinking rapidly, and when it got closer to Su Ming, the bell shrank to the size of a fingernail. It swiftly fused into the center of Su Ming's brows and disappeared. The instant it fused with Su Ming's body, a loud bell chime came from within him. The bell chime spread all around the area, causing all those who heard it feel shaken to the core. In that instant, their minds turned blank. Even the old woman from Lake of Colors tribe was in the same condition. They did not know how much time had passed, but when the crowd gradually recovered from their daze and their minds became clear, they turned their eyes to the sky, but Su Ming could not be found. Not in the sky, not on the earth, not on the mountains, not anywhere else. Su Ming just could not be found. It was as if he had never appeared and everything that had happened was just a dream shared by the crowd. After a short period of silence, an uproar broke out among the people. Is he gone? What happened just now? It felt like it was just an instant. But when I woke up, the Lord Divine General was already gone. Han Mountain Bell. Han Mountain Bell. The bell is also taken. The old woman took a deep breath on Lake of Colors Mountain. There was a contemplative look on her face. By her side, Yen Luan frowned. She also looked all around the area for Su Ming, but to no avail. Just as everyone was looking for Su Ming, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out. The person who cried out was near where Xianluan was in Han Mountain City. Xianluan stood there with fear in his eyes, still and unmoving. There was a man not too far away from him. He was the one who had cried out. He saw a bloody red line on Xianluan's neck. Blood flowed down from the line and eventually gushed out from that wound. When the crowd's attention turned towards him, Xianluan's head was separated abruptly from his body and fell to the ground. When the head rolled hundreds of feet away from him, his body fell. The crowd instantly fell silent. No one spoke a word. The elder of Puqiang tribe was pale as he stood on Puqiang Mountain. He was the only one who saw what had happened just now clearly. In truth, his level of cultivation might have been in the middle stage of the Transcendence realm, but right now, he could not have been able to see clearly under the influence of Han Mountain Bell's chime. However, Su Ming had come here before. The elder of Puqiang tribe sucked in a deep breath. His mind was clouded when he heard the chime, but once a great might scattered the cloud in his head. His mind became clear. The moment his mind cleared up, he saw Su Ming clad in the black mist armor walking towards them from the sky. Once he was above Puqiang Mountain, he took away the remaining half of the skull that was the only thing left of the head after the incessant barrage of lightning it had suffered. After that, he cast the elder a glance. The elder of Puqiang tribe would never forget that gaze. When he thought back on it, he would still shudder as if lightning had just swept through his body. He saw Su Ming walking away from the mountain. With a flash of green in midair, a green ray of light charged towards Xianluan in Han Mountain City. It circled around Xianluan's neck once and returned to Su Ming. The man had seemed as if he was thinking about something, but he immediately lifted his head towards the east, then turned into a long arc and charged in another direction before disappearing without a trace. While all the people in Han Mountain City and the 3 tribes were silent, 3 long arcs whistled through the air as they charged in from the distance. The leader of the 3 arcs was the old man named Lu. He approached swiftly and stood in the sky above Han Mountain City with a grave expression. His very first sight when he came was the chain of Han Mountain leading to Puqiang Mountain that was swaying because it had lost some stone pillars. He narrowed his eyes. The people from Han Mountain did not recognize the old man, neither did they recognize the man and woman who came after him. However, a conflicted look appeared on the old woman from Lake of Colors tribe when she saw the old man. The other person who recognized the old man was Han Songzi, who was still standing on tranquil East Mountain with a pale face. The moment she saw the old man, a respectful look immediately appeared on her face. "Greetings, Leader Lu. Senior Brother Chun, Senior Sister Su." Han Songzi greeted softly, looking at the man and woman. The moment Han Songzi's words were heard, excitement immediately appeared in the crowd and around Han Mountain. Everyone looked towards the trio. Freezing Sky Clan. It must be the envoys from Freezing Sky Clan. They hastened their trip by several months this time. The people from Freezing Sky Clan are here. The selection for disciples is about to begin. It's a pity. If they came earlier, then they would have seen what had happened just now. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to be taken into Freezing Sky Clan. The Lord Divine General will definitely be able to. Discussions and uproars broke out among the people. Envy, excitement, and all sorts of mixed feelings rose inside them, which were then reflected in their eyes as they turned all their attention towards the 3 people in the sky. Most of the people in Han Mountain City gathered here for the goal of joining Freezing Sky Clan. How could they not be excited at this moment? Even if their chances were slim, that did not mean it was impossible. The old man in the sky did not seem to hear the discussions. He stared at the chain of Han Mountain and the light in his eyes flickered before he lifted his head to look at Puqiang Mountain. The man and woman beside him were relaxed even under the people's attention. They were already used to outsiders looking at them like this. The people of Freezing Sky Clan would always catch the attention of the masses like the blazing sun no matter where they went. It was even more so now that the 2 of them were here to take in disciples for the school. As of now, their status symbolized Freezing Sky. Nantian, Kujiosi, and Lenging were also barely able to remain calm. They wrapped their fists in their palms towards the 3 people in the sky. Greetings, envoys of Freezing Sky Clan. I am Nantian. Greetings, envoys of Freezing Sky Clan. I am Kujiosi. Greetings, envoys. I am Lenging. Even with 3 transcended berserkers greeting them, the man and woman from Freezing Sky Clan only gave them a brief nod of acknowledgement. The old man did not even bother. He was frowning instead as he averted his gaze from Puqiang Mountain and looked towards the sky. The spot he was looking at was where the true form of the deity statue of transcendence had appeared before. Junior Sister Han Songzi. The 2 of us were given orders to come and take in disciples. We have not seen each other for quite some time. Let's catch up later. The beautiful woman smiled at Han Songzi and wrapped her fist in her palm as a greeting. She swept her gaze across the crowd and zeroed in on Han Feizi. With that one glance, she was stunned. But there was still a smile on her face as she spoke amiably towards Han Feizi standing in the city quietly. You must be Junior Sister Han Feizi. Congratulations on being awarded the title Divine General of Transcendence and summoning the true form of the deity statue of Transcendence when you transcended after attaining great completion in the blood solidification realm. If the left preceptor knew about this, it will surely cause a stir within Freezing Sky Clan. The man named Chun by her side hesitated for a moment as well. Naturally, he had seen that Han Feizi had yet to transcend. However, he could not find it in himself to believe that there was someone else in the city who managed to transcend. Perhaps something went wrong for her. The man named Chun smiled and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Han Feizi as he spoke with a smile. I too wish to congratulate you for being awarded the title of the Divine General of Transcendence and attaining great completion in the blood solidification realm. This is definitely not an ordinary matter. Junior Sister, you will need to rest well and recover as quickly as possible. The moment the both of them spoke, the loud discussions all around them instantly fell dead. The excited, conflicted, and envious gaze all changed in that moment, and their eyes seemed to contain a strange look as they stared at the man and woman who spoke. Not only did their words make the crowd's voices fall silent, Han Fei also frowned before she lifted her head and looked at the two people in the sky. The person who transcended after attaining great completion in the blood solidification realm is not me. The moment her words were out, the expressions on the man and woman instantly change into disbelief. It's not you. Could there be someone else here who attained great completion for the blood solidification realm? If that's the case, then everything that I saw just now, including the true form of the deity statue of transcendence, was due to someone else? This is... The two of them took in a sharp breath. They suddenly understood why the discussions around them suddenly died down the moment they spoke just now. If it's not you, then who was it? Who could attain great completion in the blood solidification realm, then summon the true form of the deity statue of transcendence, and be awarded the title of Divine General of Transcendence? In the face of the obviously shocked words uttered by the man and woman in the sky, Han Fei remained silent for a moment before she spoke softly. It was a stranger. He transcended after attaining great completion for the blood solidification realm and refined lightning into his origin vessel. He also took away Han Mountain Bell. Sima Xian also took control over a body to appear, but even he could not stop the stranger. Her words were soft, but they fell into the two people's ears like thunder. It made them breathless, as if they could not believe this sudden change. Even elder brother Sima came, and he couldn't stop him. Was this person a man or a woman? How many blood veins did he have? The man named Qin immediately asked. The moment the woman by his side heard Sima Xian's name, she sucked in a sharp breath and a respectful look appeared on her face. However, there was also fear within that respect. He's an adult man. As for his blood veins, I do not know, Han Fei replied calmly. Above 995 blood veins, an old and aged voice came from the old man's mouth. He had averted his gaze from the sky and was looking at where Han Mountain Bell used to be. That's a prodigy if I've ever seen one. The old man let out a boisterous laugh and joy appeared on his face. He looked elated as he cast his gaze towards a location in the distance. Only the elder of Puqiang tribe knew that it was the direction in which Su Ming had left. As he laughed, a bright shine appeared on the old man's face. He turned his head toward Lake of Colors Mountain and looked at the elder of Lake of Colors tribe. As they looked into each other's eyes, the old woman closed her eyes. The old man did not speak. He took one step towards where Su Ming had left and then moved so quickly that he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Right till the moment he left, besides the one glance he threw to the old woman from Lake of Colors tribe, all of his other looks were on the places Su Ming had traversed before. When the old man left, the man and woman snapped out of their daze and flew to Lake of Colors Mountain in silence. A strange light appeared in Han Songzi's eyes. There was eagerness and excitement there. She looked towards the direction the old man left and a vague thought appeared in her head. The incident in Han Mountain City had ended. When he came, Su Ming was at the blood solidification realm. When he left, had transcended. This was the first time in Su Ming's life he flew in the air with his own power. However, he did not feel excited. There was only a grave look on his face. Besides leaving quickly to choose a hidden and remote location to draw his berserker mark, he also left due to his amazement with the refined origin vessel within him. It was also because he sensed two presences charging forth when he was still in Han Mountain City. He had yet to stabilize his power. That was why after a moment of thought, he chose to leave. Su Ming flew at full speed all the way. After a few days, remote mountains appeared in his sights. This place was quiet and people rarely came here. He stood in midair and once he swept his gaze around with his head lowered. He charged down to the ground like a comet and disappeared into the mountains. In a spot in the endless mountain ranges, green light appeared. Su Ming stood there calmly and looked at the small virescent sword speeding forth before him. Once it dug out a cave abode for him, Su Ming walked in. The moment he walked into the cave abode, the big rock that was dug out previously turned into a door and blocked off the cave. Su Ming looked around the dark cave. He touched his bosom with his right hand and red light instantly flared up. A beast skin appeared and floated down to the ground. It instantly turned into the red meadow and covered the ground in the cave. Once he activated the branding art,
The small virescent sword floated to one side of the stone door and remained there in constant vigilance.
Yifeng was also forced out of Su Ming's body. He bowed deeply towards Su Ming and respect and gratitude appeared on his face.
A few days ago, he had regained consciousness when Su Ming claimed Han Mountain Bell and saw Su Ming taking Xianluan's life with one slash. At the same time he revered in the feeling of revenge. Deep reverence grew within him towards Su Ming. This sort of reverence fused into his soul. He could not imagine just what sort of power was necessary to kill a transcended berserker with one strike. Work with the virescent sword and defend me. Su Ming sat down cross-legged and gave Yifeng a look. Yifeng immediately nodded and the respect on his face grew. There was even a hint of instinctive flattery as he made his promise. No longer bothering with Yifeng, Su Ming took a deep breath. He may look calm, but in his heart, he felt somber. He closed his eyes and could feel that there was no lightning within him at this moment. However, he just needed to make the earthen lightning resting in his organs and the void lightning resting in his head collide, and lightning would instantly appear. That, however, was secondary. What was important was that during the instant lightning appeared within him, he saw the same item that had made him shocked once again.
That item was real. It had substance, but it would only gain a physical state when lightning appeared, then turn into the illusionary might of lightning before traveling out of his body.
What I refined was celestial lightning. It was earthen lightning and void lightning. The power of lightning should only have been produced after the two types of lightning fused together. But how did this come to be? Su Ming could no longer contain the shock he felt as he observed what was within his body dumbly. After a long while, he opened his eyes again and a pensive look appeared in them. After a moment, he closed his eyes again and earthen lightning that could not be seen by others spread out from his organs. At the same time, the void lightning in his head descended.
A boom resounded the moment the two collided. A large amount of lightning sparks immediately flew out off Su Ming's body, making Yifeng let out a cry of surprise and retreat. Fear appeared in his eyes as he looked at Su Ming.
The instant the two types of lightning collided, Su Ming saw his origin vessel clearly.
It was a black plate in the shape of a cauldron with 9 holes on the surface. This was his true origin vessel. As for lightning, those were just illusions. Only the cauldron-shaped black plate with 9 holes was his physical origin transcendence vessel.
What is it?
Su Ming was baffled. That item was within his body, but it only existed for a moment before it disappeared. He could not find it. He touched the piece of debris that was the same hue hanging on his chest. He remembered the mountain that existed in the stone debris. In his memories, he also seemed to have seen this blue bolt of lightning before.
Could it be? But it's not that similar, Su Ming mumbled.
As he thought about it in his confused state, Su Ming did not know that an old man was walking in the sky above his cave abode. That old man was the person named Lu from Freezing Sky Clan. There was anticipation on his face as he stood in the sky and looked at the ground.
I've only ever taken in 2 disciples in my life, but they weren't able to inherit the true essence of my art. I once placed my hopes in Sima Xian, but the child's heart is not vice, but more a fiend. He's not my best choice. The vice I want is an overturn, the old man mumbled. He cast a look at a specific location among the remote mountains and his anticipation grew. Whether you can become my disciple depends on your serendipity. The old man sat down cross-legged in midair, then lifted his right hand and pointed towards the ground.
The ancient's words, endless creation. Seek ban fear, esk. As the old man spoke, he widened his eyes and red filled the whites of his eyes, causing him to look absolutely different to how he usually looked. His white hair floated in the air even without wind. As it swayed, his hair color also changed. Red spread out through his hair like a tidal wave.
In the blink of an eye, his whole hair became red. His red hair dancing in the wind made the old man look like a fallen berserker. Veins popped out on his face and he looked terrifying. Behind him, an illusion appeared. That illusion was of a sea of blood. In that sea was a stone statue.
The statue's face could not be seen clearly, but there was a shocking sinister air coming from within it.
The old man's power originally seemed to be only at the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm. He still seemed like he was at the same level, but the sinister presence coming from him was enough to make those whose power was greater than his to feel shaken. Whether you can become my disciple all lies in this day. The old man lifted his right hand and drew an arc in the air before he swung his arm down towards the ground once again. The moment he did so, while the earth did not shake physically, it still gave people the misconception that the ground and mountains were trembling. It was as if stillness and movement had just overlapped with each other, causing people to be unable to differentiate between the two. Even Su Ming did not notice it within his cave abode in the mountains. His entire attention was focused on his body. He was watching his origin vessel turning back into a mere illusion from a physical entity, then gushing out of his body in the form of a bolt of lightning. Forget it. I just don't understand this. Su Ming opened his eyes and a calm look gradually appeared on his face. Right now, I need to draw my berserker mark. What should my berserker mark be? He mumbled. Most of the berserkers already had an illusionary berserker mark before they transcended, and would then draw it on their skin once they transcended so that it could turn into a physical entity. However, there were a group of people who did not know how their berserker marks would look like. They had to sense it through meditation before they could draw it on their skins naturally. Su Ming was one of them. He silently circulated his qi, which did not stem from blood veins. There was the presence of transcendence within his qi. As he circulated it, Su Ming gradually fell into a state where he was neither asleep nor awake. It was as if he was in a trance. He placed both his hands on his knees and lifted his head with his eyes closed. His hair spilled on his shoulders and the scar under his eyes glowed with hints of red. My berserker mark. Su Ming mumbled as if he was calling out to his mark. To transcended berserkers, the most important thing to them was not just their origin vessel but also their berserker mark. The berserker mark was different because it determined the transcended berserker's path in the future. All of them would be different. At that moment, the old man who was also sitting outside the cave abode in the mountains pointed towards the ground with his right index finger. His eyes were closed too, but he opened them swiftly. I see, so it's the moon. That's not it. My berserker mark. Su Ming had his eyes closed as he mumbled in the cave in the mountains. His qi was circulating slowly and filling up his entire body. A layer of red appeared on his skin under his robes. It was not a brilliant shade of red but was rather dark. It looked as if they were clouds and fog swimming on his skin, spreading all over his chest, back, limbs, and face. The red spreading on his body was not stable. Sometimes there would be a flash of piercing light. At other times it would turn dark in an instant. It was as if it was reflecting Su Ming's current state of mind. There was agitation lying within his calmness. Once he completely calmed down, his berserker mark would also be finished. Su Ming did not know of the change he was experiencing. An indistinct illusion appeared before his eyes in his trance. That illusion was bizarre. It was a lake without any ripples. It was shrouded by fog, causing others to be unable to see it clearly. They could only glimpse the reflection of a full moon on the surface of the lake. It shone with a harmonious light, making those who saw be unable to differentiate whether they were looking at the moon or at the water's countenance. As he looked at the moon on the lake, Su Ming heard a sound calling out to him in a whisper. That voice calling out to him was weak and he could not hear it clearly, but it made him want to hear what it was saying. However, all of this just made him feel at a loss. Where is this? Su Ming looked at the moon on the lake. He felt that his mind was still clear. He had even once assumed that his berserker mark would be related to the moon of the fire berserkers. This is your heart. The whisper that sounded like a call seemingly answered his question. The voice was barely discernible, making those who heard it feel as if it was by their ears but also as if it was a lingering echo of a voice that came from afar. Who are you? Did you bring me here? Su Ming calmed down and looked around. This is your heart. You were the one who brought yourself here. Receive your mark and take the moon with you. From then on, you will be the strongest fire berserker in the land. Is the symbol of the fire berserkers the moon? Su Ming mumbled. Since he was young, he heard the elder talking about transcendence to him. He also saw a few powerful transcended berserkers. Yet he only knew that when he transcended, he would draw a permanent and personal mark on his skin when he was in a trance. This mark held an important meaning to all berserkers. The mark was related to their entire life.
It symbolized an aim, a reflection of themselves on their bodies. The berserker mark could be seen by others. A person would usually only have this one chance in their entire lives to draw it, and they could only have one mark. Su Ming listened to the whispers by his ears and looked at the lake shrouded by fog. It looked as if the fog around the lake had become much thinner, allowing his gaze to fall on the full moon reflected on the surface of the water. When he saw the moon, the voice calling out to him became stronger. That voice came from the moon on the water. It was as if it had been waiting for Su Ming's arrival for ages. It had been waiting for him to come to this place and take it away. Take the moon. Take with you the will of fire and the might of berserk. Burn the heavens with fire. Sweep away the world. Assemble in you the body of the fire berserker. The whispering voice gained a hint of urgency. The instant the whispers echoed in the surroundings, the serene lake burned with raging fire, causing the lake to instantly turn into a lake of fire. All the fog dissipated in the face of the lake of fire. As the area distorted, only the moon in the lake of fire continued, letting out a soft glow. However, there was something strange about that moon in Su Ming's eyes. The moon was slowly turning red. Is my berserker mark the moon? Su Ming felt his will urging him to move forward and touch the moon calling out to him from within the lake of fire. As the lake of fire before him growled, it sounded as if it was worshipping him. The fire spread out and opened up a path for him. The moon had turned to a brilliant shade of red. The moment Su Ming felt as if he was about to touch the moon, the scenes before him suddenly became clouded. In an instant, the world within his heart changed. What appeared before Su Ming's eyes was a fire-red sky. The entirety of it was burning with an endless sea of fire. As the fire burned, the ground dried up. There were countless burnt skeletons on the land, and they scattered into ashes in the midst of the shrill cries penetrating the air. There was a person floating in the red sky. That person wore a red robe. Even his hair was red and fell to his waist. He had his hands behind his back as he looked at the sky. His body seemed as if it had fused together with the sea of fire around him. In the direction of his gaze, Su Ming saw. He saw the end of the world. There was an indistinct distortion over there, and there was a giant cauldron within. Golden light scattered out of the cauldron, as if it traveled through time and was similarly about to go through this place to arrive at another time. Begone! A cold harumph fell out the mouth of the man in red, who had seemed to be one with the sea of fire. He lifted his right hand and swung it towards the sky. The sky rumbled, and the indistinct distortion immediately cracked apart and shattered like a mirror. Cracking sounds rose from within, and the giant cauldron immediately crumbled as if it had just suffered grievous injuries. The man in red turned around slowly to look at Su Ming and said in a hoarse voice, "Come, accept the fire moon. Become one with the fire berserkers and receive the mark of the moon." The moment Su Ming saw the person's face, he felt shaken. This person's countenance was the exact same as his. Even his scar on the face was on the other person. His gaze was profound, and as he spoke, he stretched out his hand as if summoning Su Ming to his side. Su Ming took a deep breath and stared at the person who looked like a replica of himself before him with a dumbfounded expression. He had an inkling that this was not a duplicate of himself or an illusion, but a symbol of the berserker mark. If he accepted the mark of the moon, then it meant that he would very likely turn out like this in the future. After a brief period of pensive silence, resolution appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The moon is the mark of fire berserkers, but I'm not one of the fire berserkers. Even if I receive the mark of the moon, it will only turn into lightning. My berserker mark isn't set just yet. I won't take this mark. The instant Su Ming said his words, the fire-red world before him instantly fell apart. The person in red also dissipated. Once they disappeared, the lake that appeared once more before Su Ming's eyes let out a loud boom. After a moment, the lake dissipated before him as if it was disassembled from the world. Even the moon disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was also during this moment that the old man sitting in the sky cried out in surprise. He discarded it? The old man's expression was grave as he looked at the ground. He used a unique timeless art to see how Su Ming's berserker mark was formed. He also sensed that Su Ming's mark was a moon. Marks are categorized into 3 categories, and each experiences 9 levels of alteration. The sky, the earth, and the world are the 3 categories. Each of them will go through 9 alterations. Once any type of mark reaches the 9th alteration, then they will allow a berserker in the transcendence realm to have enough power to break into the bone sacrifice realm. The The sun, moon, and stars are known as the sky mark. He sensed the presence of the sky mark, which is enough to show that he's not an ordinary person, but he chose to give it up. The old man looked at the ground and he instantly swung his right arm before him. The sea of blood behind him immediately boiled and tumbled as if there were giant waves roaring about. Everyone's berserker mark is different in the transcendence realm, but most of them only have one choice. It's not something that they can discard at will. The moment the will of the berserker mark appears, it'll naturally gather on the body. The old man's words came to an abrupt halt. The moment he stopped speaking, the dark and dull blood fog on Su Ming, who remained in the cave abode deep in the mountains down below, gathered together on his skin and gradually formed the shape of a full moon on his chest. The mark may have been indistinct, but the outline could be clearly seen. At the same time, a hot wave of heat filled the entire cavern. Some of it even spilled out of the cave and surrounded the mountain. Yet the moment the moon was about to be formed, Su Ming trembled, and as he did so, the fog forming the outlines of the moon on his chest rapidly tumbled about like waves. After a moment, the fog dissipated from Su Ming's chest as if it was reversing. It appeared once more on his entire body and turned into an unstable fog. Soon after, the heat in the cave also dispersed as if someone was fanning it away with great strength. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared along with the heat that had spread outside the mountain. It disappeared like a bonfire and would never exist again. He really discarded it. How did he do it? That's just absurd. Shock and amazement appeared on the old man's face. But he quickly frowned and was about to risk revealing himself to prevent the act he deemed preposterous when his movements suddenly faltered. A white snowflake floated down before him. It was this snowflake that caused the change on the old man's face. Even his breathing became rapid. Snow. Snow has never appeared in the land of South Morning, especially where Han Mountain City is located. The old man took a deep breath and lifted his head swiftly. He saw a lot of snow forming in the sky. The heat in the air instantly turned into cold. Could it be? The old man slowly lowered his head and looked at the remote mountains on the ground. A piercing glare appeared in his eyes. He actually sensed a second berserker mark. In the caverns where Su Ming isolated himself deep within the mountains, the instant the heat that existed moments ago disappeared, a large amount of frost appeared on Su Ming's body. In a short amount of time, it spread through his entire body, causing him to look as if he was covered in snow. Even his brows and hair were covered in white. The snow on his face released a chill that was completely different from the heat before. As the chill spread out, the entire cave abode became cold. Very soon, a layer of frost gathered on the walls in the cave and turned into ice. Cracking sounds resounded, and after a moment, the entire cave turned into a world of ice. Even the ground was covered in a layer of ice. The entire mountain was covered in ice. The plants on the mountain instantly turned into ice statues and froze there, unmoving. It was as if the entire mountain had turned into a sculpture. As the chill spread through the ground, a lot of snow appeared in the sky. The snowflakes gradually floated down, causing a strange sight to appear in the land of South Morning, a place where it rarely snowed. The snow floated down, but it did not cover the ground. They gathered on the mountain where Su Ming's cave was instead and gradually gathered into a thick layer of snow. The figure of a boy and a girl could be seen vaguely in the snowstorm. They were holding hands and walking forward through the snow, walking as if they wanted to continue walking together until their hair turned white with age.